In the office, a man was sitting opposite the girl. He, adjusting his glasses, excitedly told her that she would not die because she had been misdiagnosed, for which he asked her forgiveness. She, having opened her violet eyes in shock, could not believe his words because quite recently she, Lariette Blanchette, was diagnosed with a life expectancy of 3 months. The heroine laughed nervously because she understood that before that she lived and did the things that she always wanted, because she thought that she would die soon. But the doctor did not understand her reaction because the news was quite good for her. But now she is being pursued by a man who is the great sword of the Empire and the god of war, Duke Candle, who promised to find her wherever she is. Larietta was stressed by the fact that there had been no illness at all this time. She understood that now she did not know what to do. Jumping out of her chair from nerves, the girl began to panic, but the man made a similar reaction to the joy of hearing the news. It all happened 3 months ago. The main character felt strange, thinking that she was sick with something. She decided to go to the doctor. The girl complained to him about insomnia and that after every meal of spicy food she felt unwell, as if her heart began to beat faster. He, after listening to all the symptoms, adjusted his glasses and asked Larietta not to be surprised, because most likely she had Roccadura disease. She, having heard that this was a rare and incurable disease, fell into a stupor. The doctor explained that it occurs in a few people born with excess mana, and also added that this disease is 98% fatal. It is not could understand what he was talking about. The doctor explained that she, Lady Blanchette, would die in 3 months, which meant that she had been given a death sentence. The main character was so shocked that she did not remember what happened next that day. She did not want to die so simply and quietly. The girl, I decided to make a list of things to do before my death and complete each item. Lariette, sitting in her room while the maid combed her pink hair, suddenly screamed at the top of her voice that she would definitely fulfill the list of things that she wanted to accomplish in her life. Then the heroine turned to her servant, Anne, asking what she would like to do before her death. She naturally was confused when she heard such a strange and unusual question. But, quickly getting ready, the maid grabbed a comb and began to speak into it, imagining that it was a microphone, declaring that except for the desire to die for the princess, nothing came to mind. Larietta, having heard this, became emotional, and Anne suggested that her lady return to combing her hair because the main character herself does not know how to do this at all. She noticed that this statement was quite cruel. When the hairstyle was finished, the heroine took the maid by the hand and told her that she wanted to buy all kinds of cakes and eat a little of each. She noticed that this was the same as taking a bite and throwing it in the trash without becoming listen further, and directed her lady to the meal. Larietta was not at all eager to go there because she got along rather poorly with her family, so being at the same table with them was like a real test for the girl. The father of the main character wants to sell his own daughter to the old and rich marquis. The head of the family himself is the 5th Grand Duke of Blanchet. His family participated in the founding of the country, but soon went bankrupt. The mother, Duchess Blanchette, who married for convenience and only because of her family, wants the same thing as her father, to quickly sell Lariette to a rich uncle. The main character herself pretends to be a naive fool, although in fact she understands everything perfectly and knows, apparently, the most convenient thing in her position is to simply remain silent. Otherwise, all the anger of the family will fall on her fragile shoulders. A young guy suddenly burst into the dining room. Roan, the older brother of the main character, whom the whole family truly loves, unlike his sister. The successor, Roan, completed all the preparation courses for inheritance, but Larietta, as the second child, received neither support nor education. The girl was only trained to work in the office to help her older brother, like a servant. Turning to his sister, he asked her in a dissatisfied tone why she was here. The girl was not embarrassed by his tone. Lariette replied that she was also a member of the family, so she could very well be here. And then the main character suddenly, with a grin on her face, asked if her brother had problems with his studies. Because Joel, their personal magic teacher, has been silent lately and walks around with a gloomy face. Such a remark for some reason embarrassed Roan, and the girl she understood that she could study much better than her idiot brother. The guy, grabbing the glass from the table, poured it out, adding a loud "oh" as if he didn't do it on purpose, although only a blind man could not see that it was done out of spite and insult. Roan poured a glass of wine on his younger sister's head, ruining her hair and staining her dress, and he himself, looking at the girl with a dissatisfied expression on his face, declared that because of her, he had lost all his appetite. Turning to his parents, the guy said that he would not eat until his sister left here. Larietta looked at him with eyes full of hatred. She thought that at least now his parents would tell him something and take her side. But they asked her not to get on their nerves and not to be rude to her brother, which shocked her. Mother ordered her daughter to go up to her room and wash herself immediately, but Lariette had no choice but to obey her parents, get up and go to her room. As she approached the door, she turned around to look at everyone in the dining room. She couldn't believe that her brother was getting away with absolutely everything. But right now, she didn't care, because the main character was going to die in 3 months anyway. Having opened the door, Larietta began to understand that everyone sitting in this room would absolutely not care about this news, just like herself. This made her heart clench with pain, because, in fact, no one needs her now. But the girl does not. I wanted to die, remaining the same naive fool in their eyes. From that moment on, the heroine was going to do as she pleased. Sitting in her room at her desk, the girl held a pen in her hand, and in front of her lay a blank sheet. On the 3rd of April, 732, according to the imperial calendar, Lariette Blanchette was sentenced to a 3-month term of life. The heroine decided to seriously draw up her wish list before her death. While it contained only 5 points, both very serious and easily achievable, Larietta completed this list with a sad look on her face, although she understood that there were no regrets in her life, because in the end, the main character devoted her whole life to her family, so she wants to start living her life at least now. This was her main desire. The lady decided to fulfill her first wish right away, to treat Anne with a cake. The girl was glad to see the satisfied expression on her maid's face. This warmed her soul a little. Now they were heading to some place, sitting together in the same carriage. Suddenly, the transport began to shake. The girls almost jumped out of their seats. The coachman immediately apologized to the ladies, saying that it seemed that their wheel was stuck in a hole, and he would immediately try to sort it out. Lariette, looking out the window, asked if the man needed any help, because she could help to quickly deal with the problem that had arisen. Anne also looked out the window, assessing the situation, and the man asked to put their heads back. They noticed a carriage that belonged to Duke Candle himself, which is why the coachman asked the ladies not to look out, because a lady must keep her face. The Duke has a high position in society. They say that this is the most powerful family in the Empire, and the Duke himself is a monster, so his presence even scared the main character a little. But she heard strange sounds near them and decided to turn around the window to check, but met the bright blue eyes of a man who looked straight at her. He was very close. Larietta, as if enchanted, looked at him without taking her eyes off. This noise was apparently from him. The dark-haired man lifted the carriage with one hand, freeing it from the trap into which the coachman had fallen earlier, thereby helping them, after which the Duke turned around and went back to his transport, while the girl mentally thanked him for the help he provided. When they arrived at the right place, the main character only thought that she just wanted to relax at home, but her family decided everything completely differently. It was a meeting with the same Marquis, her fiancé. The older man kissed Lariette's hand, saying that they had not seen each other for quite a long time. But the girl only agreed with displeasure, because this man very much irritated her even with his mere presence. The Marquis of Segre did not understand why the main character was avoiding him. He pulled her into his arms and said that when they become spouses, Larietta will not get out of bed. The same one recalled her to-do list for 3 months, and the third item there was, break off the engagement to the Marquis, preferably with a scandal. The man brought his lips close to the heroine's face, whispering that he really liked her face, calling it delicious. She looked at Segre with disgust, while there was a sly grin on his face. This was a clear hint. Having escaped from his vile embrace, the girl realized that the third point must be completed today, because she could not stand it any longer. Lariette, waving her arms, began to perform some kind of spell. Strange symbols appeared behind her, and later, something pulled the Marquis up. The main character strictly decided that today was created in order to get rid of all the unpleasant things in life for her, and this concerned not only the engagement, but also something else. Great wizards were always born in the Blanchet family, and among them was Lariette, a real sorceress, the one who always surpassed Rayon. She was gifted with magical talent. The girl often watched her older brother's activities. Although she was forbidden to do this, the girl could not learn how to properly use her magical skills. Brother Rayon was appointed heir, so this guy was always jealous of his sister Larietta's talent. Now, returning to the present, the main character, using magic, hung the marquee upside down. A huge ivy appeared from under the ground and grabbed him by the leg. This magic was the result of classes with a teacher who knew about her talent, which Larietta was sometimes present at. Looking up at the man, the heroine said that she would explain everything to him only once, so he should listen very carefully. Coming close to his face, she grinned and declared that she had absolutely no intention of marrying him, which means that from that day on their engagement would be dissolved, placing her hand on the branch that covered his mouth. Larietta told him that he's just trash that evaluates the value of people and themselves in monetary currency. Suddenly, the girl was interrupted by the familiar voice of her father. The mother and father ran out of the estate, shocked and scared, because they were planning to literally sell their daughter to this man. The head of the family used magic and freed the marquis from the clutches of the ivy. He fell from a small height, looked up at his former bride, and trembling like an aspen leaf, declared that he would never forget this humiliation from her. The parents immediately rushed to the man, trying to calm him down, explaining their daughter's behavior by saying that she was still immature and too stupid for her age, but he stood his ground, asking them to pretend that this deal had never happened at all. The main character considered her family fools, because for them, money was more valuable than their own daughter, and the marquis was no less stupid. He bought people like slaves. The girl felt very tired from all this. While the father took the marquis to the mansion in order to calm his ardor at least a little, the mother scolded Larietta, calling her crazy. She replied that she was really late because she should have done it much earlier, adding that at least someone else is not quite gone crazy in this house. After the last phrase, she said, the father apparently heard such impudent statements from his daughter, came to them and slapped her in the face, leaving a red mark on her cheek. She clearly did not expect this from him. The man was angry with Larietta for such behavior, but the main character was as if under hypnosis, because every minute she became more and more disappointed in her family. The father asked the heroine if she knew what she had done, because the man was already determined to pay all the debts of the Blanchette family. Gently placing her palm on her cheek, a faint smile appeared on the heroine's face. She asked her parents if it was her fault that the whole family was in such huge debts. The girl could not understand why she suddenly had to pay for other people's debts. The heroine told them in plain text that her family had done nothing for her. They had no interest or love for her, and her father simply decided to sell her to enjoy money and fame, and Larietta was supposed to become another toy for the marquis. Mother and father immediately reacted to their daughter's words, reproaching her for clothes, food, a roof over her head, saying that the main character must pay for living like a princess all this time. Larietta, looking up at them, replied that this is why she fulfilled her brother's duties regarding the estate, office, documents, and also became an exchange product in the hands of her parents, because they so wanted to cover all their debts with her help. But they did not understand why their daughter rebelled now. The father was angry because, in his opinion, he cherished his daughter, but he did not know that she would repay him in this way. The head of the family explained to her that she would be deleted from the family register right now. After this statement, even her mother became nervous, but Lariette understood that this was just a piece of paper that meant nothing. The main character explained to them that she was always most afraid of hurting their hearts, but now it doesn't matter to her at all. Bowing, she thanked her parents for everything, after which she turned around and left, while her father shouted after her so that her daughter wouldn't even think of taking anything away. Or from your things. The girl did not know what feelings she was experiencing now, because apparently she had long wanted to do this, but could not muster the strength. Suddenly her brother caught up with her, calling out to Larietta. She stopped, saying that she did not need him to accompany her. He replied that they would call it a regular farewell. And then the guy asked with a grin how she dared to spoil the whole family's mood by being here. He thought that he was superior to her, declaring that his sister did not even know how to use the same earth magic. Not to mention other elements, Rayon decided to teach her a lesson by using magic. The brother directed a stream of energy at his sister, but Lariette didn't even blink. She knew that these tricks of his were worth nothing. She was not at all afraid. Without hesitating, the girl also used magic, pushing away the flow of his energy. The power of her sister was even able to move the guy from his place. He looked quite frightened and did not at all expect such a turn of events. Ultimately, his own power threw him back. He looked at Larietta in shock, and then the incredible began to happen. The main character was still in control of the situation. She understood that in the end, stronger than her obnoxious brother, she managed to put him in a trap that sucked him up to his neck. which scared him out of his mind. But the main character did not even listen to him, turned around and walked away. After leaving home, Larietta felt free because she could finally get out of this terrible house. The heroine recalled how she cried because Anne left her. The girl really wanted to follow her lady, so much so that she had to work hard to stop her. Now Larietta was even a little happy that she was able to complete 3 items on her list in just one day, so she only had 2 items left. Since the main character will die in 3 months anyway, she would like to find a man with more experience so that it would be easy to date him. She already had different images in her head of the men she would like to meet in the next 3 months. Larietta had some money, but she still needs to earn a lot in order to live happily and not need anyone or anything. And in order to earn a lot, a girl must do what she knows best in the world. Having opened the door to some incomprehensible establishment, the heroine expected to get a better job. A job for a purification magician. Purification magic. It is less popular and effective than healing magic, and moreover, it requires a lot of mana. It cannot be used on people with higher magic and divine than the user, and also used on oneself. The employee of the establishment answered sternly and clearly. They do not require magicians, but apparently Larietta did not expect this answer. He also added that they were not looking for purification magicians because healing magicians were everywhere, after which they threw her away, asking her not to waste time simply. After the first failure, the main character felt depressed and thought that it was all over for her. She did not understand whether she should look for another job. And then something happened that the girl did not expect at all. 2 guys tore the bag from her belt and rushed away. Larietta immediately began screaming that all her things had been stolen, apparently trying to attract the attention of passers-by. But no one cared about other people's problems. They laughed at her, because the magician of purification was they are not afraid. But then the girl decided to use the powers of the elements, namely fire, throwing it at the thieves, and she herself ran after them, while they screamed in fear at the top of their voices. The heroine understood that she could not let them go. They ran, looking around, but did not let go of the bag, but a man in a tuxedo walked calmly ahead. It was not clear whether he heard the girl's cries for help or not, but when they approached him, the guy slowly turned his face. When everyone finally saw it, one would think that God himself had worked on his face, creating a masterpiece that was too good to show to the world. This man looked like an obvious work of art created by a deity. His dark hair, thin black eyebrows, bright blue eyes, all of this fit together on his face like a puzzle and formed an incredible picture, an appearance that could be considered the most ideal in the world among men, and maybe even women. When the guys approached the man, they immediately smelled a strange and unpleasant smell, namely the smell of rotting corpses. He looked down at them, like at some kind of insects. They realized who was in front of them. The Duke monster Cadell, at this time, the so-called monster, took out his sharp blade, and for a reason. Swinging with one hand, the man cut the thieves into 2, and did it with just one swing without even blinking. Apparently, he really lived up to his nickname from the people, but the main character, for some reason, was not very surprised. The Duke, picking up the bag from the ground, handed it to the mistress, and Larietta only now realized that then she thought that the coachman had helped them, but it turned out to be the Duke himself. The most prestigious ducal family in the Harshan Empire is Escher Candle, and he is also called the greatest sword of the empire. A general who won a war where defeat was inevitable, this man is called a cruel military leader due to his willful disposition. But the main character noticed not only this, the most important thing is that this guy was so handsome that after what he saw, it would not be a pity to die, especially in her situation. Lariette smelled what those thieves were talking about. A slightly repulsive smell, but it seemed to her that it was no big deal because his face was so fragrant. Then the girl turned away and suddenly thought that with such a face, he would be very popular on dates. But this man was known for his composure, so she assumed that there was no chance. Candle looked at the main character with indifference, thinking that she seemed to be from a noble family and was moving unaccompanied, and then he remembered that he still couldn't find what he came here for, having looked closely at the heroine. I realized that she was a little scared, thinking that it was him, because everyone is always afraid of him. But Larietta suddenly pulled him by the sleeve, asking for forgiveness, smiled, and asked the Duke if he had a girlfriend. Approaching, she explained to him that she was saying this because she really liked his appearance. The heroine, without even hesitating, decided to ask if the man would like to meet her for 3 months. so that one of her points. Lariette, realizing that she had started on the wrong foot, decided to introduce herself first, but only said her name, continuing to smile at him, and then asked his name, apologizing because it might sound a little impolite. Escher looked extremely dumbfounded, but still answered her question. The main character immediately beamed upon hearing the Duke's voice, even complimented him, calling his voice pleasant. This bass fascinated the girl. The man could not understand what was happening with this girl, because usually everyone is afraid of him, but here she admires him, so he could not understand, thinking that all this was just a common joke. And then the heroine called him by name, saying that she was pleased to meet him. Upon hearing this, the Duke froze because 20 years had passed since he was called by name. Larietta, blinking her eyes, decided to duplicate her question, wondering if the man would date her. Because it was only for 3 months, he looked at her in confusion, and then asked if she saw how he stabbed those thieves. Looking at her with his creepy gaze, Asher asked if she was afraid of him. He literally smelled of death and murder a kilometer away. It was not for nothing that people called him a monster, because his aura was suitable. Turning around, the man asked the main character to stop joking like that, and then walked away, occasionally glancing at her. Perhaps she even seemed a little interesting to him, because he was trying to force himself to be more serious. Lariette was delighted with this man. She considered him sexy, and besides, he also had charisma. But the only flaw that Escher had was that he did not have a main character in the role of his lover, and apparently she was going to fix it. In the evening, sitting in some bar and drinking, apparently beer or something else, the main character was thinking about how she could meet the Duke again, and suddenly with one ear, she heard something about the Information Guild, and something about the Duke Candela. She immediately jumped out of her seat and headed to where they were discussing this information. One of the men was sitting there. They were discussing rumors about finding a purification wizard. Larietta decided to join them. Sitting down at the table, she began to ask them about what kind of rumors were circulating. She was told that the Duke was under a terrible curse, that if you came closer to him, you could smell the smell of death. Listening to all the information, the girl simultaneously ate food from their table while they told her that Asher was looking for a purification wizard in order, apparently, to destroy this terrible curse, which is so strong that only purifiers can help get rid of it. While Lariette continued to eat, the guy continued to talk about how there are not many such wizards, and also this magic consumes much more mana, and that is what is needed to dispel curses. But this magic is not popular in this case either, because more people die from swords than from curses, so the Duke could not find himself a good purification wizard, according to these guys at the table. The main character began to think that she should get into the tiger's den in order to save Asher. Now she has this desire and will do everything for this. A week later, she arrived at the right place, smiling. Lariette took the Duke by surprise, telling him that she had found him. Asher at that time was standing next to some man. They were studying the papers and raised their eyes to her in surprise, clearly not expecting someone to come so unexpectedly. The girl, smiling again, said that the Duke might be frightened by the fact that they met him this way. Without hesitating, Lariette asked if they could start for now at least with the relationship between employee and employer. Apparently, the girl wants to approach this carefully for fear of scaring him off. Asher didn't understand whether he was surprised or scared, trying to somehow analyze his state after such a harsh statement. But at that time, the girl asked to be allowed to introduce herself again. Having bowed to the Duke, Larietta introduced herself as the best purification wizard in the entire empire, this time even mentioning her last name, which she did not do the first time. The heroine dared to declare that she could save the young master from his curse, which caused him great surprise. In return, the girl did not ask for money or to marry her. She made a simple request. She needed housing. While talking about this, she handed Asher some paper and asked him to sign it. And the reason why Larietta was able to come at the right time was this man who was next to the Duke. The girl threatened him, because information about the search for the magician was leaked to people, which his master would not like. So in exchange for silence, he promised to leave it turned off 3 light bulbs at the entrance as a sign for the heroine. The man looked at her with his frightening expression. Even Lariette noticed that it looked a little creepy. He was interested in whether she could take responsibility for the words she said, because if it was a joke, then the girl would never see the sun again. The heroine thought that she had not studied magic properly, but the magic of purification was well known to her, so everything should be normal. The girl thought that since she would die anyway, she had absolutely nothing to fear. And with these thoughts, Lariette grabbed the man's hand. At first he did not understand why she did this, but after a couple of seconds everything became clear. The main character demonstrated her abilities in magic to Asher, trying to heal his hand at least for a split second so that he could be convinced of the veracity of her words. When she touched him, light filled the room around. Larietta tried hard, but even so she understood that this curse consumed much more mana than she thought. It was so strong that it seemed to absorb all the strength of the main character. When all the girl's mana and stamina were gone, she let go of the Duke's hand. Now she needed to check whether she had managed to do at least something, but at that time she herself felt very weak. The man looked at her and thought that he definitely shouldn't expect anything, because he knew very well that nothing would come of it, as always. Because this is what he went through when he was little, the Duke knows very well. What kind of curse is this? Then the one who bewitched him made it clear to him that he would present the appearance of tattered flesh, and the smell of rotting corpses would fill the rooms in which he would be. Therefore, if Asher expects a lot, he will quickly be deceived. But when the heroine took the glove off his hand, the man saw an absolutely healthy human hand in front of him, which he could not believe because a miracle had happened. Lariette again handed him her contract so that he would finally sign it, and after a couple of seconds she fainted from powerlessness, while the Duke thought that this was the only miracle that could break his curse forever. With these thoughts, he caught Girl. Now he did not want to miss his savior, whom he gently held by the shoulders so that she would not collapse on the floor. Asher understood that now he would never let this girl go anywhere until his curse was broken. He took her shoulders tightly, remembering the points of the agreement. He needed to provide Larietta with room and board for 3 months. In the evening, when the main character finally woke up, she could not understand where she was, because now the girl was lying in a soft bed, in some luxurious room. Asher was sitting next to her, waiting for her to wake up. He explained that she was now in Duchy of Candle. The man brought her here because it was written in the contract. And then he added that if Lariette finds this rude, then he may well take the heroine to her home, but she immediately replied that it was not necessary. A couple of seconds later, Asher handed her the signed contract while the girl looked at him, thinking about how handsome he was. And then it dawned on her that apparently the Duke had signed her papers. He answered positively because she was the first who was able to influence the curse. The joyful heroine rushed to him. Larietta understood that if a hug of joy was not particularly appropriate, then a simple handshake would do to celebrate. She began to shake the man's hand while he looked at her in confusion. The girl asked him not to worry, promising to take care of everything. Asher replied that their relationship is nothing more than the relationship between employee and employer. Speaking about this, he wondered why the main character was not afraid of his hands. He could not understand what kind of girl she was. She asked to call her not by her name, but simply by her name. The Duke stood up and explained that he had come here just to check on her. He told her where her things were and said that he was now convinced that everything was fine with her. The girl could not understand. It seemed that Mr. Candle had a lot of experience in love relationships, but for some reason he avoided her. The heroine suggested that she might be a little not his type, but looking at him with a sly grin, she understood that tastes can change for everyone. Such a reaction frightened the man a little. Escher even said that he was not yet entirely sure that the heroine had fully recovered, advising her to stay in bed. He asked Larietta to get a good rest today so that they could talk tomorrow, and then left her room. And the main character began to squeal into the pillow with delight. Her face was red, like a tomato. She reasoned out loud that showing her your face immediately after waking up was illegal. The girl could not understand why this man was so handsome. Asher, standing outside the door at this time, listened to Lariette's admiration with a blush on his face. Such statements embarrassed him to the point of madness and caused a sea of misunderstanding. Because no one had said anything like that before, Asher considered her truly strange. The next day, when the Duke was doing paperwork and drinking tea in his office, Lariette unexpectedly appeared to him, who was simply silently watching him. So he decided to find out if she had anything to tell him. She replied that she was waiting for him to stop pretending that he didn't notice her, and then asked why he didn't eat with her. At the beginning, the Duke did not understand what the girl meant, but she quickly explained that she had been waiting for him for a long time, because she thought that they would have breakfast with him. Escher was surprised by this. He suggested that she apparently had good digestion and appetite since she wants to have breakfast with him. Larietta could not understand what he was driving at, but the Duke interrupted her, asking how much she knew about his curse. She, dragging a chair, declared that she knew absolutely nothing about it. The man explained that it was a curse of the dead. This is what the caster leaves behind at the moment of death, and this, according to Escher, is a very powerful curse. Naturally, such options as killing the caster or destroying the curse immediately disappear. Lariette asked when exactly he was cursed, to which she received the answer. At the age of 7, Escher, pointing to the bandage, explained that it was enchanted and capable of preventing odors. This is a curse in which the skin of the body rots like that of the dead. Even purification magic only slowed down the rotting process, so the curse could not be lifted. Asher understood that Lariette could run away from such disgusting speeches, which means he would have to catch her and lock her next to him. Since the main character can lift the curse, then the Duke is ready to do everything for her to stay with him, whatever she wants. Suddenly, the girl grabbed his hand, asking if all this didn't bring him pain. She didn't know what to do to rid the man of this. It was clear to her that Asher must be very hard. Lariette doesn't know what it's like to live with a curse, because she wanted to use Duke Candel as a tool, but now the heroine didn't understand how she could do that. Looking up at him, the main character promised the man that she would definitely remove from him this terrible curse that had been tormenting his poor soul for so long. Asher, looking into her eyes, did not know what to say because no one had previously treated him the way this girl treated him. Perhaps she even gave him some faith that everything would finally work out. Turning away, the man thought about why this lady was not at all afraid of him. On the contrary, she was drawn to him, which was strange. After all, everyone else avoided him because each of them felt disgust for Asher. They were sick because of his rotting skin, which became so thanks to the curse. And Lariette treats him like an ordinary person and looks at the Duke as if he is sweet and really handsome. After something like this, a man can become a greedy egoist in his opinion. The girl took his hand to once again ease his torment a little, giving all her last strength to this. Asher asked the girl to stop, but she did not listen, so he decided to stop her himself, grabbing her hand. The Duke had already called her to the sorceress more than once, and not by name, and now, having called out to her, the man asked the girl to stop, slightly pulling her towards him. Unexpectedly for himself, the guy noticed how thin the main character's wrists were, looking at them for a couple of seconds. Then, quickly turning his attention, he began to bandage his hands back, telling the main character that there was no need to overdo it. She replied that she would not have had enough mana anyway, so she was just checking. Smiling, Lariette noticed that her left hand already looked much better, and the cleansing magic continued to work inside it. The girl, wiping beads of sweat from her face from overdoing it, stated that she felt that her magic was still present in the young master's body, and then decided to share the results of her little test. She explained that in a man's body, there is a limit to the magic of purification, which can be held in it for a certain time, and until the left hand is cleansed, other parts of the body will not be able to do this. Escher, pouring himself tea, thought about that I agree to even cleanse myself a little. Larietta smiled at him and asked him not to worry, because she was going to take responsibility and clean everything up before she died. Taking the glass from him and drinking it all, while the Duke could not understand what the girl meant when she said that she would do everything before she died, she explained that she was saying that she would do everything as quickly as possible. Now Escher decided to ask Larietta if she was afraid of him. It was clear that he thought for a long time before asking about this, because the Duke thought that he looked extremely terrible. She, smiling sweetly and slightly covering her mouth with her hand, asked if she had any reason to be afraid of him. And then suddenly her face became a little harder. The girl decided to talk about the rumors about the demon of war. After all, Duke Candle was able to actually win a war that was initially doomed to failure and received the title of national hero for the victory. The main character was sure that envious members of the imperial family were spreading this dirt so that Escher could not rise higher in influence. In addition, Lariette believed that the curse was not his whim. Such words and the girl's opinion greatly surprised the guy, because he had already been practically convinced of what a terrible person he was. And the main character now told him everything completely opposite. She believed that you only need to be afraid of the magician who sent this curse, and not its victim. The girl, carefully placing her palms on his face, with a smile on her face, said that she was not afraid of him. He was looking at her motionless. Larietta added that she did not feel anything other than the fear that Asher would not meet with her. After these words, the guy immediately asked her to let him go. The Duke was incredibly embarrassed by this situation. All these words and the touch of the lady made his cheeks turn very pink from the awkwardness of the whole situation. Turning away, the man said that at 7 o'clock they would meet the heroine for dinner today. which greatly surprised her. Having quickly collected her thoughts, Larietta, smiling at the gentleman, answered a short yes, although her consent in general was not required, after which the man quickly left the room, leaving the girl alone. Some time later, while the heroine was walking along the corridor, she was thinking that Escher was apparently weak to touch, because in her opinion, it was because of her touch that the Duke so quickly agreed to have dinner with her. Suddenly someone called out to her. Back. Apparently the voice was familiar to her. Holstein is a loyal and long-serving butler of the Duke Candela family. He asked if the heroine had met with the Duke. She, smiling, replied that it was thanks to him that she did not get lost and found his office so quickly, and thus was even able to arrange a meeting with his owner for dinner. This surprised the butler, because his owner had not eaten with someone for a long time. Such information even pleased him a little. After the death of the former Duchess, the Duke no longer shared a meal with anyone, and now Larietta has appeared and, unexpectedly, is going to be present at dinner with him, at the same table. The man, smiling at her, asked the girl to take care of the Duke. She laughed and replied that they were just going to have dinner together. But the butler, apparently, thought completely differently. Later, Holstein even came to Escher's office, taking with him a huge book, which was called A Guide to Successful Dates. He looked at the man with confusion, but understood that he was taught etiquette at meals in his childhood. And in the future, no new rules appeared. Looking at the book, he realized that it was clearly not about etiquette. And then the Duke began to think that he was really afraid that the sorceress, who was 5 years younger than him, would laugh at him at dinner. Having presented the book to his master, the butler advised him to read it, but Escher understood that it had absolutely nothing to do with him, and told him directly that this was a useless recommendation. Brushing aside the book in every possible way, Holstein was outraged. In his opinion, in 27 years of service, he has never been more useful than now. After a couple of minutes, the butler opened the book in front of his master and read out a couple of rules that a guy who called a girl for dinner might need, while Escher tried to pretend that he didn't hear Holstein, thereby behaving like a little boy, and left the office in a hurry, just as he did in the morning. When he finally showed up for dinner, Lariette was already waiting for him, who joyfully greeted him. The guy, sitting down in his place, thought that they were just getting together, but he could not even imagine that the main character could like it so much. The girl was sitting far from him, but, taking her tray, she sat right next to him, smiling slyly. Looking up at him, Larietta asked if she could change the contract a little. He, without even thinking, gave his positive answer. Moving closer, the girl thought that the payment was insufficient compared to the purification magic spent. Escher listened in surprise to the way the girl spoke, and noticed that now young people speak so directly, such a reaction is understandable, because basically he only talks with the butler and then switched to her condition, realizing that she needed money. But for him, this would not have been a problem, but the additions were mostly not about money. Mandatory meals together, walks together, and, finally, paid expenses. The Duke clarified about joint outings. Larietta, smiling sweetly at the man, replied that these would be their small dates. This confused the guy a little. It seemed strange to him that this was the only thing the girl was asking him for, because she could ask him for anything her heart wanted. But it will be much more difficult if Lariette decides to leave, saying that in the end she was not paid properly, so the Duke decided to make his own amendments to their agreement, making sure that he could not be deceived. After which Escher handed the new contract to the main character, saying that he added only one thing there. The girl only meekly agreed with him, but she herself thought that she was going to cleanse him anyway, so the Duke was definitely afraid in vain. In the end, both parties signed the agreement and it was concluded again. After this, Larietta turned to Escher, asking him about a picnic tomorrow. The girl noticed that the estate here is huge, so, in her opinion, there are beautiful places here, but the man replied that he would leave tomorrow. The heroine was not at a loss and asked to have a picnic the day after tomorrow. The Duke could not understand whether there was a need to hurry so much, which he asked her about. She replied that it was a very urgent matter. Smiling sweetly at the man, the girl said that this was as important a matter as winning his love, to which Escher only sighed languidly and agreed. A few days later, Larietta, looking out the window, noticed how truly beautiful the house was. She was very pleased to live in such a place. And the girl also noticed that her manor had already been restored during these days, which means she needed to hurry and clear the curse before leaving. The main character went to the Duke's office, where he had already been since early morning. Noticing the girl, he said that she woke up quite early today. When Lariette saw his hairstyle and outfit, she almost went blind from beauty, comparing him to the sun. And then, smiling, she said that the sun named Escher never sets, telling him that his face blinds him forever. He didn't know how to respond to something like that. And then he remembered about the picnic, saying that it's better to arrange it during the day because it will be much colder in the evening. The main character, coming closer, sat on the edge of the table, listening carefully to the Duke, who said that after the picnic, they should immediately return back, because he had a lot of work. But after that, Lariette asked if he really didn't have time for that. To clear the curse, hearing this, the guy looked at her in surprise because he didn't think that the girl would recover so quickly. Unraveling his hand, Larietta explained that she thought that touching bare skin would be more effective. So now she removed the bandage. The Duke only obediently watched her. When she touched his hand again, a bright light appeared around again. The heroine noticed that the hand was no longer so strongly cursed, so once could be quite enough. Asher, looking at his clean hand, said out loud that he could not believe what he saw. He thought that he had been looking for a solution for more than 10 years, but he never could have imagined that the curse was so easy to clear. The man turned his attention to the main character, asking if she was okay, because last time she felt bad, to which she replied with a smug expression on her face that she managed to get the hang of it, because before she spent too much mana. After that, the girl approached him and reminded him of the picnic. When they finally moved outside, it was clear from the expression on Larietta's face that she was a little cold. Escher asked if he had told her that the spring morning was still cold, but clinging to the Duke, the heroine replied that there was no point in going. We still have a date together. This unsettled the man a little. Moving away from him, the main character decided to hint to the gentleman, saying that she would be much warmer if someone decided to give her his coat. But Asher answered briefly and clearly, saying that he did not want to, while he himself was thinking about it that his coat smelled of a disgusting smell. But Larietta quickly realized, agreeing with him because the young master should not catch a cold. This shocked the man a little. At this time, the girl rushed forward, jumping joyfully. Having found a place suitable for a picnic, she laid out everything and called Asher, saying that the sun was warm in that place and it would be ideal for them. Sitting next to her, the Duke did not hesitate to tell the heroine that she was strange, to which the girl replied that it was all because of him and then tried to pull him closer to her. But he also liked this distance between them. This upset Larietta. She could not understand the reason for this attitude towards her, suggesting that he had been hurt in past relationships, or that he simply did not like the girl. She continued to think that even though she hadn't had many relationships, the heroine believed that touch was very important, so she was not going to give up. While at this time, Asher was thinking about how he never imagined that he would sit on flower bed. It seemed to him that he was clearly out of place here. Larietta decided to open the basket that had been collected for them. Everything was beautifully sorted in it. There was even wine and flowers. The heroine was delighted with this, and the Duke understood whose hands this trick was, his butler, who before leaving wished them a good walk. Now the man wanted to disappear from shame, but Lariette suddenly turned to him, asking what he liked best. The man didn't even think, saying that there was nothing like that. She couldn't believe it. Did he really not have a favorite food? That's nonsense. The main character decided to share with him, saying that she personally liked the salmon sandwich she had in her hand. She didn't like the smell of cucumbers. She could eat them, but usually she was disdainful. Then Asher suddenly thought about it. The girl suggested that the Duke also did not like cucumbers and handed him a sandwich, but he thought that since the girl is a purification magician, it means that her smell is also purified, because even the smell of his curse is not so strong. He wanted to ask if its smells wanted him, but now he needed to restrain himself, so he did not refuse and took the sandwich that was offered to him. Taking a careful bite, Asher seemed to be trying to carefully taste the taste. But at the same time, he looked like some kind of deity descended from heaven, and this view madly delighted the main character. She tried to restrain her outburst of emotions, because Asher now looked like a picture at an art exhibition, so she could only silently admire him. After that, Lariette, carefully waving her finger in the air, used magic to make all the flowers in the area gather into one incredible wreath, which eventually landed on the young Duke's head. He looked up at him, looking at him like a small child as delicate pink petals swirled around him. Larietta gazed at this work of art in admiration, her cheeks flushed and her mouth frozen in surprise. And at that time, Asher turned to look at her, and he began to cover himself with his hands and try to get rid of the wreath because he thought that the girl would laugh at him. The main character tried to stop him, asking him to leave the flowers in place. but in a matter of seconds, the wind tore it from the guy's head and he flew away, and Lariette rushed after him. The Duke, noticing where the girl was running, tried to stop her, but she did not hear him and ultimately flopped, apparently, right into the fountain, wetting her dress and hair. The most interesting thing is that she also involved Asher in this. He saved her from falling. The girl was practically sitting on top of him. Their faces were millimeters from each other. The man, looking into her eyes, said that it was time for her to stop embarrassing him. After that, he carefully placed his hand on her shoulder, embarrassing her even more each time, because the situation itself was extremely awkward, and so was this. But that was not all. Asher, looking into her eyes, carefully took a strand of her hair, asking what he would do if the main character suddenly caught a cold after this situation. Looking away, Larietta replied that this would not happen, because she was strong and could withstand any difficulties. Suddenly, the Duke picked up the heroine in his arms, saying that it was time for them to return, and the girl became more and more embarrassed every second, and then completely asked to let her go, saying that she was too embarrassed. And when they arrived at the estate, the butler took her temperature, and it turned out to be high. Larietta had a cold, which is what the young master said. He did not answer anything to this, because he knew everything from the beginning, but the girl said that for the first time in my life, I caught a cold. Asher could not understand whether the main character was joking, looking at her with a disappointed face, but the girl could only quietly ask him for forgiveness. Pulling himself together, the Duke explained that today he needed to go to the imperial castle, so he called the priest, and the heroine responded with a short "uh-huh." The man thought that she would ask him to stay with her, suggesting that the girl was still smarter than he thought. Larietta was thinking about something else, because Asher was already very worried about her condition. She did not want to bother him even more, so she lay peacefully in her bed. After the conversation, the Duke left the room with his butler. When he got into the carriage to leave on business, he suddenly thought that the main character came from the Blanchet family. The man could not understand how her family could so easily allow their daughter to stay on the Duke's estate. The guy didn't even know that cohabitation will be so difficult. While they were standing still, a white carriage drove past them, and long white hair appeared from the window. Escher, turning to the window, realized that these were the clergy who were heading towards Larietta. He was glad that they had arrived so quickly. And then he suddenly noticed that for some reason a smile appeared on his face. The Duke immediately embarrassedly covered his face with his hand, not understanding his reaction. They knocked on the main character's door, asking her if she was a patient. When the clergyman entered, Larietta began to look like a tomato. Her face was covered with a strong blush, and it was clear why, because in front of her was an incredibly beautiful man with long white hair and yellow eyes, like a cat's. He smiled at her and explained that they had come from the temple. Sitting on the bed next to his patient, the man introduced himself, calling himself Doha, a servant of the Alteon temple. The girl introduced herself in response. He did not hesitate, stretching out his hands to her head. Having stated that they would now begin treatment, such a gesture confused the main character, and she lowered her eyes to the floor. When the man touched her face, the same light appeared around them that appears when Lariette frees Escher from the curse. The girl involuntarily raised her eyes to Doha, who looked at her with a smile. While the treatment was taking place, he decided not to waste time and ask how the girl ended up here. She immediately found such a question very stupid and strange, but the man himself realized that it was rude, so he quickly asked her for forgiveness. Looking away, the cleric explained that because of the Duke's curse, everyone was shunned even in the temple where there was a clear hierarchy, adding that a low-ranking priest like him was often ignored. Larietta remembered that she had heard that this kind of wound occurs only among low-ranking priests who do not have money, because if they had, they would simply entrust the wound to another priest to heal. Having finished the treatment, the man said that that was all, continuing to sit next to the main character while she stretched her hands, saying that after the magic she felt a good effect. The girl understood that they had already paid for the treatment, but she still wanted to thank him. Larietta whispered to Doha, asking him to move closer to her just for a minute. He did not refuse and complied with the girl's request. She slowly put her hands on his forehead, and a familiar light appeared around them. The heroine was treating the man's wounds. All this confused her a little, and besides, it required much more mana than she expected. Having finished, the man's face looked stunned. He clearly did not expect that a magician was sitting in front of him. With his hand on his forehead, the priest noticed that what had just happened was amazing. And then a slightly creepy smile suddenly appeared on his face. He asked if Larietta was a healing magician, as if he was interested in this for some purpose. She, without having time to answer, received an unexpected offer from the priest to work for him as a personal healing magician. He assured that they would definitely agree on the price. These words confused the girl a little, because usually such priests have practically no money. Lariette replied that she was busy and couldn't. Then the man approached her, literally hovering over her. He asked if it was possible that she would help him later, because any time would suit him, just let her tell her. She replied that it was possible. Doha thought, this is for a promise. Smiling and looking at the girl with his yellow eyes, he added that, as a sign of gratitude, he would continue to treat the main character completely free of charge, and if she healed him, the man would repay her properly. Lariette considered this an advantageous offer and decided to agree. The priest was happy and then asked if they now have a good relationship, if they could become close friends. Approaching the girl more and more, Doha explained that he wanted this because he really liked the young lady. A sly grin adorned his face, but the heroine did not consider this behavior strange. She just thought that she had no such friends yet. It was, and before death it would be nice to experience friendship. Smiling, she wished herself and him good luck. He smiled back at her and asked the heroine to take care of him, still continuing to sit brazenly on her bed in a very strange position, even one might say obscene. After some time, when Doha had already left the estate, he was met at the temple of Alteon. The man at the entrance bowed to him, calling him the high priest Michael Dohavelian, which completely contradicted his stories to Larietta, because he complained about his extremely low status in the temple, which, according to apparently, the damnation is a lie. In the temple, the man was met by one of the other priests, who told him that he was tired when the high priest wandered wherever he pleased, and then suddenly noticed that the scar had suddenly disappeared from his forehead. Placing his hand on his forehead, Doha, with a surprised expression on his face, replied that a sorceress healer had done this to him. Apparently, it was still difficult for him to believe it. The red-haired man was shocked by such information, because it meant that the person had the same power as their high priest. He could not understand how this could be. Doha, grinning slyly, replied that from now on he was going to find out everything in detail about this girl and her power. At the same time, Escher returned back but was still sitting in the carriage and did not know whether he should go or not. He himself did not want to get out at all, but nevertheless he got out and headed to the estate. Raising his eyes to the sky, the man could not understand why he continued to feel that he had to go to Larietta when it was better not to do this. The Duke did not understand why he continued to take care of her. Approaching the doors, the main character suddenly leaned out, greeting Asher with a smile. When he saw her, he was significantly confused, because he did not expect this at all. The man realized that this was the first time someone met him at the threshold. Larietta looked at him with a smile, but he decided not to react to this, and asked her to move away. Squeezing inside, she, turning around with him at the same time, thanked Duke for a priest. And then unexpectedly, as she walked, she grabbed his hand, which caused him great surprise. The girl explained that in 2 days she would be completely healthy. After these words, Larietta put his hand on her forehead, making it clear that her fever had already subsided and she was much better, but Asher quickly pulled his hand away and answered with a short aha. He considered such an act shameless. Turning around, the Duke moved on, explaining to the heroine that there was no clause in the contract that would have stated the permissibility of affection, but the girl rushed after him, asking if he wanted to see her and if he had thought about her. He, blushing, turned away, saying that this had never happened, but it was not easy to fool her. The main character was very attentive to detail. The girl noticed his strange reaction and decided to ask again if he was thinking about her. Escher, continuing to blush, dryly answered that no. Then Larietta decided to ask why the Duke suddenly blushed. Without waiting for an answer, the main character decided to ask what the man would do tomorrow. Mr. Candle replied that he would sort out papers in the mansion, thinking that she wanted to cleanse herself tomorrow. But she had other plans. The girl was calling him on a date. Pulling out a ticket from somewhere, with a smile on her face, the heroine invited the Duke to go to the show with her. Apparently, she had taken care of purchasing tickets for both of them in advance. Asher, taking a closer look, asked what kind of piece of paper was in her hands. The girl was angered by such a question, because it was not just a piece of paper. This ticket was very difficult to get. Then, the man asked what exactly this show was. The heroine, delighted at even the slightest interest on his part, explained that this was a famous performance and a place in a premium box. In addition, tomorrow would be the last performance. Without even thinking, Asher briefly and clearly gave his answer. No, which immediately upset Larietta. She was interested in why he did not want to go there. The man did not explain that it was because of his curse. He was sure that as soon as he entered there, everyone would avoid him and also look at him with disgust. Kandel could not understand why Larietta took his curse so lightly. He needed to understand that not all people would react the way she reacts to him. He did not have the luxury of going to a public place. Stopping, Asher looked at the main character and asked once again if she was really not afraid of him. After which he explained that the rumors about the demon of war are not just fairy tales, because tens or hundreds of lives died at his hands. The girl, listening to this, looked a little scared and confused. He continued, saying that it is not at all surprising that other people are afraid of him, because a man is close to death, not only in the sense of smell, but also in actions. She understood all this. But for her, it was not so scary that she could run away. Swinging, Larietta hit Escher on the hand, which he did not expect from her at all. The Duke confusedly asked the heroine what she was doing, but Larietta apparently was very angry with him. Her fist was a little swollen from the blow, and she herself screamed about that she had just dared to attack Duke Kandel, wondering what he would do about it now. The girl also added that in addition, she usually looked at the gentleman's face and held his hand without his consent, and also called him by name. While the heroine presented all this to him, he looked extremely confused. Larietta was interested in one thing, whether he was going to kill her after all this. She could not understand why the man was talking about himself like that. Grabbing him by the coat, the heroine squeezed the fabric in her hand, asking what happened, because she was interested in a specific answer to her invitation, yes or no. If the latter, then a specific reason for the refusal. The main character was interested in one thing, whether Asher wanted to go to the show with her or not. This behavior really amazed the man. He did not expect this from the girl, so he silently listened to everything she said. After this, Larietta asked the gentleman not to worry about others and to think only about what he wanted to do himself, which he apparently had not done for a very long time. Turning around, the main character went to her room dissatisfied, asking Asher to say his answer tomorrow morning, since he cannot do it now, adding that if he refuses, then she will go to the show with a completely different guy. Kandel stood as if he had just been returned from heaven to earth. The man tried to understand whether Larietta was telling the truth or all this was nonsense, while his ears burned from the awkwardness of the whole situation. The next morning, apparently, the Duke nevertheless agreed to go to the performance with the main character, which she was incredibly happy about, because her request for a date was accepted. They had already managed to get to the lit place. Escher was the first to get out of the carriage and, like a true gentleman, helped the lady get out, offering his hand while she was shining like the sun. But suddenly, her leg turned upside down and the girl flew down. Duke Kandel managed to react, catching the heroine with one hand. It seemed as if Lariette had deliberately arranged this, because she was happy when she found herself in the man's arms and even managed to secretly hold his hand, for which he reprimanded her. She replied that this only happened because he caught her. Asher still stood his ground, saying not to do that again. When the man raised his head, he saw a huge number of people who were waiting for the start of the performance. The girl noticed. The way the Duke was shaking, it was clear that he was very nervous. Grabbing the man's hand, the main character pulled him along, smiling radiantly at him. She believed that he could go there because, besides, they had a private VIP box, so the girl asked him not to worry, holding his hand tightly. When the show finally started, they went to their seats and watched an incredible show with good actors that flew by. Coming out of the VIP box, the girl shared her admiration with Asher, talking about how fun she was now. He said that it was not bad, after which Larietta added how handsome the main character was. The Duke decided to ask if she really liked the prince, because in his eyes he looked extremely ugly, to which the heroine replied that she simply likes everything beautiful. After which she told the gentleman that she would go to the restroom, asking him to wait for her in the carriage. Having quickly done all the work, she headed back joyfully, thinking that now they would have dinner after a good day. But the girl suddenly heard someone calling out to her, calling her by her abbreviated name. Larietta recognized him. It was the Marquis Segre, who, putting on a smug grin, did not sincerely apologize for his rudeness. Noticing that the girl looked happy, while he himself was casually hugging some lady who was clearly not happy about it. The main character reminded him that she advised the man to avoid meeting her, preparing to cast a spell in order to intimidate him at least a little, but he looked extremely calm. The Marquis snapped his fingers, after which he stated that now Lariette does not understand what situation she is in. because even if she resists, her precious body should not be wasted, and at this time the girl is grabbed by a pair of hands. Two men gag her and forcibly hold her, while Segre says that he was waiting to meet her because he still cannot forget that humiliation that day. Coming closer, the Marquis touched her face with his palm, smilingly saying that since Lariette had become a commoner, should he make her his concubine, because since her appearance was so good, he promised to treat her with great tolerance. Without allowing the man to finish, something threw his hand away, and the heads of the two men behind the main character suddenly flew to the floor, while the girl did not move, being very frightened. It was Escher, standing next to her. The young duke explained that no matter how much he waited for Lariette, she still did not return, and now he was here to pick her up. After all, anyone who dares to touch what belongs to Mr. Candel will die. After which the man, looking down at her, suddenly turned to the girl, asking if she was disappointed in him after that. Lariette looked at him in confusion, not knowing what answer to give him. She could not collect her thoughts. The Marquis intervened in the conversation, asking Escher in a trembling voice whether he knew who he was. The Duke considered such behavior courageous, after which he looked straight into his eyes and asked if the Marquis was telling him this, looking at him with a murderous gaze. All he could do was hiccup in fear, because he was clearly too scared, and his situation right now was not the best. Larietta suddenly intervened in the conversation and stopped the young gentleman, asking him to wait, because the Marquis was now in front of him, and this situation would not lead to anything good. He answered with indifference that he was the Duke of Candel, but the heroine stood her ground, saying that it was nothing changes. The man could not understand why he should worry about this if he was recognized by the Emperor and he had his favor, because it is unlikely that he would get anything for taking the life of some Marquis. But Lariette didn't let him think. Grabbing his hand and pulling him towards the exit, asking him to just follow him and do it quickly, Dad hurriedly left the place. Already sitting in the carriage, while the main character was nervously trying to catch her breath, the Duke thought that he absolutely did not care about the Marquise. The main thing for him was to save the girl, after which he turned to her, asking if she was okay. She answered that no, because she was out of breath. Asher, turning away out the window, thought in his heart that now Lariette would definitely stop all relations with him, because she saw how cruel he could be. But since they were bound by a contract, so everything else would not matter to him. But it was not to be. The main character, smiling, praised the Duke, saying that it was cool, adding that he was even cooler than the main character in the play. Escher, hearing this, opened his mouth in surprise. After that, they drove in silence. Larietta thought that it was still not good to resort to violence so often. But here the girl agreed that it was only self-defense. The next day, the same priest came to see Larry because after going to the show, the heroine caught a cold again. The man asked if she was feeling better now, asking her to be careful, but the girl never thought that she would get sick again so quickly. Larietta decided to find out if it was possible to cure an incurable disease with the help of divine power. She looked a little excited and perhaps even nervous when asking about it. Doha, smiling sweetly, explained that an incurable disease is a disease that cannot be treated either by magic or by divine power, and if there is a possibility of treatment, then it is no longer called incurable. Then the heroine was upset, realizing that apparently everything will die anyway. But then the man, smiling even wider, added that it was possible that a person with such a disease could be cured by divine power equal to the power of His Holiness the Pope, who Doha was. But Larietta did not know this. Using his abilities, the priest saw that the main character's mana chain was curved. This is a rare case that happens to people with an excess of unbalanced and uncouth mana. This girl, from what Doha saw, would not die, but would suffer from bone pain all her life, and the healing would not be easy, but it would not take much time either. Looking at her, Doha knew that Larietta was a very useful wizard, so he didn't mind spending a little money on her. Therefore, he offered help to the girl, saying that he would help her recover periodically. Upon hearing this, she exclaimed joyfully, saying that she would be very grateful to him for his help, and then he suddenly asked her for forgiveness for something. And after that, he sharply pulled Larietta into his arms. She didn't even have time to come to her senses as she was in his strong grip. And then he reached even closer to her, carefully leaving, apparently, a healing kiss on her lips. The light again illuminated the room around them. The man carefully held the heroine by the head, with his magic trying to slowly heal her from the inside, and then, carefully moving away, he declared that that was all for today. While the girl was blushing like a tomato, Doha added that the procedure would need to be repeated several times. to which Larietta responded with a quiet "thank you." Smiling, the priest asked if the main character could help him as a sign of gratitude, slowly extending his hand to her. The man rolled up the sleeve of his shirt, showing a large wound. Noticing it, the girl gasped in surprise at what she saw. Touching her with her hands, Larietta asked how Doha could have suffered so much. He replied that it happened. At the same time, the room was illuminated with a bright light. The wound instantly healed. The priest, looking at this, thought that his theories had been confirmed after all. Now he was glad that he got hurt and was able to check it. The main character, plopping down on the bed from fatigue, stated that, oddly enough, it took too much mana. Doha thanked her, in general. It was not surprising that the girl spent so much mana on him because he is a high priest. The man, having pulled out a precious stone from somewhere, gave it to Larietta, saying that this was his payment for help. She could not understand where he got it from. He replied that he had picked it up, which of course was a lie. He did not expect such a strong surprise, and the main character did not expect such a payment for just one treatment. So she stated that she would treat him as a regular client. The girl asked Doha to remember that for him, there is no other sorceress that he can visit except her. Such a statement made him laugh, after which his face changed a little, as if it had become more cunning, and he willingly agreed with the heroine, as if he had been waiting for this. Now Doha would not let her go and would not let her escape. The next day, Lariette, walking along the corridors, met the butler there. He wished her good morning and asked if she was looking for the gentleman. She confirmed his guesses and asked if the man knew where Escher was now. He explained that the Duke had returned late and is now sleeping, which upset the lady. But then he made her happy, asking if she could wake up Asher. She only asked if she really could do this. The butler, smiling joyfully, replied that of course it was possible, while he himself was thinking about how happy he would be if Lariette not only woke up the master, but also married him. As a result, he explained to her the route to Asher's bedroom, after which, nervously, she went there, because she had never been there before, and it was a little awkward. When she got to the bedroom, the girl carefully opened the door and was surprised at how huge the room was. Approaching the Duke's bed, Larietta wished him good morning. The man reluctantly raised his head from the pillow, apparently hearing a familiar voice, but barely understood who was in front of him. Taking a closer look, Asher realized that the main character was standing above him. Squinting, he asked why she was here, while he himself was finally trying to recover from sleep. The girl, sitting next to him on the edge of the bed, explained that at the moment it would be best to carry out the cleansing in the bedroom, offering to finish quickly, but he could not understand what she meant. Larietta, smiling, explained that from that day on she would cleanse his upper body, and the curse is cleared if the heroine touches bare skin. The man was surprised to hear this. Approaching him, the heroine advised him to undress. While he moved away, then the girl asked if she should undress him herself. Asher, wildly embarrassed, replied that there was no need and began to unbutton his shirt. Having taken it off himself, the man looked away, feeling incredibly awkward. His whole body was in bandages, while Larietta joyfully looked at him. Looking up at her, the man asked if he needed to take off the bandage too. She, embarrassed, replied that it should touch bare skin. Then Asher began to look like a tomato. But he did not hesitate and quickly got rid of the bandage. Larietta, seeing his enchanted body, was shocked by what she saw. The Duke, in turn, immediately averted his eyes because he felt extremely awkward. The girl was shocked because now she realized that the curse was really very strong. Holding out her hand to it, the heroine finally offered to start. Gently touching his chest, Lariette began to talk about how the curse was so great that she could not finish it all at once, but she would try hard. Asher, slightly covering his mouth with his hand, looked away, thinking that she was too close to him, which made him more and more overcome with embarrassment every second. But suddenly stopping, the main character realized that she had spent too much mana. Now I felt only weakness. Lariette collapsed with lightning speed onto the Duke's chest, and he, frightened, called out to her, because it seemed that at first everything was going well. Lying on his chest with her eyes closed, the girl explained to the man that she had so little mana left because she healed the Reaper yesterday. Listening to this, Asher was wildly embarrassed by the situation and extremely confused. But Larietta continued to talk about how she was able to make friends with him and asked if she could help him from time to time if it did not interfere with the purification. The Duke only asked if she did the same with him, but she did not understand what she was talking about. He says, and then the man thought that the priest is usually a woman and told the heroine to do as she wants. After that, he received an unexpected question from a girl who opened her eyes for a couple of seconds. She was interested in when he would finally fall in love with her. After that, Lariette collapsed on his lap from powerlessness. The man did not even have time to react to her question. He angrily clenched his fist, apparently blaming himself a little for her condition. Later, Asha began, for some reason, to avoid the main character while she ran around the entire estate in search of him. But this did not bring her any success. Sitting at a table and drinking tea, Lariette shared her experiences, saying that the Duke continued to avoid her. She could not understand whether she had really put too much pressure on him then. It embarrassed her. She told all this to her new friend Doha, who listened to her carefully because they became good friends while they were looking for Esha. And the girl noticed that Doha was quite good at giving love advice, looking at him. She was sure that this man had dated many girls, and he noticed Larietta's gaze, saying so with a smile. Then the priest decided to advise something interesting. To make Asha jealous, while Doha carefully took a strand of the main character's hair, looking at her with a grin. Slowly twirling his hair around his finger, he looked seductively at the girl, adding that there is not a single man who can resist the sight of his beloved with another. Larietta replied that she did not have a suitable partner, thinking that she had never had a boyfriend, as well as male friends because of her ex-fiancé, so everything is complicated with this. Unable to bear the girl's incompetence, Doha put his hand on the back of her head and pulled her towards him, leaving millimeters between their faces, looking into the heroine's eyes. He explained to her that he was also a man, hinting at his candidacy. Holding her head, Doha managed to talk to her and treat her at the same time. The girl was very surprised by this. And the jealous operation didn't seem such a bad idea for her. The heroine even thought about it for a couple of seconds. She introduces herself to Asha, who begs her not to leave him, as he asks if she wants to see him go crazy without her. This look stuck in Larietta's head, and she was even a little embarrassed by her own thoughts. But on the other hand, the heroine understood how bad it would be for Esha himself, because he would be in a bad state because of this. Therefore, she told the priest that she would try to get out of this situation on her own, thanking him for his help. The girl was confident that she could seduce the Duke on her own, mentally asking him to wait. Late at night, when Asha was returning from his important business, trying to quietly and carefully open the front door, a female voice suddenly called out to him. It was Larietta, sitting on the steps of the estate and looking at him with an extremely dissatisfied look. She looked like a mother who had been waiting for her son for a long time from a walk and was now going to reprimand him in front of everyone for his bad behavior. Asher was scared and surprised when he saw the girl. He asked why she was still not sleeping. The main character nervously replied that she was waiting for him because such a busy face is very difficult to see in recent days. Rising from the steps, Larietta walked up to him, raised her head to look into his eyes. Now she was thinking that it was time for them to dot all the points. And the girl decided to remind him of the agreement regarding walks twice a week, asking if he had forgotten he's talking about this. Asher couldn't understand whether he was feeling sick right now from the pain in his stomach, or whether it was somewhere in his heart. But he understood one thing for sure. When a man stands in front of the main character, he feels very strange, which is why he avoided her all these days. Now Asher doesn't want to feel even more strange, so he decided to invite her to take a walk in the garden tomorrow before taking his eyes off her. Looking at the Duke, Lariette began to understand that she was the only one who clings to this relationship, thinking that everything will be fine with him as long as she cleanses him. But she also needs to think about herself, because there is not much time left. Before in death, she does not want to submit and give up as she did before. Putting on a smile, the girl suggested that Asher must be very busy lately if he comes home so late. And then the heroine added that he didn't have to force himself to walk with her and eat food together, after which she smiled again and, calling him Duke, said that he was busy, and she was only distracting him with all this. Hearing Larietta call him Duke, Asher opened his eyes in shock, because previously she had only called him by his name. What happened now? But he did not answer her, while the girl said that she would go to eat with her priest friend, adding that she would skip these violations regarding walks and dinners, allowing the Duke to devote himself to work. The man did not know what to say, while the heroine's lips trembled treacherously. Turning around, she quickly walked up the stairs to her room, leaving Asher alone with himself. In the room, lying on the bed, Larietta reread her plans for the rest of her life, looking at the notebook that her father gave her, just as at that time he gave Rayon a sword with precious stones. The main character recalled how her brother talked about how his skin got very tanned on a trip to the west. He joyfully shared about how good the air was there, what the water was, and even the wonderful people. Lariette was a little upset by the fact that she herself had never been on any trip, although she really wanted to. The girl recalled how everything was always discussed without her. Now she couldn't understand why she couldn't do what she wanted, even before her death. And the reason why the heroine so wanted to enter into a relationship was that she wanted to bring at least some happy memories with you. But this is a burden for Escher, which is strange because he never expressed hostility when he was next to Lariette. On the contrary, the eyes with which he looked at her while watching the performance made the situation even more complicated. Now, lying with her head in the pillow, the main character was thinking about how lonely she felt, trying to figure out what to do with herself in the end. At this time, Doha, who was changing out of his clothes into regular clothes, showed off his scars that covered his entire body. His partner reminded him that he had been wearing the clothes of low-level priests too often lately. Joshua, that was the name of the subordinate, thought it was strange that a man with amazing success in status advancement and superior divine power would need something else, but he only asked if everyone else was wearing it. Ignoring the question, the guy asked if the high priest was going to meet with that sorceress healer again. At the same time, Doha was tying a neat ponytail on his head, holding a hair tie in his teeth. He answered a short yes. Joshua was worried because he heard that this girl serves Duke Candel, and if the identity of the Pope is revealed, it will be a real shame for the church. But he was only amused by this. He asked if he was so easy to catch. But the guy was still nervous, and decided to ask if the man could just lead them to the Temple of Alteon, because who would refuse to serve the next Pope? But Doha just raised his shoulders and replied that he was an ordinary person. Turning around, the man went out. Joshua did not argue with him further because apparently Mikhail was very interested in this. But the high priest suddenly thought that it was not that he knew nothing about Lariette. She is the eldest daughter of the Duke of Blanche, the bride of the Marquis of Segre, whose recent actions are very alarming. She has excellent healing abilities and a huge reserve of mana. It was clear that she was a purification sorceress by the way she was attached to Duke Candle, who longed to be cleansed of the curse. It is clear that the Duke will not spare money on the purification magician, and Lariette, in turn, as he thinks, is in love with Escher and is trying to get his attention. Sitting in the carriage, Doha, with a sly grin on his face, thought that it would not be so easy for the main character to make her his healing magician, and to flirt when the relationship is shallow. He would need to try to do all this on his own, especially since Larietta is too. She really liked him, but he couldn't figure out how to seduce her. Approaching the Esheru estate, the door of the priest's carriage suddenly opened, and the excited main character appeared in front of him, who first asked if he had free time today. He replied that yes, wondering why she should know this. At this time, the girl was all ready. She sat in his transport and asked him to spend time with her, go out to eat and go shopping. Larietta explained that she and he were starting a jealousy operation. Apparently, she was already too desperate and did not know what to do next, except to resort to this plan. Smiling slyly, Doha happily agreed, as if this was all he had been waiting for the last days. His prey itself fell into his clutches and agreed to his strange plan. He definitely, trying to seduce Larietta, invited her on a date under the pretext of an operation. But for some reason the layman's clothes suddenly caught fire, and he was left with only underpants with teddy bears, in front of a huge crowd of people. And Doha and Larietta, who was holding his hand for some unknown reason, suddenly ran away, as if they had done something for which they could be immediately accused. But we did not yet know what the specific reason for everything that happened was. Going back in time, exactly 10 minutes, when the main character and the priest were peacefully waiting for their dessert to be served, the man was indignant at why it had not yet been brought to them, while the girl explained that this needed additional time. Sitting on a bench, Larietta decided to find out if Doka liked desserts, to which he replied that he liked sweets. The girl suddenly decided to ask why he was being treated by her, because she believed that there was some kind of catch. The priest explained that, usually, he tries not to get hurt. Although in fact, making a confused and slightly sad face, he explained that they were allegedly forced by the high priest, who ordered the lower workers to be treated outside the temple. Hearing about this, Larietta gave him a thumbs up. She could hardly hold back tears from such a story and asked her friend not to worry, adding that he could tell her if his boss bothered him in the future, promising to take revenge on him. Doha found this answer very interesting because his divine power is huge, but he has the same amount of mana, and the way she promises to take revenge on the high priest, having no idea how great his power is, looks a little funny. The man was curious how far his interest would go, so he happily agreed to the offer of revenge on his face, which made Larietta very happy, from which she immediately began to offer options such as setting fire to clothes or hanging them on a tree, saying that she would do anything that she could, for which the priest thanked her. Doha understood that she could even use elemental magic and really hoped that nothing would happen from his words, which turned the temple into an enemy, thinking that these were just words. At the same time, they walked along the streets and looked at different shop windows until the girl noticed something interesting. The brooch with jewelry that was lying with the others on the store window. Larietta immediately thought that it would suit Escher well. While she was thinking, Doka came up to her from behind, putting his hand on her back, which made the heroine scared. The man asked what she was looking at there. She immediately became embarrassed and replied that it was nothing. Turning to him, she smiled and said that she was just looking at the jewelry in the window, and then added that there was something that would suit him well, saying that he wanted to come in and ask the price. The priest, with a smile on his face, said that she can go, although he himself thought that he had absolutely no use for this decoration, after which Larietta immediately rushed to the store. Doka, walking nearby, accidentally touched someone with his shoulder. Without saying anything, he simply straightened his clothes and walked on with a calm look. But then he heard the voice of a guy who began shouting that the lower priest did not even apologize to the elder, asking, "Does Doha know who he is?" calling himself a talented person who was able to become a layman in just 5 years. The man calmly asked him not to itch under his ear and go where he was originally going, but the guy was struck by such a tone, and he even asked what he had just been told. Grabbing the priest by the collar, the layman began to shout that he did not even know that there were such individuals who were not afraid of their superiors, because he did not even know who was really standing in front of him. Doha was running out of patience. He just stood peacefully and thought about what he should do with him. Maybe just kill him, because if they use a lot of divine power at the level of the high priest, they can burn people to death. But he didn't want to reveal his true identity yet, because there are many eyes here and there are many ways to deal with this guy. But for now, he thought about not resisting. The high priest, bowing, apologized to the supposedly elder, although it was the other way around, and said that he had made a mistake, who at that time was watching him with a grin on his face, asking if he was finally coming to his senses. But the layman was not happy for long, because after a couple of seconds his clothes literally caught fire on their own. The guy looked at the hem with confused eyes and didn't know what to do, so he started screaming, and the whole street showed his underpants with teddy bears. Thereby he was disgraced by a huge crowd. Doha, seeing this, opened his eyes wide, because he understood that this was not his doing. Then he heard a familiar voice and someone quickly pulled his hand. With a smile on her face, Larietta pulled him along with her. It was clear that she had tried, judging by her joyful reaction and how hastily she decided to flee the scene of the crime. Finally, having reached an alley where there were no people, they disappeared in a bend. The man immediately asked what the girl had done. She, trying to catch her breath with a smile on her face, replied that she had warned her that she would take revenge. He looked at her in confusion for a couple of seconds, apparently thinking that Larietta was not saying this seriously. She added that she would not give up if her friend got into trouble and asked him not to worry, but the man tried to restrain himself until the last. But in the end, he laughed loudly, covering his face with his hands. The main character noticed that Doha was laughing like a real villain. He was amused by this situation. Laying his head on the girl's shoulder, he asked what he should do with her because it was so interesting. Raising his voice and putting his hand around her neck, smiling slyly, the man said that this was so interesting to him that he wanted to have her completely. Asher, sitting in his room, was furious with the news that the butler reported to him, saying that Lariette had been walking with the priest all day today. Only now it dawned on him that the priest was a man and not a woman, as he thought previously. The butler warned the Duke that if he continued in the same spirit, the girl and her new friend could really develop into something more than just friendship between a man and a woman. And now, standing in the middle of his room, Candle began to understand this, because now he is completely unaware of the stage to which the relationship between Larietta and Doha has reached. Asher tried to convince himself that even if they became lovers, it would have nothing to do with him. The guy imagined how the priest and the main character went for walks together, at the end of which they kissed sweetly. Sitting on the bed and covering his face with his hands, the Duke tried to get it into his head that the sorceress was just the person who cleared his curse, nothing more. And their conversations about dates were also not forever. His head was spinning. Asher couldn't get through to himself and understand that the main character was only clearing his curse, and he shouldn't expect anything more from her. It wasn't clear to him why he didn't want to retreat because of the strange feelings in his stomach twisted. Looking at his hands with eyes full of disappointment in himself, he could not understand who even needed a monster like him, because the sorceress only sympathized with him and simply consoled him, so he thought. So he decided that there was no point in hesitating. Sitting at the dinner table, Lariette suddenly asked why Escher suddenly called her. He explained that he wanted to talk after a long break. The girl responded with feigned surprise that it seemed that the Duke's employment had been decided, but she herself was thinking about whether it had worked strategy of jealousy. At the same time, looking at his stunning face and holding back so as not to start complimenting him, the main character thought that she could conquer the entire universe with such beauty. But suddenly, he turned to her and asked how she was doing. Lariette panicked a little and, blushing, explained that she had been spending all this time with her friend. Looking up at him, she expected Asher to be jealous of her because she was with another guy. But the Duke, looking away, answered coldly and clearly with disinterest, as if he was asking simply out of politeness and he did not care at all about what she said. Then Lariette decided to move on, warning that Doha would arrive this afternoon, saying that she would be with him in her room and asked the Duke not to worry if anything happened. But even here he was adamant and replied that he didn't care. Then the main character, taking the fork and putting it in her mouth, looked up at him and embarrassedly asked if he would even be jealous of her, because this is what she had been trying to achieve all this time. Asher, slowly turning in her direction and looking at her incredibly sweet face, suddenly blushed all over and could barely restrain himself, thinking about what answer to give Larietta. But then he immediately answered her that he was not jealous and that he didn't care, adding that the main thing for him was that this did not affect the quality of the purification process. The main character, in response to this, sighed in disappointment, picking at her food with a fork because she was expecting a completely different answer. After which she abruptly stood up from the table, which surprised the Duke, and explained that she had absolutely no appetite, saying that they would see each other next time during the purification process, after which she left the dining room. Sometime later, Larietta met with Doka, who updated his image a little by putting on glasses. He caringly asked the girl what had happened to her. She, sitting on the bed, replied that she was sorry. The man looked at her with an insidious smile, thinking that naturally all this would not work for Duke Candle. But this cold-blooded man would envy him later, because now the priest could only seduce the heroine and make her his man. Sitting down next to her, Doha asked Larietta not to be upset about all this, lightly putting his arm around the girl's shoulder and looking at her with a sympathetic gaze. The main character, looking up at him, suddenly thought that the man had come here for her sake, and here she was just crying about her problems, so she decided to ask what kind of glasses he was wearing. Having added that with this image, Doha looks very much like a librarian, which suits him, the same one suddenly stated that he seemed to urgently need to write something because this feeling could not leave him. What the priest is talking about now is prophecy, that ability that only the most outstanding believers possess, and it is also an important factor in choosing a pope, and the current state of Doha is a sign of such ability. Switching the topic, the man asked if the main character really liked his image today. The girl answered him, calling him handsome and adding that absolutely everything suits him. After these words, Doha suddenly pulled Larietta towards him by the waist. Their faces were intimately close to each other. The priest carefully held the heroine's hand with one hand and hugged her waist with the other. Looking the girl straight in the eyes, he asked if they would begin treatment. At the same time, Asher, sitting in his office, argued with the butler, saying that it was useless to interfere in this, apparently speaking about the main character and Doha. The man noticed that the young lady seemed offended to him, adding that if the situation ended like this, then the Duke was in vain in inviting her to breakfast. Earlier, before breakfast, Escher even asked the cooks to remove all the cucumbers from the food for the sorceress, which the butler was very surprised, because it was the first time his master had ordered changes in food for strangers. Asher must be experiencing emotional fluctuations. Since he was cursed, he stayed away from people, so it was difficult for him to feel emotions now. Looking at the guy, the man really hoped that he would be happy, so he decided to advise him to stop hiding his true feelings. Having heard this, he was slightly confused, but the butler turned around and got ready to leave, adding before leaving that the priest had arrived at the mansion again, inviting Candle to go and see it all for himself. He also advised him not to think about anything other than his heart. At this time, Asher did not know how to respond to such advice. He did not know what his heart was telling him, but he insisted to himself that he should not experience jealousy or anything like that in general, because in his opinion, he could not fall in love with someone. When they cursed him, they said that he would forever symbolize torn flesh. This was a woman who apparently was a witch. Asher experienced all this as a little boy, who was told that the smell of rotting corpses would fill the rooms in which he would be. And since then, nothing has ever touched his heart. The Duke nevertheless decided to listen to the butler's advice and visit Larietta and her new friend, slowly walking towards her room. Approaching the room, in the slightly open door, he saw Doha holding the main character by the face. From the back, it looked like a kiss. But Asher did not know the whole situation, so when he saw all this, he opened his eyes in shock. Rushing into the room, he grabbed the priest by the hand, tearing him away from Larietta. He was angry, while the girl was frightened by such harshness, and Doha himself clearly did not expect this. The Duke's eyes were fierce and full of hatred towards this man, and in an orderly tone, he ordered him to take his hands off the heroine. Doha was not afraid. He, with burning eyes, greeted Escher, while Larietta could not understand what kind of situation suddenly began to develop in this room, because the situation was extremely tense. The priest was mentally glad that he was wearing glasses today, because it would be unpleasant if his identity was revealed so quickly. Raising his hands, he showed that he was not going to conflict with him in any way, while Asher looked extremely threatening from the side, and the main character, I was even a little scared. Doka immediately began to calm Larietta down, calling her by her abbreviated name. She was really worried, but the man tried to convince her that everything was fine. The girl explained that her friend was only treating her, and nothing like that had happened between them. Asher, seeing how the priest put his arm around her shoulder and called her Larry, understood that no matter how you looked at it, this did not look like just a friendly relationship. He looked up at the Duke, looking at him like a sly fox, while he stroked Lariette on the head. Candle could not stand it and announced to the priest that he was free and could finally leave. He, obediently getting out of bed, went out without even arguing, leaving the room. He could not understand whether the Duke was not heartless. Adjusting his glasses with a grin on his face, the man thought that the story was becoming more and more interesting every day. But he was not going to give up. Asher, sitting down on the bed next to Larietta, was as silent as she, because both did not know what to say in such situations. But suddenly, the main character spoke, reminding the Duke that he said that he was not jealous of her. The girl herself blushed slightly. She looked a little nervous. Hanging his head, Candle answered her with silence, while he himself thought that he was too emotional. The guy even asked himself whether he was really jealous of the main character, because Asher often began to think that her kindness might go to someone to another. This makes everything boil inside him. Now, looking at her, the Duke was thinking that he did not want Lariette to hate him, that he did not want to hurt her. After thinking through all the feelings and thoughts, Asher suddenly realized that he wanted this girl to be his, because he turned away from her and ignored his true feelings. The main character suddenly asked what she should do, and whether she could drink Doha together. For some reason, she asked permission from the Duke. He turned to her, was silent for a couple of seconds, as if thinking, and then asked her not to do it. Blushing, Asher asked Larietta not to leave, as if he had been thinking about and holding this request on his tongue for so long that it finally came out of his mouth. And then he continued to say that he didn't even imagine that his heart could beat so hard. The man explained that his eyes are always focused on the main character, and he thinks about her, even if he doesn't want to. Lowering his head, Asher admitted that thinking that Larietta was now somewhere with another man, he wanted to cut off his hand, which was touching the girl. Hearing this, the main character opened her mouth in surprise, continuing to listen to the Duke's confessions, because she never thought that she would hear such a thing. And then Asher, looking up, admitted that if all these were signs of jealousy, then yes, he was insanely jealous of her for everyone. Reaching out his hand to her face, the man understood that he was a spoiled monster, because he was afraid to even touch the heroine, for fear of harming her. So he stopped himself in the middle of the path, and did not allow himself to touch Lariette. He continued, saying that he had a certain feeling as if he was lost, not understanding where exactly and in what way. Strange sensations haunted him. But still, Asher decided to ask the main character if her proposal for a romantic relationship was valid, and then he confessed to her that he liked her. After listening to everything that the Duke had just told her, the girl opened her eyes in shock, trying to digest what she had just heard. And then she smiled joyfully, a blush adorned her cheeks, and she herself gave him a positive answer to his question about the relationship, after which she threw herself into his arms, which he did not expect. Embarrassingly hugging Larietta, the man blushed heavily, and his heart was beating like mad, moving slightly away from him. The main character, with a smile on her face, declared that she would look forward to their future relationship with great impatience. Asher could only quietly answer that he was waiting for the same thing as she was. He could not digest the situation and believe that all this was happening to him. After all this was the first time for him, the experience of giving and receiving love. The man could not believe that such a moment had come for him. Each of them was now thinking about their own, one heart, but their dreams were different. Larietta dreamed of spending these 3 months with a twinkle, and he was already making huge plans for the future, wanting to renovate the garden, because he thought that his girlfriend was in this house will live the rest of his life. After some time, the main character decided to present Escher with a list of plans that they could carry out together. She expected an opinion and a proposal. He asked what this list was. The girl explained that they would have to carry out these points together with him. But Asher thought that in these points there are so many things that he cannot do because of his damned body. Having looked through everything, he began to leaf through the notebook further, trying to find something else. But the girl suddenly stopped him, not allowing it to happen. Looking at him, she explained that there was nothing important further there, but the man did not expect Larietta to stop him so abruptly. At this time, her heart almost jumped out of her chest, because further on the pages there was a list of her wishes, and she did not want him to find out that his girlfriend was terminally ill as soon as they started dating. Seeing the crossed-out item on the notebook, namely the completed city tour, the man immediately tensed because he knew very well who exactly Lariette was with that day, assuming that it seemed like they had a lot of fun that day. The main character immediately began to make excuses, saying that this was just a wish list and not a list of what she wanted to try with her boyfriend. Then the man suggested, turning away, that she did not have to fulfill these points with him. Then, in response to this, Larietta laughed loudly and then apologized to Asher, saying that he is very cute when he is so jealous of her. He could not believe his ears because he had never heard anyone call him cute. And then, looking him straight in the eyes and blushing a little, she said in a quiet voice that she wanted to fulfill all these points only with her boyfriend, asking if he liked it. Before he had time to say that he needed to prepare the carriage, the girl rushed to hug him, rejoicing like a child and saying that she liked everything so much. After some time, they were already in the best boutique of the empire. Lariette was incredibly glad that they went to the city together, considering it very nice. All the clothes in the store were very beautiful, but everything in it would never be affordable for her. Now the main character was wearing a dress of incredible beauty, in which she looked like a living doll. Going out in such an outfit to the Duke, she decided to ask how he liked it. When he saw his girlfriend in this dress, he simply silently opened his mouth in surprise. The store workers helped them choose which of the dresses suited the girl best, but she was also interested in Escher's opinion. But he only answered that she didn't need to choose any of them. After all, Duke Candle was preparing to buy Lariette everything that she liked, which he reported to her directly, and he was also ready to buy her all the jewelry that the main character's attention fell on. And he really did it. Asher kept his word and bought everything that the girl tried on, so they rode home in a carriage, which was completely furnished with boxes with various things and decorations. But Lariette suddenly decided to ask why he didn't answer her earlier. The man didn't understand what answer exactly she was talking about now. The girl, poking his finger in the stomach, replied that she was now talking about the dress, because in the boutique the heroine asked if it suited her, but now she suddenly got distracted when she continued poking him body with a finger. Escher, turning away in embarrassment, quietly answered briefly and beautifully, as if he was extremely embarrassed to say it, although he himself thought that the way Lariette looked in the dress was so beautiful that he had already forgotten. But she was indignant, saying that she had already too late, because the Duke insulted her, and then continued to quickly poke him in the side, saying that if she was beautiful, then he should tell her so without any delay. The way the heroine touched him caused a wave of embarrassment in the guy, so he quickly grabbed the girl's hand, thereby trying to stop her and this torture. Holding her hand, Asher looked straight into her eyes and finally, gathering his strength, told her that she was really very beautiful. The man was damn close to her. The distance between their faces was insignificant. Lariette, narrowing her eyes and blushing, asked if he honestly thought she was beautiful, and then suddenly asked him to kiss him. Such a request greatly embarrassed the Duke, But the main character, with her hand on his shoulders, was completely ready for the upcoming kiss, which cannot be said about Escher. There were only a few seconds left before their kiss, but suddenly the coachman's voice was heard, who said that they had arrived at the place, wondering where to move the luggage. So the couple suddenly froze, opening their eyes at each other, which made Asher wildly embarrassed. As soon as the carriage door opened, he immediately rushed away, leaving Larietta alone, surprised by his behavior and not understanding what had just happened. A few days later, the main character, beautifully dressed for a meal, sadly thought that since their unsuccessful kiss, there had been no progress in their relationship. When she sat down at the table, Asher carefully straightened her table, although the girl herself understood that it was not much different from what it was before the start of their relationship. She was sad that she had so little time left to live. And the Duke was also making her wait like a little girl. When the man sat down in his place, Lariette, making an innocent and sweet face, said that she would be crazy with happiness if Asher fed her. She tried to take the first steps towards him, which he himself did not dare to do. After this, the girl added that she wanted to receive love from her lover today, but the Duke could not understand why she needed this, because she seemed to have both hands in order and she could easily eat on her own. But still, he thought about that he would not refuse her. Having put a piece of salad on his fork, Asher carefully and slowly brought the treat to his girlfriend, offering her to eat. She immediately leaned forward, quickly swallowing the small greens, while the man looked at her with a smile. And then Lariette suddenly rushed to hug him, smiling and talking about how kind the Duke was, adding that he was the best man. This embarrassed him very much. And when the girl hugged him even tighter, he looked like a ripe tomato and was literally burning with shame. So he quickly got up from the table, saying that he still had a lot of work, warning that he would leave first. Asher, without listening to his girlfriend, hurried to leave while she tried to stop him for at least a couple of minutes, but the man only hastily said goodbye to her. This situation amazed both the heroine and the butler. And only now it suddenly dawned on Larietta that, apparently, Mr. Candle only needed platonic love from her. Realizing this, the girl put her head on the table and hit it with her fists, because this was a real disaster for her, but in this she was, I'm not completely sure yet. A few days later, the main character visited Escher's bedroom, opening the door slightly. She told him that she had come to carry out cleansing. Walking into the room, she thought that even if she didn't have much time, and Asher didn't like her touch, she would just have to come to terms with it. Because what kind of love is it if it brings discomfort and suffering? Smiling sweetly at him, the heroine said that today they would work on the upper body. The Duke, embarrassedly unbuttoning his shirt, was already ready for this, so he slowly got rid of the fabric on his chest, while Larietta, smiling, thought about what a hot, handsome man was standing in front of her. When the man finished with his clothes, he sat quietly on the sofa, saying that he was ready to begin. He, of course, was still embarrassed by the situation because his girlfriend would be so close to him, and besides, touching his bare chest. Lariette, approaching him, bent over his body and carefully began cleansing with one hand, while Asher mentally tried to distract himself from unnecessary thoughts and think a little about something else. But suddenly, the main character stopped and leaned her elbows on his chest. The man immediately, worried, began to ask her if she was okay. The girl quietly answered that she was better than she was the last time. Looking up at Asher with a tired look, blushing slightly, Larietta said that she was still dizzy, and then asked if she could hug him. He, looking straight into her eyes, blushing wildly, explained that it was very difficult for him to restrain himself. It was not entirely clear what exactly the man was talking about. Looking away and taking the heroine by the shoulders, Candel explained that it was better for them to keep their distance because, according to him, he can be somewhat impatient, but Larietta abruptly grabbed his hand. Looking into his eyes again, the girl excitedly replied that he did not need to endure, saying that he could do as he wanted. When the Duke heard this, something seemed to click in his head. With lightning speed, in one movement, Asher threw the main character onto the sofa, hovering over her. Both of them looked embarrassed by this situation, and the man asked her again whether he could really do as he himself wanted. He wanted to make sure that Larietta really wouldn't mind if Candel did whatever he wanted with her. Looking at him, the girl was thinking that she just wanted to get an ordinary kiss from him, and now the situation took on a different character. The heroine had a clear feeling that she was about to be eaten because Asher was literally hanging over her, his powerful body, intermittent breathing, and this look as if full of desire. He unexpectedly, gently took her hand and began to cover the girl's hand with neat kisses. Larietta literally burned with shame and decided to return him from heaven to earth by calling out, thereby stopping him not halfway. Snatching her hand from his grip, the girl pressed it to her face and quietly apologized to the man, looking into his sea-blue eyes. Asher, looking at her, seemed to be trying to collect his thoughts and give himself a stop signal so that this would not turn into something stupid and reckless. Helping Lariette up, gently taking her by the shoulders, he asked her not to do that again in the future, to which she replied that she would not touch him so thoughtlessly again. The Duke explained to her that next time he would not be able to let her go as easily as he did this time, advising her to remember this well. Upon hearing this, the heroine promised that she would do so, and the man apologized for frightening her. As Asher began to get dressed, he suddenly thought that he should also be more careful because he could not know what would happen next time. One of the following days, when they had another meeting, Duke Candel greatly underestimated Lariette because she, practically sitting on top of him, without much shame, offered to do what they had not finished last time. And the girl apparently took the first step, leaving a long-awaited sweet kiss on his lips. But how exactly this happened, we can only find out if we read their story further. The whole story began in the morning. A few days after the cleansing procedure, Lariette suddenly wanted Asher to take her to a restaurant on a date, inviting him to look at a selection from her list. But the Duke refused her this, explaining that even going to a restaurant with his girlfriend would be a very difficult task for him because of his curse. And all this is because of the eyes that see him as a monster and are wary of the curse, so Asher, with sadness in his eyes, apologized to the main character. Being the beloved of the monster Duke, the girl would have to give up a lot now, looking at her bright face. He was very sorry that he could not let her go so easily. But Larietta, having gathered her strength, smiled radiantly at him and replied that lovers should be attentive to each other, regardless of the situation. Therefore, she decided to come up with something else. She already had all sorts of ideas in her head. The girl decided to tell Asher that the place for their date did not matter. The only important thing would be that they would spend this time together. After hearing this, Asher smiled joyfully. While they were discussing this, the Duke completely forgot about his business. So Lariette decided to remind him of this. Throwing him out the door and saying that he would be late for the palace, he agreed, adding that he would return to her very soon. He thought that he would quickly finish his work and go home. They would have dinner together, and then, while drinking alcohol, they would talk about something interesting at a leisurely pace. Asher planned to ask his lover how her day went without him, and whether she had adjusted well to this place, and also ask what kind of alcohol and snacks she liked best. He was going to do just that, but this meeting, where the man sat for an hour, turned out to be too long and tedious. Therefore, Escher decided to directly ask everyone sitting there how long they were going to engage in this useless argument. The men, hearing this, instantly fell silent. Even the emperor himself suddenly fell silent. But one of those sitting suddenly became indignant. He was outraged by the Duke's boorish behavior, especially in front of his majesty, and even angrily hit the table with his fists. Asher, crossing his arms over his chest, understood that the father of his beloved was now in front of him. He could not understand whether he should now ignore what had just been addressed to him, or whether he should do something. But judging by the man's reaction, it is clear that only one glance from the Duke was enough for him to put him in his place. The Emperor, looking at Duke Candle, took his words into account, reasoning that they still had not been able to come to an exact conclusion, so he decided to end there too. Escher, only hearing the word end, immediately jumped out of his seat, rushed home. Larietta's father was outraged by such impudent behavior of the young man and such a quick departure. The man considered this a kind of impudence on his part. The gentleman sitting next to him noticed how lucky the man was, because he knows how fierce Duke Candel is. So the interlocutor cannot understand why he disputes his words so much. He decided to answer that he can't bear to see the green boy behave so arrogantly. But his neighbor, grinning, advised him the following. If he wants to save his family in decline, then he should be much wiser. Upon hearing this, Larietta's father was beside himself with anger and shame. Having left the hall, he walked along the corridor, looking down. His fists were clenched with anger, and he himself thought that only his daughter was to blame for all this. Since there was no person to manage the household, then the money continued to go away. In addition, Rayon is also spending recklessly in their family. His wife says that it is his fault that Larietta suddenly decided to run away from them, that it is all because she did not receive a proper education. But while Rayon works for the imperial family, they still have money. But the situation became worse and worse every day. And the problem was that Larietta was the only child who dared to confront her father. If she returned, then all the family's problems would be solved. He thought that if his daughter returned as soon as possible, cried and repented about what she had done wrong, then the father would be merciful and accept her into his family again. Walking further and further, the man asked himself where else Larietta could find such a wonderful father like him, mentally advising her to run away while she could. Towards evening, Larietta, clearly out of breath, ran into one of the rooms to ask the butler where Escher was now, because he was not in the hall. The man, smiling sweetly at her, explained that the gentleman had gone to change clothes, although he was worried that he was leaving the girl to wait. Hearing this, Larietta calmly exhaled, and at that time Escher appeared behind her, whom she did not notice. But he immediately decided to remind himself, asking if she was running. Apparently hearing how short of breath she was, the girl, hearing his voice, turned around in fear, asking when he managed to arrive. He replied that he had just arrived. Stroking her hair and smiling, the Duke explained that it was not at all necessary to meet him in such a hurry, but it was noticeable how much he was happy about such an act on the part of his girlfriend. When he moved a little further, Larietta, embarrassed, thought that the Duke's experience of all his relationships was immediately visible. Sitting down next to each other on the sofa, she continued to think, doubting that with such a body and face it could hardly be his first love. Asher, looking at her face, could not understand what she was thinking about, because the expression on the girl's face was constantly changing. But they were suddenly distracted by the butler using magic. He showed the couple extraordinary tricks. Fruits were flying in the air, and he himself was juggling bottles, smiling joyfully. Both spectators were very surprised by this performance, and the Duke did not even know that the man could do this. He, bowing his head, proudly declared that as a butler he should be able to do everything, after which he immediately left the room, wishing the couple a pleasant night. After a while, Larietta and Asher began to drink a glass. Clinking glasses joyfully, they decided to drink to each other's health. The guy believed that it was enough for him that they were together now. The main character literally poured alcohol into herself. The Duke looked with some concern, asking if she was drinking too quickly, but she answered that everything was fine and asked him not to worry about her, while she herself was thinking about the fact that before, how to leave home, alcohol was her only consolation. Asher decided to ask Larietta how the drink tasted to her. She immediately shared her opinion with him, and then told him that before his arrival, she walked through the garden. But in the fountain where they fell that time, there was no water. It disappointed her. The man listened to the girl with great joy, as if everything she was telling was so interesting that he could not tear himself away. Asher looked at her with love, just as she looked at him. But then Lariette suddenly mentioned Doha, saying that he was just a friend for her, and besides, he had helped her a lot in the matter of relationships. Therefore, the main character, a little embarrassed, decided to ask her boyfriend for permission to continue treatment with the priest, because he is the best healer in her memory. But she also added that it would not be scary if the Duke was against it. Asher couldn't understand what kind of treatment the girl was receiving, thinking that she apparently wanted to hide it, so it's probably not worth asking, especially if it's for her health. Besides, the man didn't want to, so that she hates him. Therefore, he decided to advise her the following. To act as the heroine herself wishes, in response to this, Larietta smiled sweetly, after which she laid her head on his shoulder. And then, straightening her dress in the chest area, she began to talk about how hot it suddenly became in the room, after which she suddenly began to try to unfasten the buttons on her dress. But due to the alcohol in her blood, it was difficult for her to do this. Therefore, Larietta suddenly grabbed Escher's hand. He was extremely confused and could not understand what was happening right now. She put his palm on her chest, which confused the man even more, after which he seemed to have forgotten all the words in the world. Lariette, raising her eyes to him, asked him to help take off her clothes, continuing to hold Asher's hand. The situation was heating up more and more every second, and no one knew what would happen next. The man, pulling his hand out, asked if the main character was drunk. He looked worried, because the girl was acting very strange, but she suddenly pushed him onto the sofa to lie down. And after a couple of seconds, she was already sitting on top of him. Looking at his face, Larietta really looked drunk. Asher couldn't understand how to react to such antics. Smiling, she asked if he wanted to continue what they started last time. Looking at her awkwardly while the man's heart was beating like mad, he thought that he had to be patient and resist his desires, because the main character was simply drunk, and that's why she behaved this way. But when he thought about it carefully, it only then dawned on him that she was really very drunk, so Asher began to worry about this even more every second. Covering himself with his hand, the Duke, experiencing strange feelings, asked his girlfriend to get off him because he understood that this would not lead to anything good. She, smiling and giggling, replied that she would get down, but only if Duke Candel fulfilled her wish. Apparently, this situation did not cause her any embarrassment or discomfort because she was drunk. Asher, turning away, replied that he would do whatever she wanted, and he tried to force himself to think about something good, driving away bad thoughts. Larietta, smiling joyfully, asked the man to kiss her. Hearing this, he felt more and more awkward from the current situation every second, but understood that she just needed a kiss and nothing more, so he gently put his hand on her cheek. And then, reaching out to her face, he asked the girl to keep her promise. There was very little distance between them, and she, closing her eyes, thought that this was about to happen. But Asher decided to do a little differently, leaving a neat and gentle kiss on her cheek, but even this embarrassed him wildly. But the main character was not satisfied with this at all. She considered this kiss to be kindergarten. So she immediately took the initiative, placing her hand on his face and reaching for his lips to steal a kiss while he tried to stop her. But the girl still managed to achieve her goal. Lariette left a gentle kiss on the man's lips until he, with his eyes wide open, could not believe what was happening now. The kiss itself lasted quite a long time, or so it seemed to Escher. But when the main character broke away from the guy, she was happy, like a March cat, thinking that now there really was a real kiss. But the man was indignant and asked the girl to know when to stop. And in a matter of seconds, now he threw her onto the sofa, hovering over her and holding her wrist with one hand. She clearly did not expect such a turn of events. Looking into Lariette's eyes, Asher insisted to her that they had to do this in moderation. But then, while she tried to listen to his languid voice, the heroine's eyes slowly began to stick together. And after a few seconds, she completely opened her mouth and fell into a deep sleep. This is exactly how alcohol affected her, which the Duke could not imagine at all, because he didn't even know that she could have a similar reaction to alcohol. Sitting next to her on the sofa, Asher felt very strange and could not believe that the girl who had just stolen his first kiss was lying next to her and sleeping with her mouth open. The next morning, Larietta headed to her boyfriend's office first thing, shouting to him happily. He, looking at her with a slightly tired look, noticed that she had finally woken up. But judging by her joyful and carefree face, it was clear that the girl remembered little of yesterday. Scratching the back of her head, Larietta began to interrogate the guy, asking how she fell asleep yesterday, saying that she only remembers how she asked permission for treatment from Doha, and then everything was in a fog in her head. Asher was shocked by this. She was slightly embarrassed by the way her body reacted to the alcohol, so she immediately began to explain herself, saying that she usually tolerated alcohol well, but apparently it didn't work with cocktails. The Duke was only now beginning to realize that she had stolen it first kiss, and she doesn't even remember it. Making a stern look, Asher suddenly explained to the girl that from now on, any alcohol with other people is strictly prohibited. The heroine did not expect this, and immediately began to be indignant, asking why, because others told her that she drinks well. Hearing Lariette mention others, the man immediately became gloomy, wondering who exactly she was referring to. Asher immediately began to replay these words in his head, jealous of the girl, and the same girl thought that she could not tell him the truth, because he had so many girls, in her opinion, so she believes that it would be dishonest. Immediately, the butler appeared at the door and with a smile informed the young people that a priest had arrived to see the lady. Turning in his direction, the main character tensed because she noticed how Asher had changed in his face, and he ordered the guest to be escorted to the living room. When Larietta went there, she saw Doka sitting on the sofa, still wearing glasses, apparently for secrecy, but now, crossing his legs, he looked rather imposing. Noticing the main character, he smiled sweetly at her, saying that they had not seen her for a long time. Coming closer to him, Larietta apologized for their last meeting, because he was so rudely escorted out then, and she didn't even apologize for it. But the priest replied that there was nothing wrong with that. When the main character sat down next to him, he gently stroked her head, adding that he had nothing to regret, and if she really was sorry, then let her visit him next time. After all, in the man's opinion, it was too burdensome and a lot of unnecessary things, which was the honest truth, because now they were surrounded by servants who were watching their every move. Doha understood perfectly well that the Duke did this on purpose. Larietta, turning to him, asked if they could change the use of treatment. The man immediately asked if her lover forced her to do this. But the girl replied that she was doing this only because she was the one who cared about it, because she had a boyfriend and was in contact with other men. Doka understood that hearing this live was much worse for him. Smiling at the girl, he gave his consent, but warned that the effectiveness would be somewhat lower. Larietta thanked him, and he carefully took her hand. Making an upset face, the man suddenly suggested that the main character would now abandon their friendship, being blinded by love. The girl noticeably tensed. It was clear that she did not want to upset her friend, so she said that this would not happen and apologized for the fact that she could disappoint him because she had absolutely no intention of doing that. Then the priest decided to find out if the heroine would refuse him in a request to go to the library together. Confused, Larietta asked if he wanted to visit her today. Doha replied that yes, and right now, because the library was still working. The girl was sure that they would go there as friends, so she agreed, because Asher seemed to be busy anyway. The man immediately responded to her agreement with a joyful reaction, although he himself thought that by leaving the mansion, he would be able to get rid of the annoying eyes of the servants around him, because the Duke would not stoop to watching the priest and his beloved just going to the library. But suddenly, from behind them, a familiar voice was heard, which informed the two that he would also go with them. They immediately turned around at the same time towards the male voice. Asher stood in the doorway, looking tense, and noticing the priest's gaze, he asked if he had any problems with him visiting the library with them. Doha was clearly dissatisfied with such an idea, and besides, he did not at all expect that the Duke would dare to do such a thing, because usually this man avoided such places, but here, apparently, jealousy played its part. Doha, getting up from his seat, bowed to the Duke and introduced himself as a priest of lower rank. In response to this, he did not answer him. Lariette looked at him dissatisfied. And then she decided to find out if he had said that he would be very busy during the day. Looking down at her, Asher replied that it was more important for him now to spend time with his girlfriend. Hearing this, the heroine was somewhat confused and blushed, clearly not expecting such a sweet answer, so she embarrassedly lowered her eyes to the floor. And the Duke returned to the question that interested him about whether he could join their walk through the library, looking displeasedly at Doha, who in return looked at him with the same stern look, because he thought that Escher would never go that far. But putting a smile on his face, the priest replied that of course the Duke could join them, because it would be a great honor for him, after which Escher asked the butler to prepare a carriage for them. In the transport, the couple sat next to each other, and Doha was opposite. The situation seemed slightly tense. Larietta, being joyful, hoped that her friend and lover could become friends, because then they would be able to spend time together. Doha, while he was looking out the window, was haunted by a strange feeling. It seemed to him that he did not need to go anywhere. He did not understand whether this anxiety was a prophecy, and then, in the window, he saw familiar buildings. The man was extremely shocked, and to make sure, he decided to ask the Duke if they were now heading to the Imperial Library. He confirmed his guesses. The priest understood that this library was full of people who knew him well by sight, so it would be problematic to hide his identity there. So he decided to act differently. He informed the couple that he had forgotten about the remaining business in the temple, suggesting that he could well avoid a scandal there if he returned there immediately. Larietta, not noticing anything strange, supported him and said that he could go. When the carriage stopped, Doza hurriedly got out of it, thanking the lady and telling the Duke that he would leave first, asking him to forgive him for being so rude, after which he left. And when they set off again, the girl, turning to the Duke, smiled at him and joyfully informed him that this was apparently a date in the library, after which she carefully took his hand. And for the rest of the trip, they rode holding hands and were silent, because they felt very awkward. Both were red, like tomatoes. Asher tried to calm himself down, telling himself that he was a man, not an animal, and nothing would happen in such a situation. Place. When they had already arrived at the place and were walking around the library, Larietta suddenly noticed how weakly he was holding her hand, which she told him, adding that at this rate she could fall. But the man was thinking about how small and soft she was, so I was afraid that it would break at the slightest effort. The girl suddenly thought that the real reason for their arrival at the library was Doha's request. In fact, she had no idea what could be done here. Therefore, she decided to go around the entire library to examine everything and everyone, and all this time Asher, like a dog, followed her. Lariette even thought it was very cute because he literally followed her everywhere with his tail, so stopping, she suddenly turned to him, pulling him towards her. Hugging him around the neck, the girl whispered in his ear, asking him to stop following her like a little puppy. but rather find a book that he would like to read. Listening to her quiet whisper, the man blushed deeply. Moving a little away from her, Asher asked if it was necessary to say it this way, moreover in a whisper, to which Larietta replied that this was a library and you had to be quiet here. And then she sent him to choose a book for himself, and the main character herself decided to do the same thing, going to another row of books, thinking that she could create romance in the library by immediately presenting various pictures with their participation. Reaching for a book on the top shelf, Larietta thought that now Asher would come up to her and get her the book she needed, standing behind her. But suddenly, a strange voice listened from behind her. She was given a book by some strange man who was ready to flirt with her and get something in return. But the girl was extremely disgusted by this. She couldn't understand where this guy even came from. Looking into his eyes, Lariette briefly and clearly asked him to get away from her without giving the slightest chance for anything. He was amazed by such an impudent answer. And he immediately rushed away, indignant that the lady did not even thank him, but she looked after him with irritation and thought that she did not need his help, after which she returned to her attempts to attract the Duke. And this time it worked. He carefully stood behind Larietta and took the book she needed from the top shelf. She turned and asked if Asher had seen anything. Leaning on the shelves, he inquired about what exactly, starting to list how the main character specifically tried to get a book from the highest shelf so that he would hook up, or how impudently she sent some guy. Saying this, the man grinned contentedly. Bending over her, Escher whispered in her ear that he liked Larietta's behavior like this, asking her to behave the same way with other men, but she replied that she was afraid, because the Duke might run away from him after such a cruel act. She asked if this annoyed him. He grinned and replied that no, but decided to warn the heroine that if she decides to run away, Duke Candel will definitely find her everywhere. While they were walking along the corridor of the Imperial Palace, they discussed the taste of brownie and how good it is in various preparations, and then smoothly moved on to discussing a date in the library. The girl said that it was pretty cool. The Duke supported her. Larietta asked if they would have a snack upon their return, adding that she wanted brownies, Asher clarified, asking if they would need to add ice cream on top. She happily agreed. But suddenly a familiar voice called out to the girl. She turned around in shock because she knew who it belonged to. Her brother Rayon stood in front of them. With dissatisfaction on his face, he asked how his sister was doing, noticing how happy she looked. He bowed to the Duke. Having greeted him, Escher asked the heir to the Blanche family to raise his head. Larietta began to panic, not understanding what her brother had forgotten. She was afraid that Ran was going to say something else to her, that he was going to humiliate her, as he usually did. The girl did not want him to insult her in front of Escher. The main character did not want the Duke to see how her family truly treated her. She did not want her boyfriend to feel sorry for her. Therefore, gently touching his hand, she asked if Asher could return first. Explaining that he was going to talk to his brother, he replied that he could wait, but Larietta stood her ground, saying that it would take a long time. Then he decided to agree. And Duke Candel left the corridor, leaving his brother and sister alone. The girl did not know what awaited her next. Rayon, folding his arms across his chest, grinned, saying that he could not believe that Lariette lived, wagging her tail in front of the monster Duke. The girl immediately rushed to the defensive, telling her brother that he should watch his mouth if he did not want to be buried in the backyard of the Imperial Palace. The guy was indignant, almost starting to shout that his sister had alarmed the whole house and was now living in peace, saying that she was disgracing their family. Larietta grinned, asking if there was anything left to disgrace. Rayon replied that because of her their mother got sick. And then he continued to say that if the main character thinks that the whole world will be at her feet just because she has magical talent, then she is deeply mistaken, because even now the girl lives obsessed with the Duke monster. A grin appeared on his brother's face, and he decided to give what he thought was the best advice to his sister, to tell her to return home, because there was a lot of work to do without her. But she immediately gave a clear answer, saying that she didn't care. Not a single muscle twitched on her face. Larietta told her brother that they should sort out their household themselves. He was amazed at such impudence and did not expect it at all. Therefore he swung and gave his sister a powerful blow in the face, blinded by his anger and hatred. The blow was so strong that the girl fell to the floor, and Rayon's fist was red from the strong blow. People who were nearby immediately began to whisper. Larietta, holding the cheek on which her brother had just hit her, could not believe that he really did it. The girl opened her eyes wide from severe shock. But having gathered her thoughts, the girl realized that she would not forgive just like that him this. He didn't care either. He continued to publicly humiliate his sister, shouting throughout the entire corridor that the younger sister should not try to be better than her older brother, telling her that she was worse and should not become arrogant. Larietta already wanted to use magic, but if she does this in the palace, there will be problems. Rising from the floor and again standing in front of her so-called brother, she also thought that if they continued to carry out a massacre here now, then rumors would spread that it would reach the Duke. She did not want him to find out that his girlfriend beaten by my own brother. So she came up with a simple and quick way to get revenge on her idiot brother, and he clearly didn't expect what his sister would do next. Lariette, with a flourish, charged Rayona between her legs, screaming that Blanche's line would end with him. He couldn't even scream from such a sudden and sharp pain, but the main character, putting her hands on her hips, declared that he didn't care there was nothing to use there, and she herself hurried to leave the palace. The girl decided to visit the doctor because more than 2 hours had already passed. She had waited too long, and in the end, she asked the woman doctor to heal her. She, sitting down next to her, said that first she needed to assess the damage. Touching the heroine's cheek, she realized that her bone was damaged, which means the blow was so strong. Taking the mirror, Larietta saw that the treatment did not seem to help much. The bruise was still very visible. The doctor, getting up from her seat, replied that this is all she can do in this situation, explaining that this is why it was necessary to pay more and call a priest or a high-level healer. The main character suddenly wondered if the lower class was really so weak. Coming out of the house where the doctor lived, she understood that due to the lack of money, it was much more difficult to be treated. She was ashamed to show up to Escher in this form, especially since they wanted to eat cakes together. The heroine did not understand what to do when suddenly a woman's hand lay on his shoulder. Turning around, the girl saw a familiar face. In front of her was Madame Charbet. She anxiously asked what the main character was doing here alone, and at such a late hour, Lariette thought for a long time what answer to give the woman. But in the end, she, taking her arm, invited the heroine to visit her boutique, because thanks to the girl, she donated a lot of dresses, so now she wants to thank her for this with a gift, and she agreed to go with her. The lady picked out a headdress for Larietta, saying that this new item is very popular now. But the main character looked at herself very upset, while the lady continued to say that if you change the shape of Larietta's hair, it will be even better. Helping the girl with her hair, Mrs. Charbet shared that different people come to her boutique and each with their own story, those who come after a hard day or those who have had a grueling whole week. So, looking at the heroine, she suggested that she had a hard day too. But with a smile on her face, the lady put her hands on her shoulders, saying that she really hoped that the rest of Lariette's day would pass without worries, and tomorrow everything would be much more fun. After listening to the woman, the main character covered her face with her hands, sincerely thanking her for her support, and she tenderly hugged the girl, letting her know that she was far from alone. When the woman called her by name, the girl looked at her in surprise, realizing that she, it turns out, recognized her. She also explained that they had never met before, and now she decided to introduce herself properly. Indeed, until then, Larietta had no opportunity or reason to see Madame Charbet because she has a very close relationship with the princess, and she and Raon were engaged for some time and then separated. The princess immediately ended the marriage after several meetings with Raon, and without any words, it is clear for what reason. And since Larietta was family with Raon, she could not get close to either the princess or Madame Charbet. So now she decided to explain to the woman that she no longer belongs to the Blanche family. With a smile on her face, the girl asked to call her simply Larietta, and she supported her with great joy. And now, thanks to the fact that the main character left the house of the Blanche family, she now has a friend, which she is very happy about. When the girl finally returned home, she was met there by an alarmed butler, who immediately attacked her with questions about whether she was okay. The servants around were also alarmed. Apparently, each of them was looking for her. They began to ask Larietta where she was, saying that they were very worried about her. But the girl could not believe that they were waiting for her so much, and were even worried that she had been gone for so long. But familiar steps were heard behind them. Asher, having heard that the main character had returned, ran to meet her. He apparently was worried about her more than anyone. His eyes showed concern and panic for his beloved. Larietta felt some guilt for her command, but she was very pleased that the people in this mansion were so worried about her. When the man approached her, she immediately apologized to him, saying that she was late. He was interested in one thing. Was everything okay? She feels good. The girl, putting on a smile, replied that quite a long time had passed since she saw her family, and then she managed to make several purchases at the boutique, so time flew by so quickly for her. Asher did not ask anything unnecessary, just he said he was very worried about her. After that, he finally smiled, extended his hand and called to go inside. Larietta carefully placed her hand in his, stretched, and the hair suddenly fell off her cheek, which she had tried so hard to hide. The wound was still just as bright and noticeable. The man, pushing back his hair, immediately became gloomy and decided to find out where she got it from, but she realized that attempts to hide everything had failed miserably. Asher, through gritted teeth, asked about who exactly did this to her face, while Larietta was trying to quickly figure out how to explain this to her. The Duke, examining her face, drew conclusions. He realized that this was a bruise that was caused by a blow from a fist, and after it at least 6 hours had passed, after which he added that a low-level healer was working on the heroine's wound. The girl could only open her mouth in shock. She couldn't understand how he knew this. Remembering how Asher dealt with the others who bothered her, it became scary, so the girl decided to find out what would happen to the person who hurt her. Carefully holding a strand of her hair in his hand, looking at the girl with a frown, the man explained that the offender would definitely be in trouble. Then she began to worry after his words. Walking closer to him and taking his hand, Larietta began to apologize to him for making him worry, and then added that she would decide this herself. Because she was able to do it, she was ashamed to waste his time on such a thing. Asher replied that everything was fine and said that he would now call her a priest to heal her properly. Then the girl immediately began to shine. She was glad that the man did not try to extract anything from her. But even after this, the Duke was extremely alarmed by the situation and could not let it go so easily. It seems that while in his office, he summoned the leader of the pulling squad, Gerard, who, standing on one knee, greeted him. Turning to face him, Asher ordered him to find out what he told him, to which the leader replied that he understood. Turning back and looking out the window, Asher couldn't figure out who ended up attacking Larietta, because something must have happened after he left. But this was not the only thing that worried him. The other question was what happened in Blanche's family. He needed to find out. Staring at one point, the Duke really hoped that these were just his worries, that everything would be in order. The next day, in the main temple of Alteon, there was a very important meeting of the year, at which only the high priests are present. Doa and Hida Michael felt only boredom there, although he was the most important. But suddenly a voice was heard in the hall. It was a subordinate of Doha, who called him for a minute. One of the high priests was extremely outraged by this behavior and began to shout at the newcomer, saying that the meeting was still going on. And then he turned to Mikhail, talking about how no matter how influential he was as a future pope, but if he is not able to properly manage his subordinates, then, in the man's opinion, this may be considered ignorant. Doka, grinning, agreed with him, saying that he really should take care of his subordinates, since one of them dares to say something like that to his face. He was outraged by such an answer, and decided to remind him that he serves in the temple more than Mikhail years. But he didn't care about this, because for him, the status of priests is not calculated by age, and at that time, he himself quietly beckoned with his hand, the one who interfered with their meeting. Coming closer to Doha, the guy whispered in his ear that a letter had arrived from Duke Kandel, which said that the sorceress was looking for Mikhail because she was feeling unwell. Upon hearing this, he immediately got up from his seat, apologized to everyone sitting, and said that he had work to do. The man who gave him advice tried to call out to him, but Doha didn't care. He just turned around and looked at them with a grin. After his departure, all the high priests began to discuss what a bad pope he would make. Because he was a man of low birth and had only divine power, the men said that it would be more logical if Gibralfaro became pope. Apparently, this man is the same Gibralfaro who looked with special hatred at Michael walking away, and he was clearly going to do something against him. When Doha arrived at the place, Larietta was waiting for him in the garden, who was sitting at a table, and when she heard footsteps, she joyfully turned around and greeted her friend. He smiled and answered her in kind, calling her by her abbreviated name, and he hurriedly approached her, sitting at the table. Gently taking her by the face, he turned her towards him, examining the wound on her cheek. But the girl looked at him a little anxiously. At first, it seemed as if he didn't care. But then, when the man carefully examined the bruise, his eyes lit up with hatred, and he asked Larietta who exactly did this to her. Apparently, he was very angry. The main character could not understand why both he and Escher reacted so strangely to her injury, and the priest, while healing her wound, once again asked who did this to her, suggesting that it could be the Duke. Hearing the guesses about Candela, Larietta immediately began to deny it, but Doha smiled sweetly at her because he understood perfectly well that it was not him, saying that if he had done this, the girl would no longer be alive. Therefore, approaching her, he sternly asked again who it was. Larietta was significantly surprised by such behavior, but turning away, remained silent. The high priest could not understand what kind of person this was, since the heroine did not speak out and shielded him. And he also could not understand who dared to touch the girl, who was being protected by the future pope and military leader Duke Candle. But her silence even amused Doha. With a grin on his face, he thought that he would find out everything himself and put an end to this brave man, of course, if the Duke did not get to him first. Then the man returned to the conversation with the lady, asking her not to get hurt again. She made him a promise and thanked him. And he thought that this girl was the only one who could heal him, just as he could heal her. Because this is a mutual help. It would be a pity if Lariette got hurt again or even died. In the end, he sat down at the same table with her, asking, could she give him her hand? The main character, suspecting nothing, extended her hand to the man, who smiled and put something on her wrist. After which he explained that this bracelet has divine power. It is insignificant, but has a healing effect, which is why Doka advised her to wear it, while the heroine at that time looked at the jewelry with her mouth open, and then began to be indignant at the fact that it was expensive. A priest. He smiled and said that she could think of it as a gift from a friend. Stretching her hand up, being touched, the girl asked herself if she could wear such a precious thing, because it would be a big waste if she suddenly lost it. Looking at Doha with eyes full of gratitude, Larietta thanked him, and with the words that she was ashamed that she had not prepared anything for him in return, he said that there was no point in apologizing for this. The high priest, looking at the main character, asked her to spend at least a little time with him next time, saying that even a grain of her time would be enough for him. Smiling in her face, the man himself thought that he had partially lied to her about the health check with a bracelet. This is true, but he will also call Doha when he suddenly feels threatened, which is why there is nothing to thank him for, because he told her not everyone. Asher, sitting in his office, was reading a book that one day the butler brought him. The guy was studying recommendations for a wonderful relationship with his girlfriend. It said that adjusting the level of physical relationships is very important, but rapid progress can quickly tire a girl. When he read this, he opened his mouth in shock and could not believe that this really happened. Now, he completely trusted only this book as a relationship advisor. Asher immediately imagined Lariette telling him that she hated him and how tired she was, suggesting they break up. Apparently, this was his worst nightmare. He immediately remembered the words of the one who placed this terrible curse on him. She insisted that no one would love a monster like him. Now, he repeated to himself that he could not part with the main character. During the next cleansing session, which took place, this time, in Escher's office, the girl again cleansed his upper body, thinking how good it was that this was happening here, and not on his bed like the last time. Because if this had been a bed, then no one knows how it would have ended. Just thinking about it, Larietta's cheeks were covered with a terrible blush, because she was completely unprepared for such a turn of events. And Asher at that time was holding on with all his strength. After a couple of seconds, the girl suddenly raised her head and said that everything was ready. The Duke immediately asked if she was okay. She replied that yes, adding that she was just tired. While putting the shirt on his body, the man thought that he was too greedy to want anything with such a body. Besides, so that Larietta would not get tired, he thinks that he should not bother her with this ugliness. Covering his body, Asher looked extremely saddened by his thoughts, because, in his opinion, this is the only thing he can do to prevent her from leaving him. The girl unexpectedly distracted the guy from her thoughts by shoving a notepad in his face and asking if he wanted to cook something together, because she wanted to try to do it with her boyfriend. Asher pushed her away from him, saying that Larietta was too close to him, which embarrassed him, so he covered her face with his hand, and she asked if he liked this idea. And then suddenly she kissed him right on the hand, looking at him from under her brows, as if deliberately teasing him. Escher, in response to this, became very embarrassed and exclaimed, quickly withdrawing his hand, and Larietta again asked what he thought about her idea. As a result, sometime later they arrived at the kitchen, which looked perfect, as if it had been specially made for the sweet couple to spend time, and the butler did his best, and the main character even admired it. Entering the kitchen, she found an apron there and offered Asher to try it on, turning to him. He immediately imagined how stupid he would look in this apron, so he refused, saying that the size would not suit him. Larietta had completely different pictures in her head that she wanted to see in real life. So she told him that it would look very nice and was upset by his refusal, but quickly reconciled herself and offered to cook without aprons. The man, looking down, kept thinking that he needed to talk to the girl, because then it might be too late. He couldn't rely only on himself. Asher didn't know exactly how to tell Larietta about this, because he wouldn't tell her that his body was terrible and that he was afraid to touch her. That he was afraid that she would get tired of me and suggest that we develop the relationship more slowly, but that's all. But he pulled himself together and asked her about holding off. The Duke felt stupid. It was funny, because he was afraid to tell her about it directly. Larietta, smiling, joyfully answered him positively. The man was surprised at such a reaction. Thanking the girl for her understanding, he didn't even know what each of them was thinking about. She about cooking, and he about relationships. But the main character added that he should not be afraid to talk about such things. Then they happily started cooking. Each of them was involved and tried himself in something. The couple had a good time with each other. Asher even laughed, purely and sincerely, which he had not done for a very long time. He enjoyed Larietta's company and such a pastime, as did she. After some time, they were still able to finish their culinary masterpiece, which, by the way, looked very good. The dessert was decorated with strawberries and chocolate. The girl, taking a fork and stabbing strawberries on it, asked Asher to open his mouth. He felt extremely awkward in the first seconds. But, having overcome himself, he nevertheless opened his mouth and tasted the berry, doing it with embarrassment. And when he ate it, Lariette noticed a piece of strawberry on the corners of his lips. Holding his chin, the main character slowly reached for his lips while he looked at her, mouth open and not moving. Leaving a kiss on the man's lips, Larietta suddenly said that he was dirty, but Asher did not understand at all how to react to such actions of his girlfriend. But it turned out to be much simpler. The girl reached out to him not for a kiss, but to lick off from his face what the Duke had soiled himself with, and when she returned to her place, his face was flushed with blush. Seeing his reaction, Larietta thought about how charming Asher looked, and also remembered their first kiss when they were drinking together. But the girl did not consider him the first, because he was not romantic enough. Now was the perfect moment for him. Taking a strawberry with a fork, the main character, as if on purpose, stained her lips with chocolate, after which she turned to the Duke, asking if he wanted to peel it too. Without thinking twice, the man, embarrassed, reached for her lips, but froze in the middle of the path and clenched his hand into a fist, apparently having some doubts. Asher moved away from Larietta, who could not understand what was the matter, until the Duke decided to ask if the girl was okay. Candel was worried that he could quickly get bored of the main character. He was worried and did not know what to do. The guy was very confused. Looking down with upset eyes, Asher suddenly realized that Lariette apparently did not take his request seriously, which meant that he was the only one who was concerned about this situation. He was ashamed and very offended. His head was hung low, and the girl worriedly put her hands on his shoulders, wondering if everything was okay with him. But he suddenly stood up abruptly, wiped Larietta's face with a napkin, and walked away, saying that he would leave first. The main character was left to look after him in bewilderment, because Asher had done this more than once. She could not understand what she had done this time, and why he suddenly got up and walked away. The next morning, when the servants were putting Larietta in order, she, looking at herself in the mirror, thought that she and Asher definitely needed to talk today. She wanted to understand why he left her yesterday. The girl compared him to a wild animal, because there is no point in being afraid to get along. You just need to do it gradually. When she was ready for breakfast, she convinced herself with a smile on her face that the Duke would no longer be able to escape from her. So she immediately moved to the dining room. Entering the hall, Escher greeted the girl and did not do it as usual, but called her a sorceress, as in the first days of their meetings, and practically did not even look at her. She, sitting down at the table, was surprised by this, and even asked why he suddenly began to call her that again, but the Duke ignored her question, pretending to be reading an interesting newspaper. Larietta noticed his strange behavior and decided to ask directly if he was angry, but Asher replied that he was not. But then it was strange how the man suddenly abruptly began to call her not by name, but by a sorceress. But even then he ignored her. The girl immediately, she imagined how he, in the form of a cat, was angry with her and giggled, covering his mouth with his hands. And then, smiling, she apologized to Asher, talking about how cute he was, who, trying to restrain himself, replied that there are many truly cute things. Covering himself with a newspaper, the man looked at the heroine out of the corner of his eye and thought that now he was acting so childishly only because yesterday Larietta ignored his request. But now the main problem was that he melted as soon as she called him cute. But Asher was sure that if the girl really thought so, then this might change in the future. She, still giggling sweetly, thought that it was very strange that people called such a Duke Candle a bloodthirsty killer because he was so cute that you could die. But after that, the main character turned to him again, sweetly calling him by name. He immediately responded, without looking up from his newspaper. Resting her chin in her hand, Larietta asked if he could tell her the reason for his anger. Apparently, the girl was really interested in this. Looking at her, the Duke did not know what to do, whether he should tell, because if he did this, the girl might well, in his opinion, be disappointed in him. Because if in such a situation even he considers himself pathetic, then he was wondering how Asher will look terrible in the eyes of the main character. After all, in the end, Lariette is the one whom everyone will definitely love, unlike him, a monster. So the man thought that he should be grateful to her for everything, especially for the fact that the girl even looked at someone like him. Asher belittled himself because he saw in himself the very monster that everyone was talking about. But he was interested in what would happen if he continued to remain silent, because the Duke had already upset Lariette many times, and this time she might well really get tired of him, so he should tell her about everything. And he suddenly started talking about the fact that last time the girl took his request lightly. She, widening her eyes at him, could not understand what exactly he was talking about. Asher, increasingly hiding behind his newspaper and blushing with shame, reminded her that yesterday he had told her about the pace. Lariette, remembering yesterday's conversation, could not believe her ears, because she initially thought that the Duke meant the pace of cooking, because it was her first time cooking and thought that Escher was talking about it, after which the man was shocked. And then it dawned on her that Candle was referring to the pace of their relationship yesterday. When she mentioned it, the Duke blushed even more, after which he again covered himself with his newspaper and, stuttering, tried to apologize to Larietta, saying that he had behaved stupidly. The main character immediately pulled her chair towards him and started poking him with her fingers, giggling and asking if he was offended because she did not listen to his request, because he was the one who once said that he would not back down next time. This made her laugh a little. Asher, getting up from his seat and not answering this in any way, was about to leave, but Lariette immediately grabbed his wrists, stopping him. With a serious face, she asked if he was going to run away from her again, as he had done the previous times. He, blushing, asked to let him go, and the girl asked what would happen if she didn't want to let him go. Making an innocent face, Asher quietly said that he was in pain, asking to let go, after which Larietta instantly let go of his hand, worried. And he, taking advantage of the moment, ran away from the dining room, deceiving the main character and leaving her alone while she tried to understand what happened. Asher, running away, thought that he had indeed acted very pitifully. But the situation, in his opinion, had gone too far for a joke. As Asher ran outside to freshen up and recover from his shame, he turned and looked out the window. From it he could see Lariette, who with a smile on her face showed him her horns, teasing him like a little child. Looking at each other, the couple smiled joyfully. They looked sincerely happy and cheerful. After that day, the main character followed Asher everywhere and teased him, asking if she should now ask permission to take his hand, and if he was going to run away, he should warn her about it in advance so that she could prepare. She was having fun tease a man. And before he left, Lariette accompanied Asher and asked, teasingly, if he would get lost on the way home. This apparently bothered the guy, and he simply agreed with everything. The girl, giggling, answered that he should not run away from her to work because of embarrassment. He replied that everything was wrong, after which he got into the carriage and drove off while the heroine waved her hand to him, standing near the door. After a while, the transport arrived at a strange small house, more like a barn. Escher, getting out of the carriage, looked extremely stern. In the transport, apparently, in addition to him, there were also his subordinates who were engaged in catching the one who hit Larietta that day. The guy running this organization asked Candle if he told the lady that he was going to go to the palace, but the Duke replied that the girl should not find out about this. When the barn door opened, Round was lying on the floor, his mouth and hands gagged, looking extremely scared. Escher, turning to him, said that they had not seen him for a long time, calling him the heir of the Blanchette family. He was somehow able to get rid of the bandage on his face, and he immediately began shouting curses at Asher, after which he immediately received a strong blow to the face, which made him understand that it was better to remain silent. The Duke, flexing his fists, understood that it seemed that Rayon had not yet fully understood the whole essence of the situation, because he dared to raise his hand against Larietta. On the person who is so dear to Asher that he is afraid to touch her, the man added that for someone like Rayon, this is very brave, after which he kicked him, saying that he was not going to kill him. But, looking at how quietly the guy lay, and drops of blood around him, Asher asked him to remember one thing, the reason why the Duke showed compassion for him. And the reason for this was his sister Lariette. She was the one who would definitely not allow Asher to hurt her brother. So he did all this secretly. A few days later, when Dad was sitting at the table and having breakfast, the girl suddenly remembered that while she was teasing Candel, she had forgotten something important. She could not understand what exactly the guy meant by holding off. Looking at him now, Lariette was thinking that she would like to do this with him as soon as possible, while the girl's body is still more or less healthy. Besides, they signed a contract for 3 months, and now they have about 10 weeks left. 1. So the girl decided to clarify with Escher, asking what exactly he meant by slowly. He clarified whether the girl was talking about progress in the relationship. She confirmed his guesses. The Duke, blushing slightly, without raising his eyes, explained that he wanted to do this as slowly as possible. Then the girl fell out of reality after these words. Asher deliberately avoided Larietta's gaze while eating a piece of meat, and then the girl suddenly shouted to the whole hall that she wanted to do this with Candelaki in the near future. The maids who heard this had their dishes fall out of their hands, and standing with their mouths open, did not know what to do with themselves. The butler immediately took them out, saying that they needed to prolong the family line. Realizing that she said this out loud, the girl froze, and Asher blushed like a tomato and sat with his mouth open, not at all expecting this from the girl. Embarrassed, the man asked what she meant by this. Larietta, smiling, replied that she was talking about hugs, kisses, and the like. Without letting her finish, the Duke shoved a piece of bread at her so that the heroine would shut up, and he sat and looked at her with a confused look, as if not wanting to hear such a thing, and then suddenly started talking to her about how his body was gradually rotting from the curse. It was clear that this topic was unpleasant to him. Lariette, chewing bread, listened attentively to Escher as he continued, saying that his skin was torn and the area around his heart was covered with scars. The Duke believed that this sight was so ugly that that was why he was called a monster. He explained that it was precisely for this reason that it was difficult for him to have close contact with her. The man considered himself guilty before the main character, so he decided to apologize, but the girl replied that nothing could be done about it. Smiling at him, Lariette stated that she had no other choice but to work even harder to clear Escher's curse. He did not expect such a reaction from the girl, so he looked at her in surprise. She, taking him by the hands, said that she would take good care of the Duke and would try to lift the curse even faster, telling him that after that he would definitely decide to do this with her. The girl tried her best to motivate him. Oddly enough, at that moment, when Asher heard these words, his heart suddenly fluttered. He felt strange feelings that he had not felt before. They were unfamiliar to him. It seemed to the guy that his heart was about to jump out of his chest. The man was delighted with these words. He gently pulled Larietta into his arms. She responded in kind. Now he was trying to understand whether these feelings were love or something completely different. Lariette, lying on the bed in her room and looking at the ceiling, thought that she quickly needed to cleanse Asher from the curse. As she stood up, she thought that she first needed to finish off the upper parts of the body in order to begin the rest, even if it was difficult for her to cleanse it. Then, who could put such a strong and terrible curse on it? The girl understood that this was clearly the work of a skilled magician, who apparently hated Duke Candle very much. Only now Larietta understood how difficult it was for Asher to live with this terrible curse all this time, even if just dating the main character was a whole test for him. What to say about everything else? And then it suddenly dawned on the girl, she was not his first lover in her opinion, because she definitely didn't want a serious relationship. The main character was simply looking for someone she could easily meet for these 3 months. She wanted to check something. The next day, Larietta followed the butler, thinking that he did not notice her and she was secretive, like a ninja. But the man suddenly turned around and asked if she needed something. She did not expect that she would be discovered so quickly. He explained that this was the main skill of a butler, but the heroine, staring at him, could not understand what the connection was between the skills of a butler and surveillance, and then explained to him that she would like to ask something about Escher. He, smiling, began to guess what exactly Larietta wanted to ask him about, assuming that she was interested in power, money, and how much the Duke was able to ensure her happiness. But the girl replied that everything was wrong. A little nervous, the main character asked if Asha had a relationship with anyone else before her. The man noticeably tensed up, thinking that he had to give the correct answer for the sake of his future successor. Putting on a smile, he replied that he didn't think so, and besides, he didn't know all the details, it was a white lie. Larietta, laughing, asked if she had asked too stupid a question. The man politely replied that everything was completely wrong, bowing slightly as a sign of respect, after which everyone left in different directions. The main character, noticing Asha walking down the corridor, called out to him and he immediately turned to her voice. And the first thing he saw was how Lariette flew towards him to embrace him with indescribable joy on her face. The man caught her, slightly lifting her up and looking straight into her eyes. While she sincerely smiled at him, he made a remark to her, saying that running like that along the corridor was very dangerous. The girl asked if he was coming towards her. He confirmed her guesses, lowering her floor. After looking at him for a couple of seconds, Larietta asked the young man to hug her, lighting up the corridor with her smile. Asha looked at her with an uncomprehending look, but the girl reminded her that he allowed hugs, so she asked the man to accept a portion of hugs from her. He, looking away, said that there were a lot of people in the corridor and asked to do it next time. Lariette, grabbing his hand, pulled him into one of the rooms, slamming the door behind her. She approached him, and the man put his hands on her shoulder blades, slightly hugging her. She, looking at him confusedly, asked if they could do this in this room. Standing on her tiptoes, the heroine reached closer to the man. Asha, in turn, carefully put his arm around Larietta's shoulder. Hiding his face in her hair, he was very embarrassed by what was happening. She clung to him in response, smiling. She was pleased to feel the warmth of his body and how tenderly he hugged her, and everything was just wonderful, only until one moment. Everything was fine until the girl felt something pressing against her. The situation changed in an instant, and the main character turned red like a tomato, hoping that he only had a sword there. Asha pushed her away from him with one movement of his hand. The man's face was red with embarrassment. He himself explained to the girl that this was enough. Lariette pretended that nothing had happened, saying that she was a little short, but she was happy. The Duke really hoped that the main character did not notice what had just happened, although everything was not like that at all. She only pretended to, but she understood everything immediately. Larietta, closing her eyes, thought that Asha was a strong man in the prime of his life, and apparently she did not need to worry about the curse of the lower body which she had been thinking about all last night. Trying to cope with himself, Kandel decided to ask a completely random question which concerned the bracelet on the girl's hand. He noticed that she had been wearing it often lately. Larietta, raising her hand, asked if he was handsome because Doka gave her this bracelet, and she answered this completely without a second thought. And only then did it dawn on her that she shouldn't have talked about it so calmly, because strange thoughts immediately appeared in Asha's head, and he himself thought that he should have destroyed this man right away. But then he remembered the advice from the book that said that you should not be jealous of your beloved too often. Larietta, placing her hand on his shoulder, asked him to understand that this was a gift made with the help of the divine magic of Doha for her health. Looking at the girl with a slightly mad look, he replied that he understood that this was just a simple misunderstanding, although he himself had mentally destroyed Doha in his head. Larietta, looking at him, was not sure of the veracity of his words, so she decided to ask again, but he, with a strange face, stood his ground. But then he finally pulled himself together. Putting on a mask of indifference, Asha added that it was okay if the main character spent time with Doha in his absence. Upon hearing this, the girl was immediately happy, and she immediately rushed into his arms, seeing how important this was for Larietta and how this made her happy. The man smiled. He was pleased to see his girlfriend in a good mood. The next day, Escher shared with the girl that there were problems with the Danube kingdom on the outskirts of the Harshan Empire, so he was called to the palace for an emergency meeting. Larietta, saying goodbye to him, wished him a good journey, but the man still stood in the threshold, as if expecting something. The heroine asked if he wanted to go to the toilet. Embarrassed, he replied that it was nothing. And then he suddenly put a purple brooch on her hair. The girl froze in surprise while he carefully tried to put it on. When the guy finished, the main character immediately began to wonder what he had done. Smiling affectionately at Larietta, Asher explained that it was a gift for her, saying that it suited her very well, adding how beautiful she looked. and then gently tucking her hair behind her ear. The girl, embarrassed, looked up at him, stuttering, and thanked him for the gift, but she herself understood that the Duke was jealous because of the bracelet Doha had given her. But she thought it was kind of cute, looking at his smile and expression, full of love and care, while he held a neat strand of her pink hair in his hand, until the coachman suddenly called out to the Duke. The couple suddenly became embarrassed by the situation. Lariette remembered that it was time for him to go. Duke Candel nodded in response to this and turned around to leave the mansion. But then he suddenly came back and hugged the girl tightly, saying that today this is a dose of hugs for her, while she stood so confused, not understanding how to react to this. So she stood silently, and then, blushing, the man still left on business, and Larietta remained in the estate, looking after him, while he sweetly waved to her from the carriage window, saying goodbye to his beloved. As soon as the carriage started, a smiling Doka appeared on the threshold in front of the main character, who sweetly greeted the main character. Entering the estate, he noticed a new decoration on Larietta's head. Touching it, the man shared his impression of it, calling it beautiful. The girl thanked him, giving him a smile. Helping the girl to immediately heal, she suddenly started talking about whether they would have fun today. The priest asked if her boyfriend would be against her. The main character explained that he said that everything was fine because he believed her. Doha couldn't understand why he was so annoyed by this situation. He didn't like any mention of the Duke. One way or another, after the treatment, the friends headed into the city. They wanted to have lunch while chatting about different things, and then they went for a walk through the streets, still happily talking about everything. Doha was surprised that Lariette was going to pay for the two of them, but the main character insisted on it because last time it was he who paid for them. Therefore, the girl told the man that she would buy him whatever he wanted. Then he decided, saying that he wanted that bracelet that they saw with her the other day. It seemed to her a trifle and too cheap, but he replied that everything fine. Looking at her, Doza explained that he chose it because Lariette said that it suited him very well, but she could only agree. In the end, the girl bought him a bracelet. He was a little sloppy trying to deal with the clasp on it so that it would immediately decorate his hand. Larietta, approaching him, helped the man fasten the jewelry, while saying that if he couldn't do something himself, then let him just say it. Having thanked the main character, the priest gave her a sweet smile and said that the bracelet on his hand looked lovely, but suddenly he noticed a bag in the girl's hand, asking what was in it. The girl, smiling, replied that there was a gift inside for her lover. Then the man immediately changed his face, but decided to react calmly, putting a smile on his face, realizing that she took the gift not only for him. As they walked through the streets, Doha suddenly remembered the strange rumors that were going around. Larietta, hearing this, immediately tensed because she thought that he was talking about the situation with Rayon, so she carefully asked what he was talking about. The priest explained that she had heard that Duke Candle cut off the hand of the Marquis of Sigre in the theater, and then he added that the Marquis tried to harm the Duke's partner. Doha decided to clarify whether she was that girl. She was embarrassed to talk about it, but she still confirmed that it was Escher who protected her. And Lariette herself noticeably tensed, thinking that her parents might find out that she was at the theater with the Duke that day, fearing that they would demand Candel to take her away. These thoughts greatly frightened the main character, literally putting her almost in a panic. Her eyes were running from fear, and she herself did not know what to do. But Doha suddenly put his hands on her face, gently lifting her chin and asking her to look at him, asking if she was okay. Lariette, avoiding his eyes, replied that everything was fine. But the girl was still in a strange state and trembling, as if she was afraid of something, turning her face away, apologizing to the man because they had come there to have fun, but he said that everything would be fine. Looking into the eyes of the main character, Doha spoke with complete confidence that everything would be fine, asking her to believe him. He gently held her by the gentle shoulders and kept telling her to believe that everything would be fine with her because, after all, he was her personal priest. His hand slowly slid down, grabbing her and holding her tenderly. Larietta suddenly wondered how a low-ranking priest could be sure of such a thing. Doha, smiling, asked if this was the reason she was ignoring him now, and then, speaking sarcastically, asked what would happen if he suddenly achieved the rank of senior priest, although in reality, Mikhail was the highest. But still he managed to distract the heroine from bad thoughts. The man looked at her with eyes full of tenderness and asked her to believe him because she had become friends with the most reliable priest who would protect her at any time. She could only accept it. While they were having a pleasant conversation, the wall above them suddenly began to collapse. which no one expected at all because there was no reason for this. After a couple of seconds, huge stones flew straight at them, putting their lives in great danger. The situation could have ended extremely badly. Larietta immediately used her magical abilities, thinking that she only knew the basics of defensive magic, so her shields could be unpleasant, and it was not a fact that both would be able to survive, especially since she would die anyway. Looking at Doka, the girl understood that he still had a very long and happy life, and came to the conclusion that she needed to save him, thereby sacrificing herself. Larietta thought that if she applied several layers of magic, she would be able to save him, and he noticed what the girl was going to do. The main character, closing her eyes, had already accepted her fate, quietly awaiting death under the collapse of the wall, while she herself was thinking about Escher, his smile. But then the incredible happened. Doa closed Larietta with his back, not allowing a single stone to fall on her. Her life was important to him. After some time, people surrounded the scene, standing next to the ruins and looking at them with great curiosity. Lariette also woke up, looking around. The first thing she saw was Doza, who was holding back the stones. The girl did not understand what had happened and how she was still alive. The priest, standing over her body, shouted in concern that she had gone crazy. The man held back the falling stones on her with the same shields that the heroine had conjured for him. Larietta, smiling at him, replied that the main thing for her was that he was not wounded. He looked at her with frightened eyes and wanted to say a lot. The man was very worried about the girl and could not imagine what would have happened to her if he had not covered her. The main character asked him not to make sudden movements, because if this shield suddenly breaks, they will both be crushed by debris. Looking into his eyes, Larietta asked him not to worry about it, because she was still controlling the shields with magic. At that same second, the priest stood up, showing that he did not care about these stones. And then, with a click, he threw them back, asking the girl why she did that, still practically sitting on her. Larietta, looking at him, asked what he was talking about. Such questions were strange to her. Doha looked extremely worried. He was interested in why the main character put shields only on him. Forgetting about herself, she couldn't understand why he was angry, because she didn't have much left, because his safety was more important than hers. They were still in the same position. The girl was lying on the ground and the man was sitting on top. Lariette explained her action by saying that they were friends. Mikhail was at a loss. He considered this girl absolutely crazy. Because she risked her life for the sake of someone whom she had seen only a few times, he did not believe in goodwill or altruism. In his opinion, everyone only pretends to be good in order to gain some benefit. But the man could not understand Larietta's action, because what would she get by saving him and dying at the same time? Looking at her, Doha couldn't understand whether it was true that it was all just him, or whether there was something wrong. The girl suddenly perked up, rejoicing that they were both alive, and the priest was not hurt at all. And then she began to praise the man, saying how coolly he dealt with the wreckage, adding that he was so close to being promoted. He had no time for this, he was still worried, so he decided to ask if anything hurt her. While he was helping Larietta get up, the girl replied that she was fine, simultaneously asking how he was. But the priest explained that due to the large number of shields, he could not have gotten hurt. Doka saw that the girl was wounded, while she herself pretended that this was absolutely not the case, and this irritated him. Putting his hand on her shoulder, the man began to treat her, and he himself asked if the voice understood that she could die now, while Lariette said in a calm voice that everything was normal, and everyone would die sooner or later. Moving the heroine closer to him, he declared that she could not die, because he would not allow this to happen. Such a statement struck the girl. Holding her by the shoulders and looking at her confused face, Doha understood that he could forgive her for thinking about another man while being next to him, because Doha himself still had plenty of opportunities. But the girl could not die without his permission. He kept telling her not to be so reckless with her wounds. Lariette, looking at the alarmed priest, thought that he must be very shocked. Doha, looking back at the rubble, suddenly thought that no matter how old the building was, it could not collapse on its own. Puzzles formed in his head, and he himself thought that their willfulness had reached the brink. The girl was still looking at the man and realized that she had never seen him so irritated, and could not believe that he also knew how to get angry. But in any case, she was glad that her friend was not hurt. It warmed her soul. At sunset, Larietta came back to the estate. She looked extremely exhausted and tired. She had practically no strength. Asher met her, slowly descending the stairs in a black tight sweater. She joyfully rushed to meet him, and he reminded her that she herself asked him to come early. Lariette first rushed to hug the man. He accepted her hug with great joy, but asked if they had not completed the dose this morning, to which the girl replied that she did not remember anything. He had no choice but to gently hug the main character back, giving her all his love and warmth. Asher looked happy, but then suddenly his face changed sharply as if sensing something was wrong. The man asked the girl what happened to her today, wondering if there had been some kind of accident, as if he had read Lariette's thoughts. The man, sniffing, stated that there was a faint smell of dust coming from her. Larietta tensed, comparing him to a dog. She could not understand how it even dawned on him. The girl was tense because she didn't know if she suddenly told the truth, whether there would be a commotion. She didn't like it if Asher was worried about her. Looking up, Larietta decided to come up with an excuse, saying that she just fell along the road and nothing like that happened to her. Asher asked in a worried voice if the girl was injured. She replied that it was only a little, and then added that Doha treated her, but the Duke still began to examine her for injuries. Gently putting his arm around the heroine's shoulders, the man asked if Larietta had fun today. She smiled and replied that she had a lot of fun. The Duke tensed up a little after such a reaction, but the girl suddenly clung to the man again and explained that it was even more pleasant for her to spend time with him, burying herself in his chest. She thought about how cute he was and that she needed to quickly lift the curse. Larietta knew how much Asher was suffering because of his curse, and she sincerely wants him to get rid of it as soon as possible, because while the girl is here, she wants the Duke to enjoy the time spent with her during these 3 months. She felt this when she was on the verge of death after the main character leaves this world. He will be forced to live with this curse, so she cannot allow it. Sitting on Asher's lap in his office, touching his bare chest, Larietta warned that she would now begin treatment. The man suddenly asked if she was okay. Noticing that the girl did not look very good, she replied that everything was fine and began. Although in reality everything was not like that, her hands were shaking, because today the main character had spent all her strength creating protective barriers for Doha, but now she needed to finish with Escher's curse. The man, noticing Larietta's terrible condition, grabbed her hand. The girl was shaking all over. She looked bad, and after a couple of seconds she collapsed right into his arms. The Duke was nervous, asking if the main character was okay. Putting his hand on her back, she answered that she was cold, continuing to tremble like a leaf. He immediately hugged her with both hands, trying to warm her up. Panicking, Asher began talking about how she urgently needed to be covered with something, and she kept repeating something about warm water. Asher immediately got up from his seat, picked up Larietta in his arms. She, closing her eyes from weakness, insisted that she wanted to take a bath. The man replied that he would immediately ask the maids to prepare a bathroom for her. Opening her eyes and looking at him, the girl added that now she did not want to be with those people whom she did not trust. So she asked the Duke to help her with this. Indecent pictures immediately surfaced in Escher's head, from which he was embarrassed. Larietta asked him to stay with her, saying that she would be in clothes. Candel saw how painful the girl looked, and despite her pain, she was still trying to clear the Duke's curse, so for himself, he decided that now was not the time for embarrassment. Taking Larietta to the bathroom and getting her some water, he sat next to her, guarding her, and asking if the temperature of the water was normal. She replied that everything was fine. Her hair was tied up, and she was wearing an incomprehensible red outfit. The girl was indignant, asking if she had to sit in this. The man replied that yes, for his sake. And when Asher wanted to get up, Lariette grabbed his hand, warning him that if he ran away from her again, she would run away too. Hearing what the main character just told him, he slowly turned around, staring at the girl with a creepy look. He clearly didn't like what he heard. While Larietta held his wrist, the Duke looked down at her with his withering gaze, asking how she could even say such a thing. Having let go of his hand, the girl immediately began to make excuses, saying that she would only run away within the mansion. As if in a catch-up, the man immediately came to his senses. Asher felt awkward, so he apologized to Larietta for such a stupid act. And then he said a very strange thing about how he was already thinking about tying up the main character. Apparently the man said this in all seriousness. The girl, patting him on the shoulder, laughed, thinking that the Duke was joking, saying that these were all fables, but judging by his face, he was not joking. But looking at her, he melted and smiled. Larietta suddenly came up with a brilliant idea. She began to look at Escher like a cunning fox who went hunting and casually started a conversation. The main character asked if he wanted to help her wash. Such a question greatly embarrassed the Duke, and he suddenly trembled a little, trying to pretend that he did not understand what she was talking about. Cold sweat ran down his head when he heard the girl's question. The man immediately began to panic. Smiling, Larietta explained that she was only asking for help in washing her hair. Exhaling calmly, the Duke agreed to help. Having carefully lathered the shampoo into his hands, Asher began rubbing it through the main character's long hair, and he accidentally noticed a small scar on Larietta's neck, asking where she got it from. The girl said that as a child, Rayon allegedly accidentally pushed her down the stairs, and she fell head over heels, and he told his parents that his sister was the first to push him. And they believed him, after which they immediately scolded the little girl because a lady shouldn't play on the stairs. She recalled her experiences, but told the man that there was nothing wrong with it. Having listened carefully to his beloved, Asher tensed and only now realized that he should have killed Rayon the first time. And Larietta continued to talk, closing her eyes. She remembered how they punished her, locking her in a room. She remembered how, as a small child, she sat under the door and waited for someone to open it, while her tears flowed down her little childish cheeks. But even then she obeyed her parents, because her mother told her that this way she would become more patient, so the girl endured and simply waited for long hours. Lariette suddenly changed the topic, asking Asher if he liked her hair. The question was strange and quite unexpected, but she explained that someone once told her that just looking at the main character's hairstyle made his eyes hurt. The girl did not say that it was her ex-fiancé, so the Duke asked who told her that. The man said in all seriousness that if she called his name, he would tear out his lying tongue. In response, the girl only laughed, asking the Duke to answer, to which he asked how her hair could be disgusting. Turning to face him, Larietta, smiling, asked if he liked them. He, stuttering with embarrassment, gave a positive answer to the heroine's question. She, moving closer to him, asked again if her hair was beautiful, and then asked something else, asking if this was the only beautiful thing about her. Asher replied that absolutely everything about her was beautiful. Placing her hand on his, the main character, looking into his eyes, asked the Duke to kiss the place that he considered the most beautiful. Kissing a strand of her hair and not taking his eyes off her eyes, the man explained that for him, there was nothing that he would find unattractive. So Asher asked if this meant he had to kiss every part of her body. Larietta, blushing, replied that he needed to choose the place that he wanted to kiss the most. This time the Duke did not hesitate and gently put his hand on the back of her head and pulled her to kiss. The kiss was tender and sensual. The couple held hands, closing their eyes. Droplets of water flowed down the main character's wet body. But now she had absolutely no time for that. Taking his eyes off the girl, the man visibly blushed, while Larietta, placing her hands on his face, praised him, calling him a good fellow. Laughing, the main character promised the Duke that next time she would kiss him, to which the man did not answer. A few days later, the couple stood near the boutique. Lariette asked Escher if he would like to have a drink with her in the evening. He reminded her that she wanted to choose clothes. Then she asked if he would help her with her choice, but even then the man said that Madame Sherbet can help her. Swinging, the main character hit Asher on the shoulder. She was angry because he could not help her with basic things. And after the blow, the girl immediately felt severe pain in her hand from the blow, noticing how hard the Duke was, but the girl's blow was something like a massage. Taking a closer look, Asher noticed Gerard in the call, who was helping him with the search for the main character's brother. He urgently needed the Duke. Therefore, having warned his girlfriend that he would leave for a while, the man immediately ran away without explaining why exactly. Larietta wanted to leave, but suddenly the voice of Lady Charbet called out to her, who asked the girl to stay for a couple of minutes, looking back nervously. When the main character looked closer, she saw a familiar face. It was her mother, who looked at her anxiously, as if she had been waiting for this meeting for several years. The woman pointed her finger at the girl as she looked at her in fear, until she told her that they had not seen each other for a long time. Mother immediately rushed to her, excitedly asking where she had been all this time. Putting her hand on her shoulder, she screamed, wanted to know where her daughter was because Mother, according to her, was nervous. But Larietta immediately threw her hand away from her, raised her eyebrow and explained that she was so nervous that she went to massages with aromatic oils and to boutiques. She stammered and replied that she was a duchess. Then the main character grinned and said that she had never seen a wanted advertisement. The woman felt ashamed. She turned away and explained that she could not do anything. Lariette asked her mother not to make excuses for her because she could, but did not bother to do anything, after which, slowly looking up at her, the girl said a quiet goodbye. She thought that she couldn't do this anymore. The heroine felt strange, as if a piece was being torn from her heart. Without listening to further excuses, Larietta turned around and ran away from the boutique. The girl ran in an unknown direction through the empty streets, as if trying to escape from her terrible nightmare. But then someone grabbed her wrist, stopping her. The main character turned around to look who it was. In front of her stood Asher, who looked at her worriedly, and then suddenly tensed up and asked who did this to her, thinking that she was crying. Gently stroking the girl on the cheek, he asked who dared to bring Larietta to tears. She, looking at him for a couple of seconds, began to caress his hand like a little kitten, and then rushed to him, saying that she had not cried. Having buried her head in the man's chest, the main character explained that she simply missed him, hugging him tightly, but Asher knew perfectly well that she was lying to him, so he simply invited her to return home. Lariette wondered if she even had a home. She didn't know that, so she was even glad that she was mortally ill. A few days later, the Duke noticed that the main character was behaving strangely. Even when the girl saw him off, she managed to forget about the portion of hugs that Escher reminded her of. The girl simply approached him while he hugged her and immediately left. He believed that something strange happened to her. The Duke would like to be close to her, but today a significant military meeting is being held in the palace, in which he is obliged to take part. The man thought that as her lover, he would like the girl to tell him everything. After Escher left, Larietta sat on the windowsill and read the letters. The first was from Madame Charbet, in which she apologized for agreeing to arrange a meeting for her mother with her, saying that this would not happen again. Another letter was, after all, from her mother. She regretted that their meeting ended in this way. The woman wrote that she wanted to tell her a lot, asking for another chance. While the girl read this, there was no sign on her face, there were no emotions, but my mother made an appointment for her today at 5 in a restaurant. Out of anger, squeezing the letter in her hands, Lariette lowered her head to her knees, hugging herself with both arms. She could not understand why her mother should meet with her now. But she did not ignore the request to meet, and nevertheless came to the appointed meeting. I saw her daughter. The woman was immediately happy, which cannot be said about the main character. She sat down opposite her mother. She immediately began inviting her to try the dishes, praising them, showing concern for her daughter. Larietta immediately remembered how she had previously given an extra piece of something, saying that a girl needed to know when to eat in moderation, because at such a rate she could get fat and become scary. The woman was on her son's side, because it was disgusting for him to eat in the same room with his sister, and now she was sitting in front of her and smiling. The girl did not touch the food, asking what her mother wanted to talk to her about, because the main character came to her only for this reason and was not going to wait long. Turning her head away, the woman asked her daughter for forgiveness, saying that she didn't even know where exactly to start apologizing. Most of all, she repented for not paying her due attention, adding that she realized everything only when Larietta left home and was in great shock. Closing her eyes, the mother said in a frustrated voice that no one was worried about her, and her father only constantly reproached her, saying that his wife was no housewife. Raising her head to her daughter, the woman said that only now she realized everything, that only Larietta cared for her in difficult times, but she did not understand this and rejected her daughter's love. The main character, abruptly standing up from her seat, thought that her mother never understood how much pain she had caused her. And then the girl turned around, heading towards the exit, saying that she had heard her mother's apology, but her decision was unchanged. She would not return home. The woman drooped, lowered her head down, and whispered barely audibly that she was really very sorry. These words made Larietta stop and look at her with confused eyes. It was the first time she had heard such a thing from her. But she didn't notice how someone else's hands reached out from behind her from the doorway, quickly hitting the girl on the back of the head, causing her to fall unconscious. These same hands dragged her somewhere, and the head of the family came out of the same door, watching how his daughter, apparently on his orders, was being dragged somewhere. The mother was not happy with the situation. Apparently, this is exactly what she was talking about. She's really sorry about that. The man, grinning terribly, explained to his wife that an apology would never bring his own daughter home. Lariette woke up at home. Her hands were cuffed, from which all her wrists were bruised and red. Now she realized that all her efforts were in vain. The heroine could not believe that her parents had cuffed her own daughter in handcuffs, which, moreover, blocked magic. And now, like a child from the past, she was sitting at the door in the same way, thinking that she hadn't had a single crumb in her mouth since yesterday, so her strength had completely dried up. The girl realized that she couldn't get out of here. Suddenly behind the door, Lariette heard a familiar voice. It was Anne, who called out to her. The girl was immediately delighted to see her. Anne confirmed that it was she, worried about her mistress. The girl suggested that she was clearly terribly hungry, But even in such a situation, the main character insisted that everything was fine with her, asking how the maid was doing. Leaning her head against the door, Larietta asked Anne if she was sick. She answered, where could she go, asking what they should do now. Because the Duke was terribly angry, the girl reported that the man was screaming loudly and talking about what his daughters had in the morning. It won't be very good. Tears rolled into the maid's eyes, and she, slamming her fists on the door, declared that she would definitely find a way to help her lady. Larietta immediately perked up, asking her not to do anything, because what would they do if Anne got involved in this story too? The girl shared that when the main character left the estate, she really regretted that she could not do anything for her. Therefore, now Anne does not want her to have any regrets left and asks to be allowed to help Larietta, who, listening to the maid, opened her mouth in surprise and then slowly pressed her head against the door. Anne, rising, said that she would try to talk to the wizard Yahello and would try to steal the key, asking the lady to wait for her here. Lariette tried to stop the young girl by knocking on the door, because if she intervened, then she would definitely feel bad, but it was too late. The maid had already run away. The morning slowly came, the rays crept into the room, and the main character still sat in the same place. Without closing her eyes, she looked tired and exhausted, her eyes slowly closed, pulling her into sleep. But she did not manage to sleep. The door opened, dropping her to the floor. 2 male figures towered over her. Her father and brother, who looked at his sister with a grin. Rayon's face was covered in bruises, and his nose, apparently, was broken. The girl was surprised, looking at her brother, but she herself understood that he clearly deserved all this. The father spoke to Larietta, explaining that he locked her up so that she would think about her behavior, but now he did not see a drop of remorse in her look, and the girl asked what she should repent of. Raising her head at him and looking at the man with an indifferent gaze, she explained that she had not done anything wrong. Upon hearing this, he opened his eyes in shock, asking again if this was really so. Larietta wanted to repeat that she really didn't do anything, but her father gave her a strong slap in the face. The girl's body began to tremble. She looked at him with empty eyes. But even now, the heroine dared to say that she didn't do anything, for which she received another slap in the face from her own father, who did not feel sorry for her at all. Then Larietta's body could no longer stand it, and she fell to the floor in pain. But the man looked at his daughter's body and didn't care at all. On the contrary, he said that he had put so much of his strength into his daughter, and in gratitude she dared to run away to the monster duke, and also dares to look at his father from above. Her father shouted at her, asking how she dared to set Asher on his own brother, while he stood behind and quietly giggled. He was amused by the situation in which his sister was. Turning around, the man explained to Larietta that if she doesn't apologize, then she shouldn't even think about freedom. When her father left, Rayon looked at his sister with a wild grin. He leaned over her body, as if laughing at what her own father had just done to her, and then, grinning, he took Larietta by the clothes and lifted her slightly, asking if she realized how much he was hurt because of her. The girl, gathering her strength, raised her eyes to him, full of hatred. With great reluctance, she now looked at her brother, whom she could not stand. The girl sank her teeth into her brother's hand with all her might, while looking him straight in the eyes. The bite was strong, the guy was bleeding. Rayon fell to the floor and began to shake, holding his bitten hand. Stuttering, he asked if his sister had gone completely crazy. His eyes were full of fear. Lariette, sitting on the floor and continuing to look indifferently at her brother, suddenly spat out a piece of his skin on the floor, which frightened the boy even more, and he immediately rushed to the door, begging him to lock the girl. Running past a man with glasses, Rayon shouted that his sister, having lived with the monster duke, had also gone crazy, turning to a man named Jill, saying that his father was right and Asher had done something to her. Larietta fell to the floor from powerlessness, barely audibly pronouncing the name of the duke, who so often came up in her memories. She imagined her and Asher hugging and smiling, being a happy couple, holding each other tenderly. These thoughts made Larietta cry. Lying on the floor, she really missed Duke Candel, but suddenly someone's voice outside the door called out to her, which made the girl jump. They shouted to her that he had arrived for her, that the man was already downstairs and waiting for her. Duke Candel arrived for Larietta, and he was more than serious. This was noticeable from his look, with which he could now incinerate anyone. The head of the family came to meet him, angrily asking why Asher did not inform about his arrival in advance, because this contradicts all the rules of etiquette. Gerard, standing behind the guy, was outraged by such a tone, asking whether the man realized who he was talking to. Candle calmly replied that he had come to pick up his beloved, and he pretended that he did not understand what the guy was talking about. Asher's gaze became even scarier, and he had to repeat again that he had arrived to pick up Larietta. Duke Blanchet, coming closer, grinned, asking if Candel had taken it upon himself to come to his estate to steal his daughter. Although he spoke confidently, he was afraid in his heart, because Escher did not even try to ask for permission. The guy explained that he didn't want any trouble and was ready to do whatever he was told if Larietta was returned to him. At this time, the main character was talking to Anne through the door, asking if Escher had come for her on purpose. She confirmed, saying that Mr. Joel wrote a letter and secretly sent it to him. Looking out the window, she saw him and her father there, who was actively gesticulating. It dawned on Larietta that he had come here specifically just to pick her up, so she came up with a brilliant plan. The main character tore the curtains from the window and wrapped them around her fist, apparently to protect her hands from something. With one movement of her hand, the girl knocked out the glass with her fist. The fragments scattered everywhere, and she walked forward with her bare feet to the balcony. Going out onto the balcony, Larietta began to call Escher, attracting his attention. He, hearing his beloved's voice, immediately raised his frightened gaze. She, standing on the edge of the balcony, without fear, jumped down. Duke Candel immediately rushed towards her to prevent the fall. Jill also got involved, and behind his master's back, he used magic to help the main character stay safe by preparing a shield. Asher, who was already standing under the balcony, put out his hands to be sure to catch Larietta while she was flying down, and he managed to do it. When she was in his hands, happy smiles appeared on the couple's faces. Despite the condition and what was happening, they were glad to see each other and feel the warmth that emanated from them. But when Asher saw the bruises on his beloved's face, his look immediately changed. His eyes filled with blood, and he muttered through his teeth, "Who dared to touch Larietta?" Slowly turning around, he began to glare at the head of the Blanchet family, who already smelled death and experienced great fear. Escher gently held the main character in his arms, as if trying to shield her from all the troubles and nightmares that she experienced while looking at their family. The Duke made it clear that he would not show mercy. But Larietta, carefully placing her hands on his face and resting her head on his, asked the man to finally leave here together, saying that she wanted to go home. The girl said that she didn't just want to go home, but specifically to her house, which made Asher widen his eyes, looking at her for a couple of seconds. And then, smiling at her, he agreed, saying that they would return to their home together. His soul seemed to shine at that moment. He carefully picked her up in his arms and carried her to the carriage. At this time, her father followed him, shouting and asking where Asher had taken his daughter, to which the guy turned around angrily, making it clear that he had no time to talk. Larietta looked away from her father. A huge bruise was visible on her cheek. Her lips were broken. She looked extremely pitiful and clearly did not want to intersect with her father anymore. Even the head of the family himself, having taken a closer look at his daughter, could not believe that he had hit her so hard. He himself was shocked by her condition. The girl glanced at Jill, who smiled at her. She mentally thanked him because he was always not on her side. When the carriage moved, the heroine made a promise that she would never forget the kindness of a man. When Dad arrived home, Halstein immediately promised that he would contact the temple, while Larietta and Escher went up to her room. When she finally went to bed, the guy just silently looked at her, sitting next to her. She, pulling him into her arms, joyfully thanked the Duke, smiling at him. He still looked slightly worried. Asher couldn't understand why Larietta was thanking him instead of blaming him when she was so badly wounded, because if he had arrived earlier, there might not have been any wounds. When the letter was sent to him, the man was going to raze the Blanchet estate to the ground. Anger was boiling in his veins. He could not understand how these people dared to take his beloved away from him. Now he, burying his face in the girl, asked her forgiveness for coming for her so late. She was very surprised when she heard this. And then, raising his face, she asked if she could kiss him right now, saying that she really wanted this. Asher, blushing, quietly replied that he was not against it, after which Lariette slowly reached for his lips. A couple of seconds later, their lips met in the most tender kiss. The main character carefully placed her hands on his strong shoulders. Closing her eyes, he leaned his elbows on the bed behind her, apparently in a fit of passion and tenderness. The girl could not restrain herself and suddenly gasped quietly. Asher immediately stopped, asking if his lover was in pain, worried about her. She, pulling him back to her, asked the man not to stop. Then he gently laid her on the bed, continuing the kisses while lying down, slowly, and then suddenly grabbed Larietta under her back. Asher pulled the girl onto him in one motion, without looking up from the kiss, but the main character suddenly broke away from him. She moved away from the man and looked at him with a languid gaze, saying his name, the same one asked if she had enough. The Duke looked at her with half-open eyes, saying that he was completely missing what had just happened. Holding Larietta tightly to himself, Asher quietly asked if he could continue. The girl looked at him with wild embarrassment. The man kept saying that no matter how much he kissed the main character, he would never have enough of her, and what if could? Then he swallowed it all. The main character now looked so pure and innocent, looking at the man, and he continued to think that he would like to make her his. But without her permission, he would not take a step. Lariette, slowly reaching her hand to his face, with a gentle smile declared that she loved him, and she suddenly thought about how bad her affairs were, because apparently she truly fell in love with Escher, although she already knows how it will end. And even despite all the terrible circumstances, the girl was still able to fall in love with him, which she had not planned at all. Pulling Lariette into a kiss again, Duke Candle replied through his lips that he also loved the main character, and the man himself thought that every night in all his dreams, his thoughts were only about her. For the first time, he fell asleep impatiently, waiting for the dawn. For the first time, Asher realized the value of every day, and the words of the main character can send him to heaven or plunge him into hell. And when she hurts, his heart is torn to shreds. When their gazes crossed, the Duke realized, looking at his beloved, that no words could describe what he felt towards her. Asher suddenly threw Larietta onto the bed, causing her to gasp, awaiting his further actions. But the man simply looked at her, examined her facial features, studied her in order to capture these moments forever in his memory. And for himself, Asher definitely decided that he would simply enjoy every moment he spent with her and would sincerely love her to madness. Wildly embarrassed, Larietta did not understand whether she could do this now in her weak state. The man began to slowly lower himself to her chest, whispering that he was slowly losing patience because he wanted to master her so much. But he understood that it was not time yet, so he decided that he would hold back with all his might. Asher was afraid that his curse might taint the main character, so he played for time as best he could, although it was already very difficult for him to endure. Having risen, Larietta carefully placed her palm on the guy's face, smiled, and said that she would endure as long as it took. In response, he gently purred her name and reached out for a kiss. But Kilstein suddenly burst into the room and said with a smile that a priest from the temple had come to the lady, who awkwardly turned around, looking at the man. Doka, seeing Larietta's condition, only angrily asked who dared to do this to her, examining the girl's wounds, asking what kind of bastard did this. She just looked at him awkwardly. Apparently, she was partly ashamed that she had to appear in front of her friend in this form. He, laughing nervously, recalled that he asked the girl to be careful, realizing that she did not listen to his words at all. Larietta suddenly hid her wrist, which had abrasions and was missing the bracelet that Doha had given her. She explained that she felt sorry for wearing it because it was so beautiful, although apparently this was not true. Now the man understood why he did not know that the main character was injured. It irritated him, but he tried not to show his emotions. Doha carefully studied Larietta's face, stopping at her lips. He realized that the girl's lips infuriated him terribly. Therefore, with one movement, the priest pulled the heroine closer to him. He carefully held the back of her head, starting the treatment. The man did not take his eyes off the girl. Their faces were very close, and their noses were touching. Doha wondered if it was her lover who did this. Lariette immediately began to say that Asher had nothing to do with it, and that she had been kidnapped. He grinned and noticed that he had not even had time to say anything yet. He couldn't believe it because just a few days ago, Doha had sworn an oath that he would protect her, and now he finds out that she was kidnapped. 1. This hurt the priest's pride, but he understood that even Duke Candle himself was powerless in such a situation. Putting a smile on his face and carefully taking the girl by the hands, the man asked if she was hurting anywhere else. Lowering her eyes, Larietta, stuttering, replied that everything was fine. Doha asked the girl to wear that bracelet constantly from that moment on, because otherwise the healing properties would not be realized, so it should be on her hand constantly. And then he suddenly put his hand on her face, pretending that there were wounds on her face, so he supposedly wants to heal her. Larietta said that her cheek was only a little swollen. The priest, looking into her eyes, asked her to be patient a little, saying that the wound was quite severe. Analyzing his behavior, Doha understood perfectly well that if he was too persistent, the girl would eventually hate him. But on the other hand, for him it would be even better than nothing, because initially the man did not want anything sublime. While he was thinking, Larietta suddenly exclaimed in pain. The priest asked if she was injured elsewhere, and then noticed that there were pieces of glass sticking out of her feet, which had dug directly into her skin, thereby injuring her. Going downstairs, Doha carefully took Larietta by the leg, and he himself looked at her, asking if she wanted to leave it the way it is now, meaning her legs. The main character was terribly ashamed and embarrassed because he was touching her dirty feet. She absolutely did not want to look like that in the eyes of her friend. She thought that Doha should see only beautiful things in his life, completely unaware of what this man's childhood was like, how he lived and what he did, what it was like for him. Later, after the priest left, Larietta went to Asher to help get rid of the curse. He, unbuttoning his shirt, asked if she was sure that everything would be okay this time. She, sitting on his bed, answered that yes, because after the treatment she was much better. She assumed that she could handle it this time. The man was worried that it might be too difficult for the girl, but if she herself decided, then he didn't begin to argue with her. Having gotten rid of his shirt and showing the main character his toned body, he, no longer at all embarrassed, was ready for healing, which he informed the girl about. Sitting on the bed like a child, he looked at the girl, waiting for her to begin. She gently touched his chest and began the healing. A bright light illuminated the room, and the stains on Escher's chest quickly disappeared, revealing the Duke's clean top. Larietta, looking at the man with a smile, explained to him that she had finished cleansing his upper body. He looked in confusion at his body, which he had not seen in a normal state for a very, very long time. Asher was stunned by the result and was eternally grateful to the main character for her work. Asher kept looking at himself because he couldn't believe his eyes and what he was seeing, but Larietta said that it was too early for joy. But then, leaving a kiss on his cheek, she added that very soon she would clean him completely, and in the near future she would begin to work on the lower part of his body. She said this with a smile on her face. But only after a couple of seconds turning away, Larietta suddenly became embarrassed and wondered how exactly she would do this because he would have to take off his pants. The girl felt awkward, so she said that the cleansing took a long time this time, so she needed to rest for a while, suggesting that she would deal with the rest later. The Duke, lowering his head down, quietly whispered that his lower part was fine, suggesting that the girl misunderstood, which made her blush like an overripe tomato. Asher even managed to regret his words when he saw the reaction of the main character. She could not understand why he did not tell her about this earlier. The Duke decided to change the topic and asked if it was time for a snack. Larietta agreed with him so as not to discuss such awkward topics anymore. At night, lying on her bed, the girl thought about how much had happened in just one day. Turning on her side, Larietta understood that she had someone to thank because Asher arrived today and picked her up from her parents' house. Doha came at the first call and cured her. She didn't forget about Anne and Joel, who helped her escape. The girl would like to take them away from there, but how can she do this if she herself wants to leave the mansion soon? Larietta could not understand why she had stupidly sacrificed herself for the sake of her family all these years, and if she had not been terminally ill, this would have continued. The girl paid a great price for happiness. She didn't want to die. The main character immediately thought about Asher, about his care and jealousy and his sweet side, which is known only to her. Now, lying in her bed, Lariette really understood that she really fell in love with Duke Candel. But as it seems to her, he does not have such strong feelings towards her. This means that Asher will probably not be very upset when the main character dies, and in the future he will only be remembered as a fleeting girl for 3 months. Turning to the other side, Larietta suddenly opened her eyes in shock and froze, scared to death, as if she had seen a ghost. Outside the window there were thunderclaps, lightning shone, and it was raining. And in front of her the girl saw a male silhouette, a shadow that did not look like a living person, as if the weather was an association with some kind of memory. And now she saw this silhouette in front of her. He stretched his hand towards her, which made her feel more and more scared with each lightning strike. Covering her ears with her hands, Lariette began repeating the word no and shaking with fear. And the male silhouette still towered over her, his hand raised as if to strike, right before lightning rumbled outside the window again, after which a loud no was heard from the heroine again. Jumping out of bed, Lariette headed towards the exit, opening the door. She ran along the corridor and screamed, asking for help, to be saved, while the lightning still flashed outside the windows. When she ran past Escher's room, he suddenly opened it. Hearing the screams of his beloved, he looked at her excitedly. She, noticing him, calmed down a little, and he asked what happened. Without waiting for an answer, the man invited her to enter the room because it was cold to stand in the corridor, after which the Duke sat the shaking girl on the sofa. Asha, looking at her, asked if she would have tea, explaining that it had not been brought yet, so she could drink it with him. Moving closer to the girl, the man, examining her, asked if she was wounded somewhere else. She replied that no, explaining that she was very afraid of thunderstorms. Lariette said that she was afraid not of the sound itself, but of loneliness in such terrible weather, while Asher carefully put his arm around the girl's shoulder. And then outside the window, suddenly thunder sounded again and lightning flashed. The main character, wildly frightened, jumped on the man's arm, shaking with fear. Seeing how scared she was, Asher gently hugged her. She, hiding in his shoulder, found some kind of protection in the Duke. He protected her with his arms, hid her from fear, and tried to console her as best he could. During the war, one of the knights, extending his hand to Escher, asked him to help him, to save him. Arrows were sticking out of his back. When he approached him, his body fell straight into his hands. With the last of his strength, the guy muttered that he didn't want to die like that. Asher remembered this, hugging Larietta. Now they were both thinking about their terrible nightmares that still haunt them. Lying in the man's arms, the girl asked if she could sleep with him tonight, saying that she just wanted to hold hands. Larietta asked if she was allowed at least this, and then she understood what she was asking for, and added that she could easily sleep in her room, asking forgiveness for such a strange request. And then, getting up, she wanted to leave. But outside the window, lightning suddenly struck again and a thunderstorm sounded. The main character, covering her ears in fear, gasped, frightened, afraid to move. Then Asher gently pressed her to him, calming her down. The man looked at her with a gentle gaze. Without saying anything, he carefully took her hand, and with his other hand he hugged the back of her head. The girl, looking up at him, said that everything was definitely fine now, smiled at him, and thanked him. Having tucked her hair behind her ear, the Duke nevertheless invited her to stay with him. She, like a kitten, rubbed herself against his hand, closing her eyes. When the couple lay down in the same bed together, Lariette immediately asked Asher not to be nervous because she was not going to do anything. He replied that he was not nervous. Turning around, she grinned and pointed her finger at his shoulder, which made the man jump. The Duke blushed and asked the main character to stop doing this, but she did not listen to him, continuing to poke him everywhere she could. Grabbing Larietta by the hand, Asher rose above her, not letting go of his wrist, and looking at her, asked not to touch him if she didn't want him to restrain himself. The girl, looking away, began to tremble for some reason. The Duke understood that she was trying not to show it, but she was scared. Now she was just pretending that everything was fine with her. Intertwining his fingers with hers, Asher could not understand why Lariette continued to endure everything alone and could not rely on him, because he wanted to share all her experiences with her. The man, hugging the girl and holding her hand, lay back in his place. They smiled sweetly at each other. He still dreamed when the heroine would finally open her soul to him and he would become calmer from this. Larietta's father, while on his estate, freaked out, breaking a plate. He was indignant that no one was coming, but the butler explained that they had contacted the temple again, and they responded that there were no free priests. The man was dissatisfied with this answer and shouted, calling it all nonsense. He wanted everything to be exactly the way he wanted it. Immediately after the abduction, Gerald talked with the girl's father, noticing how many injuries appeared on her body, although they were not there yesterday. Then he realized that if he did not want to become famous as a despot beating his own daughter, then he should just let her go. Rayon also ran out to the voices, who was in a hurry because he did not know who was communicating with his father now. And when he saw a familiar face, a man who was present when Asher beat him, he immediately panicked. His legs did not obey him, and he fell head over heels down the stairs. As a result, Rayon broke both his legs, and now his father did not understand at all what he should do because there were no free priests. The Duke understood that now Larietta's powers would be more useful than ever, but she is not there when she is needed so badly, but nothing can be done. Mr. Blanchette ordered the servants to prepare the carriage immediately, because they were going to go straight to the temple. When the father and son arrived at the temple, the older man began to quarrel with everyone, asking in an orderly tone to heal his son, calling everyone around him impudent. Michael suddenly appeared at the noise. The Duke opened his mouth in surprise, looking at the future pope. He expected salvation from him. Doha, looking at him from under his brows with a sly look, like a fox whose prey had fallen into a trap, he understood that now was his time to recoup. The head of the family understood that it was clearly not worth conflicting with the person who would soon take the post of dad, so they needed to be careful with him. Rayon, looking at Rocker with some dissatisfaction, stated that an ordinary priest would have been enough for him. The father immediately apologized for their tactlessness, explaining that his son needed treatment and they came here out of extreme necessity. Mikhail, looking at them, thought that it was he who did not allow any of the priests to go to them because he had his own plan to take revenge on Larietta's brother. Therefore, putting a smile on his face, he groaned and explained that, apparently, some kind of misunderstanding had occurred, and then, looking at them with a sly look, he added that, as an apology, he would personally treat his son. The Duke, hearing about this, beamed with joy. He could not believe that the High Priest himself would do this. It was an honor for him, because receiving treatment directly from the next Pope is something incredible. Even Duke Candel cannot boast of this. The head of the family, Blanchet, thought that he could build a good relationship with the next Pope. Assuming that he could help restore his family to its former glory, Doha asked Raon to follow him. Before his son left, the father whispered in his ear that he should behave with dignity in front of the High Priest and not disgrace him, to which he only hooted, after which Doka led him along the corridor to some room. Having gone inside, the man closed the door behind him while the young man looked around, walking on crutches, and then Mikhail turned to him and asked how the guy got these injuries, to which he replied that he tripped. Then Doka came closer to him, after which the priest grabbed the guy's hand, where the mark of someone else's teeth was visible. The same one screamed in pain, and then, looking at him with crazy eyes, asked how he would explain this wound to him. Examining the bite, he couldn't help but think that even the marks from Lariette's teeth on someone else's hand looked cute. Rayon pulled out his hand, not understanding why the man was behaving this way, and he asked the young man for forgiveness. And then he touched his forehead, starting the treatment. And he himself thought that there should not be a single trace of her on the body of Larietta's brother, while Doha was minding his own business. The guy said something about the origin of the priest. After all, the next dad, Mikhail Dohabelian, is the son of a fallen courtesan, which Rayon suddenly decided to remind the man about. And then he turned to him himself, asking if he knew what rumors were circulating about him, after which he called the high priest an unscrupulous asshole. He could not stand it, grinning, and noticed that apparently Duke Candel had done a bad job on this guy's behavior. Bending over his ear, Mikhail, whispering, asked how he even dared, in ignorance, to encroach on someone who should not have been touched, adding that he should not expect mercy from him, because at least he wants to deprive the guy of his limbs, and this will not be the most severe punishment for him. Rayon was stunned by what the priest had just told him. Turning around, he swung at Doha, wanting to hit him, but he skillfully parried his blows, simply turning away. In the end, young Mr. Blanchett suddenly lost all his strength and fell to the floor while Mikhail looked at him. Rayon could not understand how he got away with all this. Doha began to ask him if he really thought that a guy with a despicable origin would not escape his unlucky attacks. The man mocked the guy. Coming closer to him, the high priest continued to say that all this was nothing compared to what he had to experience in order to survive. But he could not even raise his head, saying that she was very dizzy. Doha, leaning over him and looking at the guy with a crazy grin, decided to clarify whether his head was really spinning. Then Rayon, trembling with fear, could not understand what this man had just done to him. Squatting down in front of him, the high priest explained to him that he had simply disrupted his mana cycle a little, nothing more. Smiling like a sly fox, Doka explained that if you leave everything as it is, then in a few months, then the mana in his body will not be able to withstand it, and he will simply die. This amused the man, who, stuttering, insisted that he was crazy. But the priest ignored his insults, adding that healing is impossible for anyone who is not stronger than him, but of course, such people do not exist. After these words, the guy opened his eyes from fear and severe shock. Doha advised Rayon to finally turn on his brain. He began to panic and thought that he absolutely did not want to die, for nothing, and, especially, obviously not in this way. Raising his head to Mikhail, the guy nervously asked what he needed to do. Then the man suddenly put his heavy hand on his head. Looking at him angrily, he explained that if the guy raised his hand against Larietta again, he would die that same day. The main character in the morning woke up in the Duke's bed, saliva dripping from her lips. Apparently she had very good dreams. At this time, Asher was looking at her. His eyes were red. He quietly asked if she had woken up. The girl, looking at his face, could not believe that she was seeing something beautiful in the morning. She stood up, wiped the drool from her face, blushing a little and noticed how tired Candle looked. Wondering if he had slept well, he answered that he had not, but the girl did not give up, asking if he had slept only a few hours. But even here, Asher replied that there was nothing of the kind, although in fact, the guy did not sleep at all that night. And then, turning towards the heroine, he asked what she planned to do today. Lariette, rising from bed in her robe, explained with a smile that today she was going to go to Doha. Turning away so as not to stare at her, blushing, he, stuttering, only agreed with her. And then the girl suddenly unexpectedly announced that from now on she would sleep only with Asher, without even asking his permission to do so, simply presenting the man with a fact. He, turning around, was wildly embarrassed and shocked by such information, because he thought that this was an isolated incident when they slept in the same bed. The guy, apparently, was afraid that he would not be able to restrain himself and it would end badly. Seeing the shocked face of the Duke, Lariette laughed loudly, saying that of course he was joking, the same one exhaled because once was enough for him. After all, the main reason why Asher couldn't sleep all night was the main character hugging him, because of which he couldn't even change his position. For fear of waking her up, he couldn't stand it again. When Larietta left his room and he himself went out into the corridor, the butler was waiting for him, who looked at him strangely, with tears in his eyes. The man said that he had always believed in his master. He believed that one day this day would come in Escher's life, and now Hellstein is incredibly happy about this. But Mr. Candel was a little tense about this conversation. The butler immediately switched to discussing their sudden wedding, which was not part of anyone's plans at all. He asked the guy what dishes should be prepared for the wedding banquet, what dates the ceremony would be on, and what kind of dress the bride would wear. He literally dreamed about this more than Escher. But when Hellstein suddenly even started talking about the unborn child, the Duke could not stand it and asked the man to stop, because this was already stressing him out a lot. But he explained that they had a lot of work ahead of them, so they needed to be prepared. After all, marriage is an important event for a person, so they don't need to treat it with such disdain. The guy was already dizzy from the butler's chatter, because he really seemed to have already married the couple. But Asher was a little funny, because he thought that Lariette clearly would not want to connect her life with someone like him. But Duke Candel himself would be looking forward to this with great impatience, because the main character is now like a ray of light in his existence. Therefore, he would happily marry her, enter into marriage, so that every day he could see her radiant smile and hug her tenderly. Asher would have sworn to his beloved that he was ready to spend an eternity with Larietta, but now it's too early to think about it. Therefore, he decided to explain to Hellstein that they were not planning a wedding. He really wanted to say for now, but he did not do this. Such a statement shocked the butler because he thought that the couple spent the night together. He, turning away and blushing, explained that he had not yet done anything for which he needed to take responsibility, adding that now he had work to do and he needed to quickly prepare to go out. Then the butler decided to think about it and suddenly thought that perhaps his master did not understand anything about this, because he had spent almost his entire life on the battlefield. Smirking, a brilliant plan ripened in his head, Hellstein suddenly realized that he clearly needed to help Mr. Candel. Lariette, without thinking twice, decided to go to Doha without notifying him of her arrival. When she entered the temple, she was met there by a guy sitting at the table, asking what brought the girl here. She explained that she had come to her friend, whose name is Doha, and the priest asked what his rank was, to which the main character replied that he was a priest of the lowest rank. Lariette began to describe him, calling Doha a handsome guy with silver hair. In her thoughts he looked cute, but in the thoughts of the guy opposite, he looked stern and intimidating, so he was a little shocked. But then Mikhail's subordinate came to the rescue, telling the girl that he knew him and could take him to him, because that's why he ran here as fast as he could, after which they headed to the meeting. When she was taken into the room, Lariette could not understand how a low-ranking priest could afford to live in such luxurious chambers, not understanding where the Altion temple got so much money. Suddenly, the door opened and Doka appeared in the doorway, looking a little nervous. As if he was in a hurry, he asked the girl why she came here out of the blue. She, smiling at him, asked if he was surprised by her surprise. He, with a smile in response, said that he was significantly surprised by her appearance, and then asked why she came here, not just to see him. Larietta explained that she wanted to thank Doha for yesterday's treatment, and also added that she had a request for him. The man suddenly thought that, apparently, she wanted to get closer to him for personal gain. But the girl immediately rejected these options, asking the priest to teach her how to use magic. He smiled and replied that he was just a priest. The main character decided to explain that divine power and mana are quite similar in nature, and she is just engaged in purification magic. He, looking at her, knew very well that the girl was doing purification, and she continued to talk about how she had a lot of mana, but she had never been taught how to manage it, so the main character could not handle it properly. Larietta did not want to remain as helpless as she was. She wanted to be able to stand up for herself when it was really necessary. Looking up at him, full of determination, the girl explained that Doha was the only one she could turn to. She could only entrust her training to him, and besides, the girl didn't know any other magicians. Mikhail, grinning, gave her a positive answer, but in return he wanted only one thing, so that later Lariette could fulfill one of his requests. Leaning towards her ear, whispering, the man asked if she would fulfill it, and then suddenly added, saying whatever this request was. The girl, looking at him seriously, replied that he was talking like some kind of swindler, and he looked at her incomprehensibly. Larietta, apparently, was a little nervous, suggesting that Doha might ask him to write his name with his butt, and then dance and sing in the street. He, hearing her strange assumptions, covered his hand and laughed loudly, and then said that the contract really should be honest, continuing to laugh. Therefore, the man suggested that the main character agree that this request would be within her capabilities, and then, carefully poking her in the shoulder with his finger, he added that the rest would be decided by Lariette's conscience. Smiling, the priest asked whether the girl was satisfied with these conditions. She, without thinking for a second, answered that yes, adding that the negotiations were completed. Larietta was excited about this idea, so she invited Doha to start training her from today, waiting for him to give her any answer. The man thought that he was really interested in this girl and he wanted to get close to her and also learn absolutely everything about her. In the end, he might even lose interest. But the high priest always starts his meal with something tasty. Mikhail was about to agree when suddenly his subordinate entered the room, saying that they were looking for him. He turned around nervously and immediately thought that it was clearly that old man who wanted to see him. Returning to Larietta, Doka apologized to her, explaining that he had work waiting for him. But the girl had nothing against it, because she understood that she had come too unexpectedly, because he was already busy, and the heroine also took up his time. The man, smiling at her, warned that he would visit her very soon to begin her training, and then he headed to the exit, thanking his subordinate supposedly for his chambers, and also calling him senior so as not to reveal himself to the main character. Besides, it was unusual. It was especially strange to hear from Larietta words of gratitude for the fact that the guy borrowed her friend's room. As she left, the main character waved to the guys with both hands, and she thought about what a difficult situation Doa must be in, since he doesn't even live in his own room. So the girl decided that next time she shouldn't come so recklessly. The men, smiling sweetly at her goodbye and waving, Mikhail whispered to his subordinate about how poorly he plays. The same explained that he was still very far from the skill of the high priest, to which the man replied that this is the main skill of those who serve the temple of Alteon. And while they were walking along the corridor, Doha asked if the old man was looking for him. The guy confirmed his guesses, saying that the high priest Hybral was looking for him. The man was ready for him to stick to him again with his nagging. And he himself thought that perhaps the current pope was not in the best condition, so maybe he wanted to talk about becoming the next one. Doha assumed that this would be a test. When Lariette returned home, she found Escher there, who had also just appeared and immediately rushed to hug him, saying that this was definitely fate. He, hugging the girl, thought about how boring his day had been, but as soon as the Duke saw Larietta, he immediately felt happy. Perhaps it was due to the fact that she is a purification wizard and cleansed the guy's heart from all adversity. Suddenly the couple was approached by Hellstein, who looked a little sad. He said that he was very sorry because he had assigned the new maids to wash the blankets, and they were not yet dry. But looking up at them, the man said that the Duke's blanket was in order, but with the lady's blanket things were different. It was clear that the butler continued to play his cunning game, trying to bring them even closer, but Asher, rolling his eyes, asked why I wouldn't buy a new blanket. But even here, Hellstein had a solution. He explained that they called all the boutiques, but, however, did not find anything suitable for the Duchy of Candle, and it would take several days to supply new blankets because the Duke could not give a lady a low-quality blanket. Asher understood what the butler was up to, so he considered the excuses nonsense. But Larietta did not understand anything, so she simply said that everything was in order, but then the guy offered to give his blanket to his beloved. She looked at him and asked how the Duke would sleep without a blanket, to which the man replied that everything was fine. It was cold at night, and the main character could easily catch a cold. But all this was completely different from what the butler wanted to achieve, so he directly decided to ask why they shouldn't sleep together one more day. Larietta thought it was a good idea. Asher, having heard this, began to stutter and be embarrassed. Then the girl asked what was wrong with him. Did he really not want to sleep in the same bed with her? He, even more embarrassed, replied that in no case, and Larietta did not let him finish speaking, talking about how hungry she was. And then she suddenly turned to him and asked the Duke not to worry, promising him that she would not touch him as she did yesterday. But that was not the problem at all. As he followed Larietta peacefully into the dining room, he thought that he would put up with all this until everything was in order, and he kept telling himself that he shouldn't worry so much about it. In the evening of the same day, Asher was walking in circles in his room, worrying about tonight and waiting for the main character. He was clearly nervous. But then suddenly he heard the door to his room open. The main character appeared in the doorway. She smiled sweetly at the man, and she was already wearing pajamas to sleep in. When the girl entered the room, she pulled her hands out from behind her back and declared that she had come to him with a gift. And this gift was a cake. Sitting down on the sofa at the table, the Duke asked if Larietta was going to eat it right now. She replied that yes, asking him if he knew what kind of cream it was. Then Escher suggested that it was whipped cream. And this was a correct assumption. The main character asked if he liked such cakes, taking up his fork. Asher, without thinking twice, replied that yes, but he himself thought that he began to love them from that moment, after which the girl extended, "Give him a fork." The man, breaking off a piece of cake, pulled the fork with the sweetness to Lariette, and she joyfully ate it. Duke Candle was extremely caring towards the girl and looked at her with obvious tenderness. And only after the heroine ate a piece, she noticed that she had gotten a little dirty. She decided to look for a napkin, turning around and looking for it, and she thought that if she suddenly started putting pressure on Asher again, he might run away again, like the previous times. But the man suddenly turned her face towards him, and then he approached Larietta very, very close, asking if the girl had said that her lover should wipe it off, not she herself, hinting at a situation in which the main character licked the Duke, which he also wants to do right now. Asher gently touched the girl's lips, leaving a sweet kiss on them. Both were embarrassed and closed their eyes. And when he suddenly opened them, the main character noticed that, judging by the look, the guy was about to eat her. Moving away from him, she asked to stop, explaining that she was not yet full. But the Duke was persistent. Touching the girl's lips with his thumb, he asked to wait a little longer. Kissing her again, Candle said that he was still hungry, after which his hand slid up her waist, reaching her chest, and then slowly and carefully squeezed the woman's breast, from which Lariette blushed and gasped. Then the Duke moved away from her. Her face looked as if he was eager to continue what was happening now. The girl looked at the man in confusion. He smiled at her and said that now, it seemed, he had had enough. Duke Candle was clearly pleased with himself and what was happening between them, but the main character, even more embarrassed, jumped out of her seat. Then she went to the bed and plopped down on it face down to hide her wild embarrassment, and then turned to Asher, who was just heading towards her. Showing her face, the main character said that she needed to end his curse as quickly as possible. He lay down on the bed and asked what would happen after that. Lariette, giggling, answered, "Who knows?" After which they wished each other good night and good dreams. Closing their eyes, Asher was not going to sleep. He looked at the girl's already sleeping face. He understood that if she continued to be next to him, then he clearly would not be able to hide his greed and his unsightly possessiveness. While the Duke was thinking about all this, Larietta, turning around, hugged him with one arm in her sleep and quietly whispered, calling him hers, and then began to say something about food, pressing her chest to his hand. This situation terribly confused the young man, because the situation naturally was good, but not at the moment. He needed to get out of her arms, but if the Duke moved, he could wake her, and her touch caused understandable reactions in his body, which he tried to control with all his might. But then the following happened. Larietta suddenly threw her leg over Asher, snoring sweetly. Then his reflexes already took over him, and the man literally began to shake and cover his crotch with his hand. And then, covering his face in embarrassment, he mentally asked his body to stop reacting to the main character like that. Now he wanted someone to save him. The next morning, when the girl woke up, full of energy and vigor, she saw next to her the half-dead Asher, who, apparently, had not slept all night again. And then, turning to the table, she noticed a tray with a note from the butler, which said that it had rained heavily in the morning, so the main character's blanket never dried. Hellstein wrote that Larietta apparently would have to sleep with the Duke for a couple more days. She joyfully responded to this, saying that they would do so, but Escher was not particularly happy with the idea. But on the fourth day, the Duke finally managed to fall asleep. When the girl tried to call out to him, he did not respond, falling asleep dead in his dreams. Then she realized that the man was really sleeping. Looking at him, Lariette thought that even Escher sleeps beautifully in her opinion. This is truly a national treasure. While she was thinking about this, the guy began to sigh strangely in his sleep. Apparently, Asher was dreaming of something terrible. He asked someone to stop and called his mother. Something clearly greatly bothered the man, even in his dreams. Larietta heard rumors about the Duke of Kandal. The Duke and his wife died when Escher was still very young. And all the distant relatives immediately attacked the family's wealth and power, while Escher was fighting on the battlefield with the cursed body. The main character, stroking his head, kept thinking about how many difficult events the man suffered at such a young age, and all she can do now is to save him from curses. And this was the main goal for her, to cleanse Escher, and Larietta was going to definitely do this, to cleanse both his body and mind. She was going to give him the opportunity to live the everyday and joyful life that other people live. Smiling, the main character quietly whispered that even when she was gone, she wanted Asher to be happy. After these words, the girl was suddenly grabbed by a man's hand. Candle, jumping off the pillow, looked at her anxiously, asking what she had just said. His eyes turned red, and the man decided to clarify if she had said that she would never leave him. Larietta's heart began to beat like mad, and she herself tried to justify herself, saying that they would never get away from him. Asher explained that it seemed to him that the girl was saying something about her leaving. She, slapping his chest and trying to calm him down, explained that she would not leave him anywhere, while thinking that she still had about a month under the contract, and that she would be very sorry to part with him. The girl was glad that the man, in her opinion, feels only sympathy for her, and not love. Asher, closing his eyes, asked Larietta to stay with him. The girl smiled and replied that she would do so, but she was going to stay with him until the contract ended. In the morning, when the Duke woke up, he tried to remember what he had dreamed. It seemed to the guy that it was a good dream, but he did not remember it. The main character, having risen from the pillow, asked him if he had slept well, adding that, seeing his condition, it seemed that she could begin to cleanse the lower part of her body. Hearing this, he was embarrassed. Both of them were very embarrassed even by the thought of it. Now they sat and thought about it, blushing wildly. No one knew whether this couple could calmly finish the cleansing. Larietta, jumping out of bed, said that she would do the lower body cleansing next time, but now she needed to go to Madame Capped, asking the Duke if he needed to go to the imperial castle. The man suddenly became depressed, thinking that a war with another kingdom was possible soon, and because of this, he and the main character would not be able to spend time together often. She, as if reading his thoughts, turned to him and said that Asher would need to do something with her later. The man immediately asked what exactly she meant by this, hoping that the girl wouldn't come up with anything strange, so he decided just agree to her offer. After this, the girl immediately beamed, rejoicing that Asher gave his consent so quickly, because Larietta still had many joint plans that she would like to carry out with him. Later, when the girl finally met Madame Capped, she was watched all this time by Gerard, a trained fighter and commander of the ranch. At the moment, he is guarding the main character, but in truth, he could not understand why he was doing this. Apparently, this was Asher's will. Madame Capped apologized to Lariette for giving her that letter. The girl, smiling, replied that this was absolutely not Madame's fault. The woman explained that they had decided not to accept any more representatives of the Blanchette family, with the exception of the main character. But the girl wasn't worried about it, because her family didn't have any money left anyway, so they couldn't afford anything like that. And then Lariette noticed someone sitting behind the curtain in the room, asking if there was anyone else there, because if so, then she could come another time. The curtain suddenly opened, and from there appeared, at first glance, a guy who knew the main character, and the man was talking about how long it had been since they had seen Lady Blanchette. Larietta, having bowed, it turns out, greeted not the guy at all, but Her Highness the Princess. She was extremely embarrassed to meet her in this place. In front of her was now Elizabeth Harrison, a princess who is known for her outstanding beauty from birth. One day, the emperor chose Rayon among the applications received for an engagement to the princess. At that time, the Blanchet family had not lost its influence, so Rayon was a completely worthy match for the princess. The guy often insisted that the princess had turned her nose up too much, and the princess was interested in why her fiancé was better than her. The girl told Rayon that he was like a child who was afraid to fight with her and lose. But he didn't care that if the princess was better than him in some way, then what difference did it make, because she was still supposed to become his wife in the end. After this phrase, he received a good thrashing from the bride, after which the engagement was broken off. And Lariette didn't see the girl after that for about 5 years, because she avoided her, for which she was very ashamed now. But now, the main character was shocked by how much Elizabeth had changed in just 5 years. The princess radically changed her image and became more like a prince. But suddenly speaking, the girl distracted the heroine from her thoughts, smiling and saying that she didn't know that Larietta is so close to Madame Sherbet. Now the girl understood that her name was no longer in the family registry, so everything connected with this had nothing to do with her. But Elizabeth noticed that the main character had changed a little, calling her by her last name. Larietta suddenly sharply asked to be called simply by her name, which surprised the princess a little. And then she grinned, asking how Madame Charbet could even hide such a person from her because she was obliged to get to know Lariette better. The girl replied that she was also glad to meet the princess. She, bending over her, tucked the main character's hair behind her ear, looking her straight in the eyes, and said that she could just call her Eliza. From just the sight of the princess, the young lady began to drool. Her beauty influenced the heroine. And when Lariette was riding in the carriage on other business, she could not understand why she was making promises to people if she would no longer be here after a while. But this was the first time this had happened to her. The girl could not understand why such good things were happening precisely when she was already on the verge of death. But in any case, she would have to go on a trip and die quietly so that no one would notice. She had absolutely no need for a deep relationship right now. And while she was thinking, there was suddenly a knock on the door of the transport. It was Doka. He opened the door and asked Larietta why she still hadn't gone outside. Then the girl decided not to waste time and finally went out. The priest carefully held the main character's hand while she looked around in admiration. The beauty of nature beckoned and delighted her. And the man explained that this is a place with a special energy in Karusan. After all, this is where the fastest and purest flow of mana is, and therefore the best place for their magical practices. When he finished with the explanations, he turned to the heroine, asking her to try to use magic as she usually does, after which he carefully placed his hand on her shoulder, using his mana, Larietta thought, because now she will have to really try to show what she is capable of. And when the girl finally concentrated, tree roots came out of the ground, knocking out the soil and growing faster and faster every second. With the naked eye, Doha noticed that the girl was using her mana irrationally, and it was like pouring out all the water from the bathroom just to put out one candle. Therefore, taking Larietta by the hand, he placed her palm on his chest and asked her to put mana into his body, saying that she needed to follow the flow. When the main character concentrated, she immediately felt a gentle and pleasant rush. Doha explained that this is the amount of mana that would be enough for her to take the action that she did earlier. Then Larietta tried again, using her magic, but suddenly the ground under their feet shook, knocking the ground out from under their feet. The priest was thrown back, and the main character immediately rushed to him, trying to help. He just froze, looking at the girl in surprise and thinking that he, after all, was much stronger than her. But Larietta, for some reason unclear to him, always tries to save him, and the man himself did not understand why and for what. The girl grabbed Doha tightly, hugging her, and her head was buried in his chest, while he kept telling her that everything was fine now, as if trying to calm the heroine down. The man hugged her back, holding her tightly. There were shields around them that protected them from what Larietta did. Unexpectedly, the girl laughed joyfully, calling herself a genius, raising her head to him and still not letting go of her embrace. Their eyes met. They looked at each other silently for a couple of seconds, and then suddenly the priest pulled back, agreeing with the girl. Because maybe she really was a genius, this pleased the main character even more. He, looking at her, explained that there was still a lot to learn, but now Larietta already knows how to attack with magic over long distances. Doha began to explain how many things the girl had to learn and what to learn next, which sounded like moral teaching from a teacher, so she turned to the man that way, asking him to take care of her. After that, the main character headed home, still thinking that even after one day of training, she felt that she was improving in mana control. The high priest, who was sitting opposite her, could not understand one thing, how Larietta was not taught by her family, knowing that this girl had such incredible abilities, although she herself was not particularly interested in this until now. Looking at her, Doha did not understand whether it was her abilities that aroused in him such an interest in her personality, because usually by this time he always became bored. But he didn't think about it for long and decided to ask Larietta if she had heard anything about the festival that was taking place in Isis. The man shared how colorful the locations look there at different times. At night there are magnificent flowers everywhere, and at night there are masquerades and fairs, as well as many lights. He already wanted to call the girl, but then one thing happened. The main character, delighted, thanked Doha for the idea, saying that this place would be ideal for her and Asher's date. He looked at the girl irritatingly, without answering, and she, finally arriving home, got out of the carriage and thanked the man for today, saying how lucky she was to have such a good friend like him. These words literally wounded him to the very heart, but the priest did not show it. When the girl left, he hit the wall of the vehicle and asked himself why all this irritated him so much. Asher was already waiting for her at home. He raised his head a little sadly at her, noticing that the girl had arrived. But being late, she joyfully sat down next to her and told him that she was here with good news. Larietta was literally beaming while she was telling the Duke about the flower festival in Isis. She decided right now to invite him with her tomorrow. He lowered his gaze in frustration, talking about the curse. Then the girl looked at him, asking when they could go, suggesting that apparently only when she had cleaned him completely. After which she approached him and literally tore the shirt on his chest, exposing it. But she did this not for some stupid purposes, but to convey one thing to the man, saying that there was no longer a curse in the upper part. After all, they could very well go there, but the main character explained to him that in no case does she impose her desires. Asher was very embarrassed by all this and silently listened to what she told him. After a couple of seconds, the girl buttoned his shirt again, saying that they may well end up at the night market. They just need to put on masks. So, taking the guy by the hand, Larietta asked if he would go there with her. He answered yes. The couple moved there that same night. The main character, dressed all in white, with a smile, offered Duke Candel cotton candy. On her face was the same white mask in the form of a rabbit. Escher wore a black cat mask on his face, and also agreed to snack on cotton candy. Coming closer to the girl, he took a bite of the sweetness while Lariette looked at him with a smile, and then she invited him to go to the square later, because there was still time before the masquerade. Asher, looking around, noticed that here, as it seemed to him, people looked at him completely differently, not with fear or hatred, which surprised him very much. But then he turned his attention back to his soulmate. Having told Larietta that he would like to take a bite of her, he reached out and kissed her tenderly while she looked at him with her eyes wide open, and after the kiss, embarrassed, she began to hit him on the back with her fists. And then she ran away completely, feeling wildly awkward, saying that this was too much. The main character could not understand when Asher learned to seduce so skillfully, and then she looked back to check where he was. And she noticed that the Duke was standing in the company of some girl, and she was asking him if he wanted to go with her. The man was surprised that someone spoke to him at all, which means they weren't afraid of him, and there was no smell thanks to purification. But Asher didn't care about the other girls, and he briefly and clearly said no, but she was persistent and stopped him, continuing to chat. Larietta, noticing this, turned around and ran away, although she herself perfectly understood that if she left, the Duke would fall in love with another woman. But her own reaction was not clear to her, because all the girl really wants is happiness for him. Having stopped somewhere near the trees to catch her breath, the main character tried to convey to herself that she could not envy. While the girl was standing, someone called out to her from behind. Turning around, Larietta saw a guy with red hair and a mask on his face, and in his hand there was a glass. The man asked if something hurt the main character, offering to drink a drink, explaining that he had recently bought it and was just going to drink it. After taking a sip, he decided to show that there was nothing strange in the glass and the girl could safely drink from it. Larietta, taking off her mask, calmly thanked the guy, still trying to catch her breath after running. Seeing the girl's face, the man gasped in surprise, after which he covered his mouth with his hand, and he himself was red like a tomato. He said out loud that apparently he had love at first sight. Lariette, looking at him with a dissatisfied look, replied that she had a lover, making it clear that she was not interested in his words. The man, after looking at her for a couple of seconds, said that he was correctly told that residents in the capital very harshly refused to meet her, and this turned out to be true. The main character noticed that this guy had a Western dialect. He, noticing the girl's reaction, asked if he was too rude to her, because even if he was rejected, he should behave correctly. Extending his hand to Larietta, the man said that he fell in love with her at first sight, with her incredible beauty, so he wants the girl to accept his friendship. She, opening her mouth in shock, suddenly thought that such confessions were popular 15 years ago. Without thinking twice, the girl answered him no. And at this time, Escher decided to attack the guy from behind, but the unknown skillfully fought off his sword with his own. Duke Candle was extremely dissatisfied that he dared to say such a thing in front of him, suggesting that he was apparently tired of living. But the red-haired man, grinning, replied that he did not want to die, asking Larietta if this was her lover. The main character was shocked that this man was able to block Escher's sword. At this time he, looking at Candle, noticed that he looked better than him. Then the girl, unable to bear it, jumped out of her seat and asked what kind of heresy the man was talking about. Realizing that this man did not understand well, Larietta decided to use magic. She was extremely angry and ordered him to remove the sword from her young man. He obeyed, stood up and removed the weapon, apologizing, explaining his behavior by the fact that he did not know that this man is her lover. When both put away their swords, the unknown man continued to say that he assumed that the girl's words were a lie, because otherwise he would not have confessed. But the main character explained whether it was true or not, a refusal would still remain a refusal. Pointing her finger, Larietta indignantly called the stranger an impudent man in an alpaca mask. And the same man again began to apologize to her, saying that he really didn't know anything. And then he added that he was really sorry, because the main character really fell into his soul. But after that, the man left, leaving the couple alone while the girl guarded Asher like a small evil dog, and the Duke gently hugged her from the back, buried his face in her hair and quietly asked why she suddenly left him. And then he suddenly thought about what would have happened if Larietta had accepted the confession of that stranger. But the girl, turning slightly to him, explained that she had simply gotten lost, apologizing and patting Asher on the head, and then thanked him for finding her. The man was surprised that Larietta was waiting for him and decided to ask if this was so. The heroine said that it was true and added that she missed him very much. The Duke replied that he missed him too. Slightly retreating from him, the heroine asked if the man was surprised by her sudden disappearance. He replied that no, because he was distracted. The girl added that this would not happen again, clinging to him. And then, looking towards the city, she saw many bright lights, after which she looked at Asher again and asked if they would go dancing. The man reminded that they had both lost their masks. Larietta, remembering this, realized that without them it would be troublesome and it would probably be better to go home. But the man replied that everything was fine. The main character was very surprised by this, because now they can attract someone else's attention. So the girl decided to clarify whether everything was really okay. The guy replied that yes, because his beloved was with him. When they arrived at the masquerade, Larietta noticed that it was different from a social ball, but it looked much freer. Therefore, smiling joyfully, the main character pulled Asher along with her, calling him to dance. He, smiling back at her, could not even think that such a day would eventually come. Without the smell of decaying corpses, without the looks of people where disgust and fear were mixed, and without the feeling that Duke Candle was superfluous because he was different from others, Larietta gave him a new life. Too, Escher understood that she gave him the opportunity to live as an individual, and also to live like a normal person, and not a monster. He would never have thought that someone like him would be able to dance in front of everyone. And even despite such an inept dance, Lariette looked at the man with such strong love, so he could not understand how, after something like this, he could not love her. Looking Asher straight in the eyes, the girl, smiling sweetly, said that she loved him. The Duke, looking at the main character with great love, said that he also loved her. After that, they looked at each other, standing under volleys of fireworks and enjoying each other and this evening. But when the man reached out to kiss Larietta, she suddenly covered his mouth with her hand, saying that they couldn't do that here. Then Asher, closing his eyes, kissed the girl's tender palm and then looked up at her with embarrassed eyes. The main character, blushing wildly, began indignantly asking what he was doing. He immediately began to worry that she didn't like it, and the girl only thought about how soft his lips were. Turning to him, Larietta explained that this was not the case at all, gently rubbing her palm. Smiling, Asher asked if he could then kiss her on the lips. The girl understood that she gave in too often and could not lose now, despite the fact that she liked all this. The main character also decided not to waste time and, making eyes at the Duke, asked if he wanted to sleep with her. Having heard this, he seemed to lose the ground under his feet and began to think about the meaning of the word sleep, going through different options for the meaning, and ultimately froze like a statue at such a sentence. Lariat, grinning, noted that Asher could only kiss, saying how shameless his behavior was. The man tried to come up with something to justify himself, blushing and stuttering, but the girl covered his mouth with her finger. And then she even said that they would not have any kisses for a certain time. Asher was ready to faint from such a punishment. The next day, while getting dressed, Duke Candle asked Larietta if she would do this today. She, hanging from the bed, could not understand what he was talking about. The man was referring to the kisses that the girl gave him every day, praising the guy's appearance. That's what he was thinking about now. But he was embarrassed to talk about it. But pulling himself together and covering his face in shame, Asher explained whether she would kiss him and call him handsome today. She, without even thinking, answered that no, which surprised him. Peeking out from under the blanket, Larietta reminded him of the punishment they had discussed last night. Duke Candle could not believe that the main character was talking about this in all seriousness, so he decided to clarify whether she was joking, but the girl explained that she was absolutely serious. Asher, a little nervous, promised not to kiss her on the street again, but Lariette was stubborn and decided to follow her words, but the man suddenly called out to her. And then, sitting down directly opposite her with a sad look, he suddenly asked if she really wasn't going to kiss him, slowly approaching her lips on his own. But the girl, stopping him with her hand, blushing, explained that the ban on the use of beauty also applies here. The Duke could not believe that he really could not kiss the heroine. Lariette, smiling, repeated once again that this was so and wished the departing Escher a successful journey, but apparently his mood was a little spoiled. When the man left, the main character suddenly broke into a sly smile, thinking that it looked funny and pleasant how the Duke was begging for a kiss from her, like a little child, and it would be like that for several days. A few hours later, Larietta met with Doha, who immediately noticed how happy she looked. The main character, unable to bear it anymore, began to boast to the man about how wonderful her date with Escher was, thanks to his recommendations. Listening to all this, the priest was extremely annoyed because he was supposed to be on a date with her, so in order not to listen anymore this, he hurried to start training. But Larietta suddenly remembered a strange man she met at the festival, which she reported to Doha. The girl explained that, unexpectedly, a man from the West confessed to her, and she thought that he was indeed very strange. The priest decided to clarify what exactly he confessed to her. Larietta, turning away and slightly embarrassed, explained that the stranger confessed his love to her yesterday, and then, suddenly smiling, suggested that he did it because of her unearthly beauty, joking in this way. But when she saw that Doha didn't even smile and looked at her as if she were a fool, the girl realized that the joke was bad, but the man could not understand why he suddenly became so irritated at one moment. He decided to ask himself whether it was because some rogue decided to dare to confess to Larietta, and at that time she was looking at the priest strangely. But then he smiled at her and confirmed that she was indeed very beautiful, after which he looked around. Doha asked if Larietta was going to turn this place into ruins today, as she did last time, but the girl replied that she was wrong. Then he suggested that she finish with the basics of magic and move on to practice. Hearing about this, the main character, like an obedient dog, wagged her tail and joyfully asked what they would do this time. The priest replied that she would have to learn the simplest things. The girl immediately began to think that this could be an attack, escape, or subordination. But Doha was thinking in a completely different direction. The man was going to teach the girl to kill, which he told her about. She, having heard about this, froze, and at that time he grabbed her wrist. The high priest explained that if the main character uses her magic at this point, pointing her finger at her chest, she will certainly kill the person instantly. Lariette, looking at him with confused eyes, still could not understand what he was telling her. His eyes were like those of a cunning predator. The man smiled faintly at her, and then he asked her to kill him, saying this with some kind of challenge, in order to somehow force the girl to start acting. She, looking at him again, but with a serious look, explained that this joke of his was not funny at all, but Doka tried to convey to Larietta that he was not joking. Then the girl suddenly pushed him away from her with both hands, shouting for him to stop. She, shaking, could not understand one thing, why he treats his life so simply. Larietta thought about when she wanted to live, although she had so little time left, and only then did the will to live appear. Hanging her head down and clenching her fists in anger, the main character understood that she was jealous, that she was unpleasant and she was definitely unhappy, while the man looked at her thoughtfully. But still, Doha decided to ask what Larietta herself wanted then, and the girl replied that she wanted to move around calmly without an escort so that she could get to different places. With a grin, the priest tried to explain that the street would not be merciful to her. Recalling his childhood, the man said that if now the heroine goes outside the capital, she will definitely become a target for those who want to profit. Looking carefully into the girl's eyes, slightly bending over her, Doha explained that if she does not go to the enemy with the determination to kill, she will die herself. Larietta understood that she wanted to go on a trip before she died because she only had 3 months to live and she didn't want to be killed before then. And this is not the only thing she thought about. The girl also wanted to learn how to protect herself so that her family would not kidnap her again. Since Larietta decided to go on a trip right before her death, then naturally, she will not be able to tell anyone about this. It was clear to her that the street would never be merciful to her, and the fact that she would have to harm someone while defending herself was clear to her, so the girl thanked the priest for his valuable advice. Doha thought that he could protect her only when Larietta was next to him, but he could not bear the thought that while she was out of his sight, she could be in danger, which is why the man expressed himself so harshly, but he knew that she would understand everything. Holding the main character by the wrist, the high priest decided to try again and asked her to attack him in order to kill him. She closed her eyes and sighed quietly. And Doha, smiling, explained that he is not as helpless as she thinks and is very strong. Besides, if he gets hurt, Lariette will be able to heal him. But the girl was still worried because she could hurt him, and the man again felt this strange feeling because every time the heroine wanted a similar face, this feeling arose inside him. It was an unusual and piercing feeling. He could not understand what it could mean, what feelings it evoked in his soul. Waving his hand, Doha explained that they had absolutely no time for meaningless conversations. And in his hand was an incomprehensible thing that looked like a folded fan. Smirking, the man pointed them at the girl and then gave instructions to stop him by attacking the girl. He didn't hit hard, but even so, Lariette couldn't block any of his blows. It was starting to irritate her. The next time, the girl was able to dodge the priest's blow, moving to the right, but even so, he noticed this and quickly changed his position, hitting the heroine on the arm. Smiling at her, Doha asked if magic was some kind of joke for the girl, since she did not use it, and she immediately began to remember a spell that could not harm a man. Larietta decided to use the water element to somehow fight off her friend and show what she could do. He was even a little surprised that the girl was able to think of it and do it. But, using his unusual fan, he blocked the attack, saying that he prefers to bathe in warm water, but praised the heroine for trying. The man blocked with his strength the flow of water that Lariette directed towards him and made him go back towards her. As a result, the main character stood all wet through, looking displeasedly at Doha and demanding another try. She clearly didn't like this one. Larietta returned home late in the evening. She was not met by the butler, who noticed that she was very late. The girl replied that she was very tired and asked where Escher was. The man explained that the Duke was in the bathroom, arriving in a strange state. The main character thought that she could start cleaning the guy's lower half today, but only then did it dawn on her that, apparently, she would also need to touch his bare skin, which made the girl even choke on her saliva. Lariette realized that now was the best time. As long as Asher was in a robe, cleansing would be easier to do, so she ran towards him as fast as she could. The Duke, leaving the bath, kept trying to figure out how he could get a kiss from his beloved, but then she appeared out of nowhere. This frightened the guy out of his mind, and he immediately began to cover himself up embarrassedly, as if he were standing naked and even moved away from her. But Larietta closed the distance, almost standing close to him. Asher, blushing, immediately informed her that she was too close to him. After that, the girl suddenly pushed him to the floor with one hand, grinning, and then, crawling between his legs, she asked if he was ready to begin cleansing the lower part of his body and suggested starting with his knees, looking at them. Asher quickly crawled back and asked not to do this right now. Larietta asked if it looked strange. And then, becoming serious, she explained that this was a mandatory process and asked the man to take it seriously, after which she quickly touched his knees, which made Candle jump as if scalded. Having started the cleansing, the main character noticed that in this part, the curse was quite strong, but now it was clear to her that magic was much easier for her than before, and all thanks to Doha. Lariette quickly finished this, and looking up at the man, told him about it. But noticing his expression, she suddenly blushed. Drops of sweat ran down Asher's face. His eyes turned red, as did his face. His chest slowly rose from his ragged breathing. It was clear that he could barely contain himself. And then the girl suddenly decided for some reason to lower her head down and, from what she saw, her mouth opened, noticing the reaction of Duke Candle's body to her touch, and she was also wildly ashamed. Larietta looked away embarrassedly, now afraid to lock eyes with the man or look down, but Asher suddenly reached out to her for a kiss. Turning away, the main character, stuttering, reminded him that kissing was prohibited, but he no longer cared, and the man turned her face towards him, after which he carefully and tenderly kissed her on the lips. The girl, looking at him for a couple of seconds, finally gave up and did not kiss him back. But it didn't last long, because after a few seconds Asher turned her over and was above her, looking into Larietta's eyes, and again began to kiss her, holding her by the shoulders. The main character felt the weight of his body, so the Duke suddenly stopped, but not for this reason. Breathing heavily, Asher suddenly asked if he was ready to sleep with the girl, then if he could do this, and reaching out to her face, also asked if he could kiss her. Without waiting for an answer, the Duke began to cover his neck with tender kisses, while Lariette lay silently, not knowing what to do. She understood that this would be their first night. Suddenly standing up, the girl unexpectedly hugged him around the neck. At first the man looked shocked, but then he also hugged her, carefully holding her head. After some time, the main character's clothes were already lying next to her, and she herself was in only a nightie, looking embarrassed at her lover, who, looking at her, said that she was incredibly beautiful, after which he began to take off his robe. But then he suddenly thought that it might be disgusting for Lariette to do this to him while Candle still had that body, so he wondered if it would be better if they did it after the complete cleansing. As if reading his thoughts, the girl reached out to him, put her hands on his face and said that he looked simply charming. And pulling the man into a kiss, she added that an ugly place on his body simply does not exist. And only after her words did Asher think that perhaps this was so. Taking his eyes off her sweet lips, the Duke gently hugged the girl with both arms. Now she was his whole world. She was his savior. He inhaled the smell of her hair until Lariette suddenly pulled him back onto the bed. The main character, smiling, invited the man to finally continue what they had started. He didn't mind at all and again reached out to kiss her. They had the whole night at their disposal, which today belonged only to them, the two of them. Their bodies were united together, perhaps after that, having changed something between them. The situation around was suitable. The lamp dimly illuminated the room, and they, joining their fingers, merged in the dance of love. Sometime later, when it was all over, Asher watched the exhausted Larietta, who lay motionless without strength. The man, noticing her condition, asked if it was really so exhausting. She asked if it was visible from her. The Duke, embarrassed, said that he knew that it was already early morning, but then suddenly asked if they could do it again. The girl, hearing this, screamed in surprise and said that she would die. Making a sweet and pitiful face, Asher, looking at Larietta with sad eyes, begged for just one time. She, looking at him, turned away and closed her eyes. And then, rarely, she pulled him towards her by the robe and said that she agreed, but only for once, after which she kissed him again, and they again, at Escher's request, joined in a love dance. In the afternoon, the main character went to the mansion of Count Osman, where the princess was already waiting for her, joyfully greeting her. Lariette, bowing to her, thanked Elizabeth for inviting her to tea. The princess was indignant because she asked the girl to simply call her Eliza, so the main character quickly corrected herself, thanking her again, for which the girl smiled, stroked her on the head and called her smart, which greatly embarrassed the heroine. The princess shared that here they usually gather with her close friends, adding that she would really like to introduce Larietta to them because they are all good people. The girl smiled and said that she hoped that she could like them. Having straightened the main character's hair, the princess smiled and asked if there was anyone who might not like Larietta, which confused the girl even more. When they finally reached the right place, everyone was already waiting only for them. One of Lariette's acquaintances was Lady Sherbet Genevieve, who runs the boutique. The second was Wana Hausmann, the eldest daughter of Count Hausmann, a girl with red hair who looks a little daring. And the last one is Sharia Merchant, who looks like a little angel, blonde hair and red eyes, a pure and innocent lady. After that, the girls introduced themselves to each other and exchanged names. Sharia suddenly decided to ask, since Larietta introduced herself without a last name, it means she is a commoner. The girl's face expressed some surprise, but she was interested in one thing, how the main character was then able to meet the princess. Everyone at the table suddenly fell silent. The question was difficult, because Lariette herself decided to leave the family and introduce herself without a last name. Therefore, it will be quite difficult to explain everything now. Wanna, turning to the girl, asked Lady Merchant to watch her tongue, and the princess said that it was rather rude. After all the comments, she felt stupid and began to apologize, saying that she had recently made her debut in secular society. Larietta, who looked a little tense, said that everything was fine, although she herself could not understand whether the girl really said this not on purpose. After this, the atmosphere became cheerful again. The girls laughed and discussed their own things. Slowly drinking tea, time passed, and they got ready to say goodbye to each other. Larietta was suddenly called out by Lady Wana. She said that what she was going to say would be very awkward to talk about it behind her back. The girl explained that Sharia Merchant had only been with them for a few weeks. Elsa felt sorry for her, since she had an unsuccessful debut and brought her here. Wana, whispering in the main character's ear, warned that it was better to keep a distance from her for now, because she was still quite ignorant, and then added that it was up to Larietta to decide. She thought that Lady Osman was not a bad person. But Wana spoke again, saying that she was just warning, because she was very sorry if such puns continued in the future. While the girl was listening to this, someone suddenly called out to her. Turning around, she saw a familiar face in front of her. Asher was heading towards her. He suddenly spoke, saying that he really missed Larietta, so he came here, approaching her. The man smiled sweetly and looked like a pet puppy who was trying to attract the attention of his mistress. The girls who saw all this opened their mouths, arriving in shock. He, noticing From, raised his head. The expression on his face changed sharply, and he himself greeted the ladies. Having put his arm around Lariette's shoulders, the Duke said that he would take her. The main character said goodbye to her friends and headed into the transport, while the princess looked after them, shocked and could not understand what had happened to Candel. When the couple got inside the carriage, the girl asked if Escher needed to go to the Imperial Castle again today. He answered yes, and then sad said that he would like to spend more time with her. But the girl did not lose heart and said that she had plans anyway, after which they looked at each other for a couple of seconds. And unexpectedly, Larietta decided to kiss Duke Candel. Holding his face with her hands, he began to resist, asking him to wait. But nevertheless, he gave up and putting his arm around her back, slightly lowered her down in a reclining position. But then the main character herself wanted to get out, but the man did not allow her to do so. And then, looking up from Larietta, he said that he had never thought about it. But in his opinion, the carriage did not seem such a bad place, after which he fastened his fingers with the girl in a lock. And only after a while the main character realized that he started talking about it for a reason. So, stuttering, the girl decided to clarify what he meant, but Asher did not answer, but again pulled her into a kiss, and then suddenly asked whether she kissed him, without the intention of going through with it. Moving away a little, the Duke, grinning, informed Lariette that she should also be punished, but the main character was shocked by his unearthly beauty. And her conscience suddenly spoke to her about how well she kissed Escher, agreeing that the carriage was really a good place. Then the girl herself could not understand where her thoughts were going. When the man began to approach her, the coachman's voice was heard from outside, who said that they had arrived at the right place. Larietta, hearing this, immediately took off. Having got out into the street, the heroine rushed away, leaving Asher alone, sitting on the floor of the vehicle while he laughed at the whole situation. And when Candle got to his feet, he shouted after the girl that they would continue what they had started at home. Turning around, Lariette replied that then she would have to move to another room from him. Having finally reached the right place, the main character noticed Doha standing in the middle of the street, who apparently was waiting for her. Approaching him, Larietta noticed that the man was dressed differently today. He confirmed by asking her if he looked unusual. After which he smiled at the girl. She understood that the priest looked like a work of art that was sent from heaven. She was delighted with his image. The man suddenly spoke to her, saying that it was no coincidence that they met in this place today, because they would practice secrecy with the heroine. Hearing this, Larietta was inspired and began to thank Doha, saying that he was amazing. And then she completely added that she loved him, apparently. This was said more as a joke and as a friend, but this phrase really confused the man and made him freeze a little. Covering his face, red with shame, with his hands, he could not understand what was happening to him. And Larietta was interested in one thing, where they would start. Having come to his senses, Doha asked the girl to first try to hide in the crowd so that no one would notice her, after which he began to explain in detail how to use the required spell and went into detail. After listening to him, Lariette began to cast a spell. A couple of seconds later, when the main character succeeded, she took the man's hands, smiling at him, and looking into his eyes, asked if she had done everything right. A few hours ago, Doha stood in the middle of houses, destroyed by someone, and looked at them. His eyes burned with hatred, and he himself said out loud that he was already quite tired of all this. At this time, a huge crowd rushed at him from behind, with weapons in their hands, and yet the man was in such a wonderful mood before all this. The priest, quickly turning around, calmly asked them if they really needed to ruin his whole mood, and after which, with a grin on his face, he used his magic to get rid of his enemies. Literally a moment later, everyone around fell. The ground was covered in blood, like Doha himself, who sighed quietly, covering his face with his hand, and then opening his eyes, suddenly thought. The man understood that Larietta was one of those people who couldn't even attack properly for fear of killing. If she saw such a Doha now, she would probably hate him, he thought. But having thrown away these thoughts, the high priest realized that now he would need to find new and clean clothes. He could not believe that he was ready to go to such trouble for the sake of a girl. Although, in fact, strange things began from the first day of meeting Lariette. Every time, looking at her, the man could not understand one thing, whether he was becoming strange because of his strong interest in her. The man himself thought that he hated the feeling of love and often remembered his childhood at the same time, so it was difficult for him to believe that he could so easily succumb to this feeling. And now, holding the main character's hand, Doha thought about it again, looking at their joined hands. Larietta joyfully looked at him and asked if she was doing everything right. Looking at her smiling face, the priest tried to convince himself that he simply wanted to take possession of this girl. But he wondered how she would react if she knew his true nature, what kind of reaction she would have. After all, Doha, who is lying to her about his status, is in fact the high priest of the Altion temple and the next pope. Therefore, the man was very interested to know if Lariette would be interested in his status, knowing that she was comparable to the imperial one. But most of all, he was interested in one thing: whether the main character would become disgusted by his past. Although she grew up without love, she was nevertheless raised as the daughter of a duke. And if she finds out that the priest she liked was actually a guy who was a beggar on the streets, will she be angry that she was suddenly deceived? Doha could not even imagine what reaction the girl would have and how all this could turn out in the end. While he was thinking about all this, he felt from behind that someone was watching him. This was already the second time that day, and it was starting to irritate the man because he was simply disturbed by all this. Looking at Larietta, he was trying to figure out how to not leave for a long time. Smiling at her, Doha said that he needed to buy something and asked if he could leave for a while, warning that he would return back to her very soon. The girl did not ask unnecessary questions and immediately agreed with him, saying that in his absence she would practice for now. The high priest did not worry about the main character. After all, he had long noticed that Larietta was under the protection of an experienced knight, who, at that moment, was watching them, hiding on the roof, so Doha hurried to deal with his problem, disappearing into the crowd. Entering an empty alley, he was followed by a strange man who had a knife in his hand. He did not hesitate and announced that a tidy sum was assigned for Mihali's head. Asking if he knew about it, Doha remained silent, and the guy began to lick strangely your knife with your long and nasty tongue. The priest understood perfectly well that this guy was deliberately provoking him. It seemed to him that this was a very low trick, but the bandit began to slowly approach the man, sticking out his tongue and talking about how he wanted to drink Doka's blood. After which, having accelerated, he jumped at Mikhail, shouting that he should finally say goodbye to his life. But the man did not react to this, did not even rush to turn around. He was simply thinking about how he could carefully kill this fool. Even when the dagger was practically in his face, Doha didn't even bat an eyelid because he absolutely didn't care about it, and he wasn't afraid at all, and was focused until a familiar female voice was heard in front. The main character was running towards them. Having started to cast a spell, Larietta shouted to the man that he was in a very dangerous situation. The girl was clearly very worried about her friend, judging by the reaction. When he noticed her, he opened his eyes wide because he did not expect to see her here at all. The main character, directing all her strength at the attacker, attracted his attention to herself, preventing him from touching the priest. In a matter of seconds, the girl's powers struck the bandit's body like lightning, after which he fell dead and everything around was covered in blood. including Doka, who watched all this with incredible surprise, even blushing a little. Larietta's dress was also covered in blood. But she didn't care about that, because she immediately began interrogating her friend about whether he was okay. And then, rushing to him, she began to touch the man's face with her hands and excitedly asked if he was wounded anywhere and if he was very scared. Looking away, Doha suddenly thought about the girl, trained in nobility since childhood, who was afraid of harming anyone with magic. And despite all this, she now took and killed a man for his sake. While Larietta continued to bombard him with questions, Mikhail still can't calm down, because he really killed a man only for his sake. These thoughts brought a sincere smile and blush to his face. Looking at the girl, he called her by her abbreviated name, not knowing what else to answer her. All these thoughts reached the point that Doha really began to accept and understand that perhaps he really fell in love with Larietta, like a boy. The main character, hugging him, began to shake all over. Apparently, she began to understand what she had just done. Despite her condition, the girl still tried to calm her friend down. The priest, hugging her back, could not understand whether he really fell in love with her, of course. The man tried to justify himself, suggesting that this was nonsense and he had made it all up. While Doha was thinking about this, a woman's voice was suddenly heard in his head, telling him that she loved him so much. After that, his own thoughts seemed to drive him crazy. It seemed to him that a woman from his past was hugging him and calling her a precious treasure. Apparently, these were painful memories, because after that, he again thought about how disgusting love is. And then he touched Larietta, saying that he himself was fine, thanking the girl for saving her. The priest began to help her get rid of dirty, bloody stains on his and her clothes, and also added that he is alive now only thanks to her. The main character, apparently delighted that her dear friend was alive and well, smiled at him so kindly and tenderly, while she was strongly betrayed by the fatigue that was visible in the girl's eyes. Noticing this, Doka, putting his arm around the main character's shoulders, said that that's all for today and he would take her to the carriage. She didn't even argue with him and quickly agreed. Lariette still continued to tremble, but it was not clear whether she was trembling from lack of strength or from fear that she had just killed a man. Mikhail saw her terrible state and apparently blamed himself for this. Having placed the girl in the carriage, he turned to her, looking at her with concern. Doha understood that now she should be supported. Therefore, he decided to inform her that the guy whom Larietta killed in the alley was a killer who came for his life, reminding her of some mine near his house, adding that it was because of him that he was attacked so unexpectedly. The man explained that such sudden wealth could lead to trouble. Naturally, he was lying, but so that the girl would not worry, it was necessary to come up with something. But the main character, looking at him, thought about what a gentle and kind person Doka is, and as it's hard for him now, he called the girl his savior. And the high priest asked Larietta to always remember this. She, seemingly calming down a little, thanked her friend, smiling faintly at him. And then, slightly leaning towards him from the carriage, she gently placed her palm on his cheek, asking him to be more careful. He, completely not expecting this, froze, as if rooted to the spot. And in a matter of seconds he completely blushed, looking Larietta straight in the eyes. Doka wanted to take Larietta by the wrist, extending his hand to him, thinking about how much he wanted to express everything that was now in his soul. But halfway there, the man abandoned this idea and lowered his hand. Lowering his head, Mikhail told the main character that it was time for her to go back, although all he was thinking about was how strangely his heart reacted to any touch of this girl. After saying goodbye to her, the man wished the lady a good journey. Watching her carriage drive away, the high priest seemed to want to tell the girl after him to run away from him, before he could no longer endure it and swallow her up. When Lariette finally arrived, she was greeted at home by Asher with a smile on his face. Before the girl noticed him, she looked slightly worried and sad. But as soon as she heard the voice of her lover, a bright smile appeared on her face, and she asked the man if he was waiting for her, after which she rushed into his arms. This smile was not real. The girl understood that she could not to bother the Duke, because he has been very busy these days. Asher, touching Larietta's face with his palm, asked if something had happened to her. He looked very tense and asked if someone was bothering the girl. She could not understand how the Duke could find out about her condition so quickly. Having changed her face, Lariette decided to lie to him, saying that nothing had happened to her, although her facial expression sometimes gave her away. But quickly pulling the mask over herself, the main character, grabbing the man's hand, said that she was very hungry, asking Candle if he had eaten, changing the subject, after which they headed to the estate. and Asher himself turned, looking towards the bushes, where Gerard was sitting at that time, and made him understand that something had clearly happened to the girl, after which the Duke tensed, thinking that, since she didn't want to speak herself, then she wouldn't necessary, because this is a white lie. The man was even grateful to her. When the couple went inside, the young man left a gentle kiss on the top of Larietta's head, thinking that he still couldn't just sit back, something clearly needed to be done. But they didn't let him think for long, because the servants were waiting for them inside, who prepared the couple an incredibly beautiful cake with their own hands. The butler explained that they baked it themselves, since this kind of thing is now quite popular among young people. There was a number 50 on the cake. The girl, seeing the dessert, smiled joyfully and thanked Helstein for such an incredible gift, while Asher looked at him strangely, and the butler kept talking about the wedding. And only now, sitting at the table and shaking, the main character realized that a whole 50 days had passed with their Duke's contract. And this meant that she had about a month left. These thoughts were devouring her. The girl, clutching her dress, remembered the doctor's words that her condition could simply worsen and she would probably just explode. Larietta didn't want to die in front of Asher at all. She couldn't show him how her body would explode. Larietta slowly raised her gaze to the man, as if afraid to look. He, smiling sweetly at her, said that now in front of them was a strawberry cake, which the girl liked so much. Seeing him so joyful and happy, the main character suddenly pursed her lip, realizing that she would need to leave very soon, before it was too late. Giggling, Larietta asked in surprise if Duke Candel really remembered her favorite cake. She tried to distract herself from the bad thoughts that kept creeping into her head without stopping, but the girl still didn't know if she could now leave Escher when I fell in love with him so much. Larietta, lying in her bed, still could not stop thinking about how much had happened in this short period of time. She understood that very soon she would lift Escher's curse, remembering all the warm moments with him. The girl understood that the man clearly felt much better, and his mental state had improved. Since time is already running out, she will have to abandon many of the plans that she wanted to accomplish with Duke Candel. Burying herself in the blanket, the main character's hands were shaking from nerves. She tried to calm herself down, but it didn't work out very well. The girl kept telling herself that she just needed to endure it, and soon everything would be fine. The next day, when Larietta met with her new friends, Madame Sherbet prepared a gift for each of the ladies. She said that the gifts had been specially selected for them from the East. Larietta, having taken her box, was delighted, because Madame had really chosen a gift for each of them. But the princess could not understand why she needed a hair ribbon. Each in the box had a ribbon according to their hair color. Noticing Sharia's sad reaction, the main character asked her what was wrong. She turned around and replied that she liked the pink color better. She said this while looking at the girl's box. The lady explained that pink suited her eyes better. Lariette looked at her and suddenly became thoughtful. She remembered how, as a child, Rayon took away her books, and the girl was left with nothing because of her brother's mischief. Therefore, handing her box to Sheria, Larietta said that they could easily exchange boxes. The rest of the ladies immediately reacted to this because they considered Lady Merchant's behavior wrong, looking at her disapprovingly. Lariette replied that everything was fine, but added that since Madame Sherbet gave them these gifts, it was ultimately up to her to decide, because she carefully selected a gift for each. She explained that if the main character agreed, then she too. Hearing this, Lady Merchant joyfully took the box. Thanking Lariette, the princess whispered that she did not have to indulge her at all, and Madame Sherbet asked if the girl really didn't mind. But the main character really didn't mind, which she told them with a smile, while Sharia, looking at the box, suddenly became thoughtful. And then, looking away from her, she suddenly turned to Lariette, asking what her relationship was with Duke Candel. The girl decided to ask directly whether they were in a relationship, which shocked everyone sitting next to her, causing them to open their mouths at her tactlessness. After this question, the heroine panicked a little because she didn't know what to say. She couldn't tell them that their relationship was initially consensual, so she decided to just nod. Then the ladies immediately attacked her with questions and said that it was the first time they had seen the Duke with a smile on his face, and that it was the first time he had seen the girl off. And Sheria, smiling, said that it was the first time she had seen such a handsome man. The women agreed that Escher was indeed handsome, but he always smelled of rotting flesh, which is what made him afraid. Wana, sipping tea, said that it didn't matter at all whether he was handsome or not, because he already had a lover, but then Sharia decided to ask a different question. The girl asked if they were going to get married eventually. Larietta, looking at her, said that she did not want to answer such a question. Then the lady, turning away, covered her face with her hands and said that everything was clear to her. The main character did not understand such a reaction. The girl could not understand what exactly became clear to her and why it aroused such strong interest in the lady. Asher was at sword training at that time. Turning to Gerard, he asked if he had been neglecting his training all the time, but the guy, trying his best, could not understand what he had done wrong. And when the Duke won another victory over him, he, trying to catch his breath, sat down on the ground, waiting for what else Kandel would tell him. He, putting away his weapon, suddenly mentioned Doha, saying that he, being the son of a merchant, had been immersed in religion since childhood. And then Gerard realized that the Duke was in such a mood because of yesterday's incident. When the lady killed a man while saving the priest, Escher clearly informed him to find information about this man. Kandel noticed that the Doha case was too perfect, as if someone had specially prepared it. The guy bowed his head and said that he would continue to look for information about it. And then Gerard suddenly mentioned some previous meeting, asking the Duke if he had made any decisions and whether he would prepare to leave. The last time at the meeting, they discussed relations between the two kingdoms, which were still not improving, and that they just needed a reason for war. And they will need to use all means. That day, they began to ask about who had a duchy next to the Danube kingdom. Of course, the men decided to send the Duke of Kandel to the front line. All eyes were fixed only on him because the Duke of Illington was already of venerable age. But now Asher gave his answer to Gerard. He would not go anywhere. He was surprised. Because how could it be that the council could react negatively to such an answer? The man explained that before he would have given his consent, without a doubt. But now, remembering the radiant smile of his beloved, which decorates his life and makes it brighter, he understood one thing. Escher could not leave Larietta and go to fight. He could not and did not do this at all, because the man had just acquired his happiness and did not want to lose it. Then Gerard suggested that the council might react badly to this. He replied that they could not force him to leave, and then he remembered and decided to ask what was happening with the recruits in La Noche. The guy asked the owner not to worry about it, because Melissa volunteered to train them, so now the newcomers are going through hellish training. And then he added that the master has always supported them, which is why now they are following them, which means that the new ones will definitely feel this and follow their example. But Gerard suddenly remembered that there were a couple of people there that he wanted to talk about, now Escher. But then something distracted them, a noise from the entrance. And when Duke Kandel turned around, there was no trace of the guy. Apparently, he did not want to show himself to other people. It was Larietta, who slowly descended the steps and thought that she still couldn't contact Doha. Just recently, the girl contacted people from the temple, but there was no answer. When the main character approached the Duke, she smiled sweetly at him and tenderly said his name. Her emotions changed in the moment. Asher looked a little out of breath, so Larietta asked if he was so exhausted from training or something had happened. It was noticeable how hard the man was breathing and how beads of sweat were running down his forehead. Taking his hand, the girl exclaimed that she would help him to wash. And then, making eyes at him, she asked if they should take a bath together. Hearing this, the Duke's cheeks immediately flushed. A second later, he pulled the main character into his arms, touching her nose with his, and declared that then they would go to the bathroom right now, kissing her tenderly. As a result, Asher sat in the bathroom alone, reminding the girl that she had offered to take her together. She, laughing, replied that it was just a joke. So instead, Larietta suggested that he give him a good wash. And then she suddenly thought that before the Duke couldn't even hold her hand because of embarrassment, but now he invites her to swim together. And when Larietta took the soap in her hands, the man grabbed her wrist and said that if she was going to wash him, she should do it properly. Still holding her wrist in his hand and manipulating her, he rubbed his abs with the soap that was in the girl's hand, saying that this required washing them thoroughly with soap. While the man moved her hand over his body and drops of water flowed down his muscles, he did not take his eyes off Larietta, and then completely pulled the embarrassed girl towards him. Their faces were close to each other. The Duke, looking straight into her eyes, asked if it would be better to take a bath together. The girl, looking down, thought that this scoundrel was deliberately teasing her now. Therefore, having pulled herself together, the main character answered him no, adding that she should just wash Asher today, while she slowly rubbed the soap over his skin. The man felt very embarrassed and held back, because he was ticklish. Lariette, noticing this, with a grin asked him to be patient, even if it was ticklish, and then, looking at him with a sly look, she conceived something vile. She, taking a basin of water, poured it directly on Escher's head, which he absolutely could not have expected, because he was sitting with his eyes closed, and after that, the girl literally burst into loud laughter, asking how he felt and whether the Duke had refreshed himself. Candle, wiping water from his eyes, asked Larietta to come closer to him. Then the girl suddenly realized that the man was clearly angry and did not like this trick. Without waiting for the main character to approach him, Asher had to get out of the bath himself, which he warned the girl about. Not at all ashamed of his nakedness, she, realizing where everything was going, rushed away. The Duke slowly followed her, asking her not to run away, because it was extremely unsafe, because there was water around. Lariette, without listening to him, ran, telling him that at the moment he looked like the most dangerous person for her. But the escape still failed, because a moment later Escher, grabbing the girl, lifted her slightly, lifting her off the floor and reminded her that running was dangerous. The main character tried to resist, but it was clear that she was powerless here. Taking her in his arms, the Duke, smiling, looked at her and said that now it was his turn. Lariette, closing her eyes, thought that now he would throw her into the water and she would get wet to the skin. But it was not to be. Asher, having reached the bedroom with her, laid the main character gently on the blood, and then he hovered over her, looking with some cunning and desire. The man explained that this was his revenge. In the morning, Candel left for the imperial castle, and Larietta, waking up, looked as if all her strength had been sucked out of her. She herself thought that her lover was just a terrible beast. After some time, the butler approached her and reported that today the temple still did not contact them. The girl was concerned about this and could not understand whether Doha was busy or something had happened. The man standing next to her suddenly asked if the lady had any plans for today. After this question, Lariette's gaze fell on her notebook, where she wrote down all her important desires for these 3 months. Feeling sad, the main character replied that today she would need to go to the center. For what? She did not say, but she herself understood that she slowly needed to prepare for her departure. Larietta, walking along the busy streets, thought that she would need to buy comfortable clothes, a bag, and also books, since Doha gives her enough money after each treatment, so the girl does not need to worry about it. The main character was pleased with the fact that if someone tried to attack her this time, she would clearly be able to fight back, because it was not for nothing that she learned magic. While she was walking the streets, Gerard, on the orders of his master, followed her and removed people who, in his opinion, were suspicious. And during all this time, Larietta never felt that someone was watching her, although the guy literally followed on her heels, remaining in the shadows. When the girl bought everything she needed, she, carrying the bag, complained to herself about how heavy the bag was in the end. And then, looking closely at the crowd, she saw something extremely interesting. Lariette noticed a familiar bright head. It was Princess Eliza. The girl, overjoyed, could not believe that she had met her here. When the main character was about to go to her, she heard the guys standing nearby discussing a tall woman and saying that this couldn't happen. They were discussing the princess, saying that she obviously wouldn't have a serious relationship because no one won't want to have such a girl. Lariette, hearing about this, became very angry and was ready to destroy them right there, but it was necessary to deal with this somehow more intelligently, so she, after calling out to them, came up with something. Putting on a cute face, the girl said that her friend, who was now in one of the alleys, would like to talk to them. The girl added that she was simply embarrassed to come here in person, so she decided to convey the request through her. The men, having heard about this, immediately began to fuss and begin to argue about which of them was called. Therefore, without talking, they followed Larietta, and when they finally arrived, she told them that they were there. They turned around and looked at her, were surprised and said that there was no one here. And then the girl began to act, using magic. She started talking about how justice had called them, after which, with the help of magic, she lifted everything around and threw it at them. They tried to escape, looking at the heroine in fear, but then each of them was hit on the head by something wooden, which knocked them out right there. Larietta, looking at them, was pleased with herself, but still could not calm down from the way they discussed her friend. She considered these guys to be low creatures. Suddenly, a familiar voice was heard from behind the girl. Turning around, the girl saw the princess looking at her, leaning against the wall. Eliza said that what Larietta had done was very nice, adding that she was very touched. The main character, blushing, asked at what point she stood here and watched. She came closer to her, putting her arm around her shoulder, and said that she was extremely surprised when the heroine said that her friend is Justice. Looking at the princess, the girl realized that she had seen absolutely everything. She was also surprised that Lariette was so good with magic. So, looking into her eyes, she asked if the main character would like to work for her in the future. Hearing about this, the girl tensed, because she doesn't have much of a future because of her illness. But, of course, she couldn't tell her friend about it. Plus, it would be difficult to refuse such a face. Besides, Elsa said that they will discuss this later. And then, pulling the heroine along with her, she told her that now they would buy something tasty, because it was just the right time for this. At this time, and practically in the same place, Larietta was watched from behind by Doha and his subordinate, who told him that the lady was going somewhere with some man. Because they did not know that this man was actually Princess, the high priest asked him to shut up. Looking at Eliza as an enemy of the people, the man kept thinking that he wanted to kill him, not thinking at all that it could be a girl. He saw her as a competitor, so now he simply dreamed of wiping this man off the face of the earth. His eyes burned with anger, and he did not understand what he could say to this. Doha was still trying to convince himself that he continued to want to use Larietta for his own purposes, that he simply needed her next to him. Mikhail did not want to believe that he was in love with the main character, although his heart repeated absolutely opposite words and feelings, to which the man tried to close his eyes, to throw them away from himself, because he did not believe in love. On one of the previous days, the high priest met with his rival in the temple. He directly stated that there was not a moment when he would regret bringing him to this temple. Doha, grinning, answered him that it was good after all. He is of rather humble origin. The man turned and asked what was the matter. Mikhail, looking at him, asked if Brother Hibril himself had any questions for him. He, looking at him with a strange look, said that he did not understand at all what he meant, but Doha knew that his dad's health was only getting worse, so he posed an immediate threat to him. Although the man has great authority and connections, more than him, Doha's abilities surpass anyone else, and since he is the second candidate for Pope, he probably wants the death of the first candidate, his rival. Suddenly, he started talking about how he had heard that Mikhail often went outside the temple, as if hiding something interesting outside. And then, unexpectedly for the high priest, the man asked if Doha had acquired a lover. This question struck him to the very heart. As if piercing him right through, he remained silent, repeating to himself that this man should never know anything about his charms. The man considered Larietta his treasure and did not want to share it with anyone, and moreover, would not forgive himself if someone even touched her with a finger. Moreover, Doha could not allow this disgusting bastard to harm the main character, not for anything in the world. He decided to act in his own way, grinned, and told his opponent that he had quite a developed imagination, adding that with age you usually become more like a child, thereby humiliating the man, after which he approached Hibril. Mikhail, whispering in his ear, stated that this was his last warning, and then added that it would be better for him not to provoke him further with his stupid actions, because the guy does not know what he can do in a fit of rage. But he was not afraid of him. Grinning, Hibril noticed that Doha was not at all different from her mother, started an affair and acted like a fool. This was the last straw. The high priest could not control himself, and, breaking loose, rushed at the man, his eyes burning in a fit of anger. He took him by the collar and was clearly eager to destroy him immediately, leaving no trace of his opponent. The man recalled how his mother took care of him as a child, saying that she loved her son and could not live without him. And after unflattering words about him and his mother, he was furious. Mikhail's partner tried to pull him away, saying that he forgot that he had an important meeting on the schedule. But his opponent did not react to his antics. Throwing away the high priest's hand, he explained to Doha that he should be careful, and then turned around and prepared to walk away. Mikhail was about to rush at him and destroy him, but his partner's hands held him. As he left, the man called Doha a brat when he left. The guy didn't know what happened between the two candidates for Pope, but he understood that now it was better to first calm down his boss so that there would be no unpleasant consequences. So he decided to distract him by saying that they had again received a letter from the Candle Duchy, where Doha was asked come. Hearing about this, the man opened his eyes in alarm, while his subordinate talked about how they ignored their letters, as he asked, and then asked if maybe they should somehow respond to them. Thinking about everything, Mikhail suddenly remembered the question about his beloved, after which he felt a lump in his throat. He was afraid and did not know what to do. After all, then his opponent can definitely use Larietta as Doha's weak point. And this should never happen. If he misses something because of his stupid feelings, he will not forgive himself for it. So dating the main character will be a big mistake, because he loves her. Therefore, the man decided to inform his subordinate so that they would no longer contact the duchy, and then added that he wanted to take a walk and asked that a carriage be prepared for him. And now, looking at Larietta in an embrace, walking with someone, it was a very difficult test for him. Trying to restrain himself, he grabbed his collar, squeezing it tightly, trying to convince himself that all these feelings were just an illusion. Turning around, he ordered his subordinate to still send a letter to the Candle Duchy, because Doha was going to visit them tomorrow. Eliza and Lariette were having lunch while sitting in a restaurant. The princess told the main character that she liked her, and if it weren't for her brother, they would have met much earlier, and then added that there were strange rumors about him. Hearing about this, Larry asked in surprise what these rumors were. Then the girl explained that people were saying that her brother was suffering from a terrible disease. And he doesn't even leave the mansion, because there are rumors that his appearance was horribly disfigured, and he became disabled as a result of an accident. Eliza added that they also said that the guy was suffering from a strange disease associated with mana, and his father and mother could not find a place for themselves. After this, the princess announced the name of this disease, Rockadura disease. Having heard this, Larietta opened her eyes in shock. The girl thought that she had been given exactly the same diagnosis, realizing that it could be inherited. Eliza, looking worriedly at the main character, explained that she thought about what she needed to know, because these were her relatives, but only now the girl realized how much this shocked Larietta. She didn't listen, because a feeling of wild panic and fear came over her. She began to feel sick. The girl thought that if she had told about her diagnosis, she would have been treated differently, and because of this she was annoyed. Noticing the condition of the main character, the princess asked if she was okay because she had an unhealthy complexion. Larietta quickly had to put on a happy mask and answer Eliza with a smile that everything was fine, adding that she, on the contrary, felt relieved. She didn't want anyone to know about her terrible death. Therefore, the heroine needed to die there, where there is no one. The next day, when Doha finally appeared in the Candle Duchy, the main character greeted him with obvious concern on her face. She told him that she was very worried. He was surprised by this and asked if the girl was really worried. She replied that she was wondering whether he was searching for mercenaries and whether he had any injuries. The man, remembering his rival with obvious hostility, told Larietta that he could call it that because now this man was the first who wanted his death. The main character, smiling at him, asked him to contact her as often as possible because they need to be in touch. Doha suddenly asked out loud what kind of relationship there was between them. And only after his question, the priest realized that he had asked it out loud without realizing it. But Larietta did not consider this question strange and explained that they were very close friends, to which he nodded, taking her hand. Doha, taking the opportunity, began to heal the main character. She understood that thanks to him she felt much better, and now the girl wanted nothing more than to die without pain. But the man was thinking about something completely different, because when he held Larietta's hand, his heart literally jumped out of his chest. Even the priest's ears turned red. He couldn't understand, and hoped that she wouldn't feel his heartbeat through his touch, praying that the heroine wouldn't be able to hear him, because if she understood everything, she would probably avoid him. Suddenly, a man's voice was heard from behind. It was the butler who informed Larietta that she had received a letter, after which he looked at the girl's friend with suspicion. The main character, opening the envelope, saw that Eliza had sent her a letter, in which she called Larry her beloved companion. Upon hearing this, the man suddenly became thoughtful. Remembering the events of yesterday and the girl in the company of a stranger, Doha suddenly compared everything and finally understood what was really happening. When the high priest uttered this strange address, analyzing its meaning, Larietta felt awkward and considered it necessary to explain that before they were just acquaintances, but now they had become friends. The girl thought that Eliza was the first lady with whom she became friends. Embarrassed, the heroine explained that they, it turns out, have many common interests, so they are really good friends. Doha, reaching out his hand to her face and then carefully taking a strand of hair, asked the girl to at least, when they were alone, focus only on him. Apparently, the man did not understand that Lariette meant a woman, not a guy. Looking at him, she thought that the priest felt deprived, and she even felt ashamed because of this. But, quickly coming to his senses, Doha apologized, saying that he had crossed the line, and Larietta calmed him down and said that such things can cause conflicting feelings. After which, taking the man by the hand, the girl noticed that his magic suddenly stopped. This made her think about something specific. And then, smiling at him, Lariette suddenly remembered that it was time to start their lesson. The high priest, giving her a smile in response, could not understand why sadness had settled in his soul. And then they began the next training. The main character showed her skills, while Doha, leaning on the windowsill, watched her, after which his gaze fell on the view from the window. There he saw a man and realized that this was one of the knights who served Duke Kandel. Mikhail also noticed that this guy had a pretty good stealth skill. Doha noticed that the knight was heading in an unknown direction, but he quickly interrupted his interest, because if it did not harm Lariette in any way, then it certainly did not concern him. At one of the meetings, the head of the Blanchet family argued with one of the men, trying to assure him that Duke Kandel was obliged to participate in the war. He said that they could not escape from the kingdom with their tail between their legs. Then Larietta's father asked how the emperor responded to this. The man shared that the head of the kingdom respects Escher's choice and says that no matter how many losses there are, it is necessary to fight, and if they retreat, the emperor himself will take action. Another man said that they could not ignore the preparedness of the soldiers of the Danube kingdom, but their number of people was not enough unless Duke Kandel joined them. Asher couldn't help but remember the terrible moments from the war where he spent most of his time. He had no desire to return to the battlefield again. He couldn't understand if he really couldn't just live with the person the man loved so much. The Duke wished they would just be left alone. While he was thinking about this, someone gently poked his finger in the shoulder. Turning around, Asher saw Lady Merchant in front of him, who, calling him by name, smiled and said that they had met again. This behavior irritated the guy, because this lady pronounces his name so casually, only one person is allowed to do this. But then Asher thought that this was Larietta's friend, so he tried to explain as gently as possible that she was not given permission to call him by name. Embarrassed, Lady Merchant stammered and apologized to the Duke, trying to justify herself by saying that she had heard him called by his name Lariette, so she decided to do the same. But then, quickly switching gears, the girl asked if he remembered her name. In his head, there were only thoughts that this lady was the friend of his beloved number 3, but the man did not say that, so he simply looked at her silently. She realized that the Duke did not remember her name. Then the lady decided to introduce herself, saying that her name was Sharia, but she allowed Asher to call her simply Sherry. Kandel had no use for this, but since this was his girlfriend's friend, he decided to just listen in silence. While she was chatting and chatting, the man kept counting the seconds until she would stop. Not understanding how long he would have to listen and endure this girl, Sharia decided to embellish it a little and stated that she and Larietta had become very close lately and had decided to meet again next time. Asher did not answer anything. He only thought that if his beloved had more friends, then she might forget about his priest friend. Then the young lady suddenly started talking about how she didn't know what other nobles thought about it, but she believed that it was wrong to be friends with people based only on their status. Asher did not understand at all why this was said, thinking that the girl meant the difference between the princess and the rest of the ladies. He assumed that Larietta was really not biased in this. When Duke Kandel thought about his beloved, it brought a slight smile and blush to his face. He wanted to see her as soon as possible. The man had a difficult day without her. Seeing the smile on Asher's face, Sharia thought that it was all because of her smiling slyly. She realized that everyone likes cute girls. The lady praised herself, because in her opinion, there is not a single noblewoman except her who treats commoners well. After all, the way Sharia was kind to Larietta was, in the girl's opinion, a confirmation of her incomparability. Having thought this over, the lady decided to invite the Duke to have dinner together next time. Making a sweet face, Lady Merchant stated that it would be nice to get to know Escher better. He, looking at her with an indifferent look, replied that so be it if his beloved did not mind it, after which, bowing to her, he said that it was time for him be removed. Quickly rushing home, Asher kept thinking about how he needed to get home as quickly as possible and kiss Larietta. Lady Sharia, looking at his back, asked herself the question of how long the relationship between the Duke and the commoner could last. Remembering his smile, the girl told herself that she should be careful and not fall in love with the Duke before the due time, although she herself understood that it was already too late. While the servants in the corridor were discussing some kind of event, Larietta, with the help of her new skill, passed them unnoticed, and was a slave who was able to pump up her stealth to such a level. Rejoicing, the girl ran to her room. Having entered there, in front of her, she saw a strange guy who also used the stealth skill. He stood and looked at her, as if he had been caught doing something. Closing the door behind her, Larietta calmly asked him who he was and what he was doing in her chambers. The guy, panicking, replied that he was from the Duke's new detachment and asked the girl for forgiveness. The main character suddenly thought about the fact that she was seeing him for the first time. He continued talking, adding that he got lost and wandered here by chance. Lariette asked why he used secrecy then. The soldier was still nervous, and it was noticeable. Without coming up with anything better, he replied that the Shadow Squad always operates secretly, even inside the mansion. The guy explained that, although he was still a beginner, he could boast of his skills and that they were quite good, and also praised the lady's skills, after which he quickly ran away from the room, apologizing again. The girl, waving at him and answering that everything was fine, quickly realized that something was clearly wrong with this man. Going out into the corridor, she found the butler with the servants, still discussing events on what days of the relationship. When the girl called out to him, he jumped up in fear. Smiling, Larietta looked thoughtful and told Helstein that it seemed like there was a rat in their house. The man was shocked when he heard this. As soon as Asher found out about this, he immediately rushed to his beloved, fearing that something could happen to her. Tenderly hugging the girl, he kept whispering her name in her ear. The Duke did not understand what went wrong because all the newcomers had undergone a thorough check, and he was the one who made the final decision, but was careless. Although he knew that he had many enemies and his beloved could also be in danger, "Man, I let my guard down too much." Hugging Larietta tightly, Asher apologized to her for putting her in danger, but the girl replied that she was fine and nothing had happened to her. The Duke was upset by what happened and angry with himself. The main character tried to convey to him that everything was normal because no one was hurt and nothing was stolen. Despite all this, Larietta was damn pleased that Asher cared so much about her, so she hugged him back. The man was focused on his subordinates, who were secretly sitting behind the sofa and trembling from the guard at the mere glance of their master. The main character, taking Asher by the face, left a sweet kiss on his lips and repeated again that she was fine and he shouldn't be nervous in vain. After which, the girl quickly said goodbye to the guy, telling him that tomorrow she had an important meeting, so she needed to go to bed. Having said this, the heroine hastily left the room. Asher returned to Melissa and Gerard, sitting at the sofa. He was going to scold the girl, because it was she who the man entrusted with training the newcomers. She, bowing her head in front of the owner, declared that she had no forgiveness and would accept any punishment from him. A mad look appeared on the Duke's face, and Asher asked what kind of punishment she thought she would receive if Lariette suddenly got hurt. The girl fell to her knees in front of him, saying that she repented. Then Candel turned to Gerard, simply asking about the location of the attacker. He, with his head down, said that after the lady caught him, he disappeared, adding that apparently other recruits associated with him also left safely because their whereabouts were unknown since yesterday. Asher was surprised. Gerard added that so far they did not know the true purpose of entering the mansion, but one thing was clear, that it was secret, because all of the personal information turned out to be a lie. The guy promised that they would find out everything soon. The Duke, looking at his subordinates from under his brows, said that he was giving them exactly a week, by which time they would have to get him all the necessary information. After this, a tense atmosphere hung in the estate. The main character barely hid her personal belongings for the trip and her notebook, and Asher did not leave the girl for a second for several weeks, but Lariette still got out to the meeting. During the tea party, Lady Merchant, making a pleading face, asked the main character to find time for her to meet with Escher, justifying this by saying that this would strengthen her friendship with Lariette. Each of the girls found this extremely strange. Even the princess said that Shariah had better refrain from making unreasonable demands. She was apparently tired of listening to this. The lady, looking indignant at the main character, asked offendedly why she couldn't just have lunch with her friend, asking if it was difficult for her to do so. Lariette replied that it was not too difficult for her to do this. Looking at Lady Merchant with an indifferent, more dissatisfied look, the girl explained to the annoying person that she simply did not want to do this. Then the young lady looked at her displeasedly, because if you refuse the request of a person with a higher status, you must explain the reason, which is what she asked. The main character explained that her Asher is quite shy, so he does not like such meetings with other ladies. Lady Merchant was beside herself with anger. The girl could not understand how this commoner dared to repay her kindness in such a way, especially since with such a low status, Larietta should not sit at the same table with her at all. Sharia thought that she treated the heroine kindly only because the princess brought her here, but now she dares to hide behind Asher. This irritated the girl. The lady was incredibly sorry that such an insignificant commoner like Larietta was with such an ideal man. Merchen tried to prove to herself that the Duke would never marry her, obviously not in this life. The girl, looking at the princess, begged with one look to answer this commoner at least something. But the main character understood everything only from one look from Sharia. Her thoughts were obvious. Larietta, getting up from her seat, suddenly announced that she was not feeling well and would be the first to deviate, after which she smiled and asked for forgiveness if she had suddenly ruined the lady's mood. When the girl left, Eliza immediately rushed after her, while Lady Merchant watched all this with a smile, and then, grinning, said how kind Her Highness was and how hard it was for her to believe that she was ready to be angry for her sake. The girl thought that the princess had gone to quarrel with Lariette. She was clearly smiling, thinking about it, while she covered her face with her hands. The lady who stayed at the same table with her understood perfectly well how absurd her words were. She had nothing to say. Heading towards the exit, Larietta thought that it was immediately clear to her that Lady Merchant had fallen in love with Escher at first sight. The main character still made concessions to everyone, did everything that was asked of her, even when everyone made ridiculous demands on her. The girl behaved maturely and satisfied them. Larietta could not understand why people continue to ask for more and more, why they continue to do this when the heroine has practically nothing left. She had friends for the first time, so she doesn't know how to behave in such situations. The girl couldn't understand whether the problem was the greed of her desire to make friends before her death. Larietta was pulled out of her thoughts by a female voice that called out to her. Turning around, she saw a familiar face. It was Eliza approaching the girl. The princess apologized, saying that Lady Merchant behaved rudely and she could not prevent it. Therefore, now Her Highness asked her friend for forgiveness for another person. Lariette looked at her in shock. But she continued to apologize, bowing her head to the heroine. The girl asked not to do this. The princess explained that she was the one who brought Sharia, because she could not leave her alone when she could not join secular society. The girl recalled how it was also difficult for Juana to integrate into secular society because of her hot temper, so Eliza thought that she could help Sharia. After all, if it could help one lady, then it would help Lady Merchant, so the princess thought, so she extended a helping hand to her. The girl admitted that she did not realize that if the people were different, then the result could be completely different. Having taken Larietta for cancer, Eliza promised to talk to Sharia about this. The princess admitted that her heart sank when she saw how her close friend was suffering, so she said that if something like this happened again, she would be glad if the main character did not hold back and told her everything honestly. Lariette rushed to hug and thank her friend for personally following her, but the girl explained that she had not suffered at all and asked not to worry about it, and then noticed that the princess was running after her and asked her to be careful on the way back. The main character gently placed her hand on Eliza's cheek, and she said that she even liked such a spontaneous training. They stood together for a while and talked, quietly laughing and smiling at each other. Doha watched all this. He was annoyed that Larietta was with this guy again, and then suddenly began to think about what would have happened if he had met her before all the guys who knew her. Mikhail asked himself if he would have had a chance to have any kind of relationship with the main character. He himself understood that he was distraught, and the man came ahead of time because he was meeting with a girl. Squeezing the tree with all his strength with his hand so that the bark on it began to crack, Doha thought that because of Lariette his mood fell and rose 100 times a day. He did not know what exactly he wanted from her, whether it was worth taking possession of her or push her away. Using his power, he hid from the princess while she passed by him. Only after that, he, looking back at her, suddenly understood everything. Larietta, watching her friend go, looked suspiciously straight towards the priest, although she should not have seen him. But she suddenly started talking about how early Doha arrived. He grinned, realizing that she had noticed him. The man asked how she managed to notice him. The girl beamed with joy, realizing that she was making progress. Larietta began to tell something to her friend, but he did not listen, looking back at the princess. Only now the man realized that this was not a guy, but just a princess. He turned sharply to the main character, looking her straight in the eyes, and continued to listen while the girl talked about how she had recently begun to discern a high level of secrecy. Doha praised Larietta, saying that her skills had really grown, but he himself thought that she would soon begin to notice the shadow knight that was following her. After this, the heroine remembered how a friend recommended her one good establishment where they make delicious desserts. Lariette remembered that the priest said that he loved sweets, so they decided to invite him there. He smiled and replied that he didn't mind, But he himself thought that he could no longer run away from his feelings, no matter how much he denied it. Because in the end, a man finds his place only next to her. Standing in the Duke's bedroom while he was sitting on the bed, Lariette told Escher that finally this time would be the last and the cleansing would be over. This phrase echoed in his head because the curse tormented him literally all his life, and he thought that he would never get rid of it. Now Asher remembered the beginning of this path. When Larietta was just beginning to cleanse, he trusted her, was completely in her hands. Now, all he can do is be happy and forget about the curse. Sitting between the man's legs, the girl asked if he was ready, looking into his eyes without answering the main character. The Duke grabbed her cheeks, gently pulling her towards him. Asher kissed Larietta tenderly, after which he moved away, laid her comfortably under him, and continued to cover his beloved with tender kisses. Their bodies touched each other through the extra fabric of their clothes. The Duke again decided to distract the girl from business. Their kiss was passionate, sensual, and full of love. It all ended in the early morning. Larietta tiredly lounged on the bed, while Asher sat next to her and looked at her. The girl declared that what happened between them was divine, which embarrassed the Duke a little. Closing her eyes, the main character called Candel closer to her. Rising, she laid her head on his chest, asking what she told him about seduction during cleansing. Asher remembered that Lariette threatened him that she would never kiss him again, and that was true. The main character advised the man to be careful in future because she could be a very scary woman. He said that he understood her. Then the girl looked out the window and realized that it was already morning. But the main character was in no hurry, and suddenly started talking about the fact that since the Duke was now completely cleared, they could go together on some trip for two, to the river or the sea. The main thing for her was that he would be with her, and where to go is completely unimportant. Looking at the girl, the man suddenly realized that he had never even thought about it. Traveling with Larietta sounded like a good idea. The Duke immediately began to imagine how he and his beloved stood on the seashore and looked into the distance while the sun burned their skin and the water gently splashed around their feet. Smiling, Asher said that he was very glad that the main character offered him such an idea. The man considered it a wonderful plan. Gently straightening Larietta's hair, the Duke said that among the territories of the duchy there was a place not far from the sea, and water from hot springs was also available there. Asher left a gentle kiss on the girl's cheek while she was talking about how they should definitely go there as soon as possible, because summer is already around the corner. The man only agreed with her idea. At this time, Gerard and Melissa were all looking for at least some clues. The guy felt like the life was leaving him because he could not find anything, and therefore the voice of the owner echoed in his head, who ordered him to find everything he needed in a week. But then Melissa, rummaging in the closet, suddenly exclaimed, saying that she was able to find something. The guy immediately rushed to the girl. Happily saying that he loved her, she immediately pushed him away, after which they together decided to study all the papers that lay in front of them. Melissa realized that if you did not touch the document with special gloves, its magic would dissipate. But it was clear that someone had already touched the document and was even able to copy it. Comparing everything they knew, she concluded that the scammers knew about this document and came here specifically for it because these documents can really put an end to everything. When they told Escher about everything, he personally appeared to them and explained that this was a document about trade with the Danube Kingdom, and now he understood that it was definitely done by the Duke of Illington, who wanted Duke Candel to participate in the war. And then I realized that if there were no traces on the document, then most likely the magicians of the Blanchet family were involved. Slamming his fist on the table so hard that it cracked, the man asked Melissa what exactly she thought they would do with this document. Looking away, the girl suggested that at the next meeting, the Duke of Illington would use these papers as evidence of Escher's connection with the Danube Kingdom. And after this, Duke Candel may be accused of treason, and as proof of his innocence, the man will have to take part in the war. Perhaps everything would have been different if Escher had the support of the nobles on his side. But this will not happen, because the Duke did not want to live at all, so he did not see the point in communicating with the nobles, as well as in participating in political life. This was his big mistake. Gerard asked the gentleman whether he should begin preparing for war. The man replied that it seemed yes, while he himself was thinking that if he went there, he needed to calculate his time correctly. After all, if Asher does this, then he will be able to go on a trip with Lariette, spend time together, just the two of them, and she will wait for him until this moment, and, as always, will meet her lover. Duke Candle nevertheless decided and asked his subordinates to prepare all the necessary materials. He so hoped that after all the bad things he would be able to live like an ordinary person, but he was again deprived of this opportunity, sending him to war without his desire. Returning to the conversation between the main character and the priest, the girl told him that she was able to improve her level of stealth, but noticed something strange. He, looking away, said that he would help Larietta. While the man's ears turned red, he hoped that the girl would not see this and would not guess. After that, Doha turned to her with a smile, thinking that he was not the person whom the main character loved, and he definitely couldn't get caught. He didn't want to move away from her at all. The priest carefully took Larietta by the hands and began to use his magic. She, noticing this, smiled joyfully, while the man realized that only he alone would be able to remember the feelings that he deeply kept within himself. When they finished, the main character thanked Doha and gave him another smile, saying that she understood everything, after which she showed the man her skills while he clapped for her, which she was happy about. After this, Doka suddenly asked if Larietta was going on a trip, because earlier she had said that she wanted to travel on her own. The heroine did not remember at all that she had told him about this. The priest, sitting down on the grass, invited the girl to rest a little, and then asked if she had plans that Duke Candle did not know about. Larry still could not remember when she told her friend something on this topic. Sitting down next to her, she thought that now all this does not matter, because this will still happen after breaking up with Asher. Therefore, looking at Doha, Larietta admitted that she had not told her lover anything about this. Then the man decided to ask why the girl suddenly wanted to travel alone. He really couldn't understand this, because even if the Duke was busy, he would probably have time for Lariette, and despite the fact that traveling alone is quite problematic, she still insists on it, so Doha decided to find out. Whether she has circumstances that are difficult to say. Looking at the main character, the man suggested whether the girl was really going to leave after breaking up with the Duke. The High Priest himself considered his question very stupid, because he knew that their couple was inseparable. But surprisingly, Larietta nodded in response to this question, which meant that the girl would leave after breaking up with Asher. Realizing that the main character was not joking at all, Doha opened his eyes in shock and did not know how to react to this. A smile suddenly appeared on his face, but he managed to cover his face with his hand so as not to show his real reaction to his girlfriend. Larietta understood that Doha was her benefactor. He was the one who constantly treated her. Moreover, the man helped her a lot in her personal life. And then he also agreed to teach her magic, and now he is her close friend. Therefore, the girl decided to tell the High Priest that she and Asher only had a contractual relationship, which according to the contract lasted only 3 months. The man, hearing this, could not believe that they really signed a contract without love feelings. Larietta continued her story, saying that when she and the Duke first met, she was the one who proposed this relationship, so she told Doha almost everything except her secret. The man could not understand, because Duke Candle, in his opinion, does not look like a person who would agree to a relationship under a contract. And since Lariette cleared his curse, his feelings for her can hardly even be called love. These feelings express something more. While the man was thinking about all this, the main character called out to him, asking him to keep it all a secret, because she absolutely did not want rumors to start spreading. Doka, smiling, promised the girl, of course, not to tell anything. It couldn't have been any other way. Maybe in the distant future, Mikhail's deeply locked feelings will finally be able to reach Larietta when he can open his heart to the girl and stay there. In the evening, at the estate of the Blanchet family, terrible screams were heard from Rayon's room. He kept screaming about how much pain he was in, shouting the name of his sister. The father was there. He couldn't believe that his daughter was still clinging to Duke Candle, adding that she had become too cocky. And then suddenly she turned to a guy named Delvin, the same one she ran into in her room that day. He worked for her father. The man explained that his daughter cannot pass on the Blanchet blood to just anyone, and since she renounced Seven, they cannot think about the benefits of marriage, which means their strongest magician should not go to the Duke just like that. The father recalled that he deliberately cultivated naivety in Larietta and did not allow her to develop so that she could not betray him like that. But she ultimately abandoned the family and ran away. And her brother, who was suffering from convulsions from illness and wild pain, was so offended by his sister that he continued to shout her name even in this state. The man believed that Lariette had broken their entire family and her brother, and now wanted to live happily ever after. The Duke, looking down at Delvin, ordered him to find her or even kill her so as not to have to suffer with this girl again. The head of the family didn't want his own little dog to end up biting him on the neck. They needed to do everything carefully, think through every detail, and destroy the main character. The next day, the main character decided to go to Madame Genevieve's boutique. When they first met, the girl immediately rushed to hug her friend. She noticed how much weight Larietta had lost and asked what happened to her. She explained that nothing had happened and everything was fine. And the girl herself recalled training with Doha, during which she almost died because she worked out until exhaustion while he supported her, and now all her mana was spent. Larietta came to her friend for a reason, but because the brooch that the girl took here earlier for her lover suddenly broke, so she wants to find another gift for him. Escher once told the main character that he took the brooch with him too often, so it broke so quickly, which made the man extremely upset. The mistress immediately left, saying that she had something suitable. The woman showed Larietta the pendant, saying that she had purchased more of this product in the hope that it would soon become popular. These jewelry were made so that instead of photographs, jewelry that symbolize each other could be stored in them. Looking at the decoration, the main character immediately remembered Escher's eyes, because they are almost the same color. So the girl immediately decided that she would buy it. She received a lot of money for the treatment of Doha, so she has the right to spend a certain amount. Her friend even offered her a discount, but the girl refused. Larietta thought that perhaps this medallion would remind Escher of her from time to time, even after he leaves this world. A picture immediately popped up in the girl's head of a man carefully kissing a piece of jewelry when he remembered his beloved after her death. She really hoped that it would be so. When the main character was leaving the boutique, she collided with some man, and he almost knocked her down, and all this was not accidental. After all, after just a couple of seconds, the girl noticed that the bag had disappeared from her hand. She could not believe that this had happened to her again. She was the one who was lucky with pickpockets. Perhaps she looked like an easy victim. Rushing after him, Lariette realized that she had no mana left even to run. She couldn't help with magic, and it was difficult to run. When the scammer ran around the corner, a couple of seconds later, Gerard unexpectedly came out, holding a box with jewelry in his hand, after which the guy raised his head to the girl. He handed her the box, although he himself understood that he probably shouldn't have helped her directly, because after all, he was watching her, and it might seem strange. Gerard explained to Lariette that he could not take the bag because the thief's accomplice ran away with it, so the guy asked for forgiveness for this. The girl thanked him, and then she thought about the fact that there was a notebook in her bag. Fortunately, it did not contain any particularly important information, but then the girl suddenly looked up at the guy and looked suspiciously. Larietta decided to ask him what he was doing here because the main character saw him for the first time outside of work. He explained that today was his day off and he just decided to take a walk. Smiling, the girl said that she had taken Gerard's day off, his only precious time. He bowed and replied that it was his responsibility. Then Larry thanked the man again and wished him a good rest. After which, getting into the carriage, Lariette suddenly became thoughtful and compared all the events. It seemed to her that their location could not have coincided so perfectly. Then the girl realized that Gerard had been watching her until now, but she immediately assumed that this might be an order from Asher. But it was not clear to her why he was doing this. The main character tried to understand for what purpose Duke Candel assigned his subordinate to her. Larietta even began to think that her lover did not trust her and was afraid that she would spread information about his curse or give away the secrets of the duchy. But these assumptions seemed a little strange to her, so she suggested another option. Gerard was simply protecting her. The heroine still could not be sure of anything until she directly asked Asher about it. As expected, at the next meeting, Duke Candel was presented with all the charges on the papers and was told that despite the fact that he was secretly in connection with the Danube Royal and did not want to participate in the war, this could well be considered treason against the imperial family, and if he wants to show his non-involvement, then he must show it in action. And the one who started all this declared that it was impossible to refute Escher's guilt with just a few pieces of paper because it was somehow frivolous. If he did not want to participate in the war, then the Duke would have to prove his innocence by death. They still managed to catch one of the traitors after all this. Asher stood over him, holding his sword in his hand and looking at him menacingly. The same one was shaking with fear, while Escher asked if the Duke of Illington had successfully received all the documents that they had stolen and given to him. The man understood that it was useless to torture him because Candle would still go to war. But the most important thing that Asher does not tolerate and does not like is when his own people lie to him. And since this guy is a member of his shadow squad, it means that he is his man, which the man reminded him of. So Candle was interested in what he received, betraying him. He hoped that it was something more valuable than his life. While he was talking about all this, the traitor waited a moment and rushed to the end of the room. Wild fear was visible in his eyes. The guy ran to the rack with weapons and grabbed a sword from there, after which he pointed it at Escher, while he himself was trembling all over like an aspen leaf. It was clear that he was frightened and afraid, but he managed to shout that he would kill Candle while calling him a monster. He grinned and said that no one had seen him like that for a long time called. After this, the criminal began to scream and rush straight at the Duke, swinging his sword at him. It was not clear what he expected. Even when the guy was already right in front of Asher's nose, he didn't move. It was as if he didn't care, and he was waiting for this, because he didn't even bat an eyelid. But within a matter of seconds, Duke Candle took out his sword and blocked the attacker's attack, looking him straight in the eyes. He, realizing that it was all over, became nervous, and Escher did not waste time and did his job. The man cut his throat, after which he immediately fell to the floor, and a huge pool of blood appeared under him. Melissa immediately picked up the body and carried it away. The Duke turned to her, asking how Gerard was doing. The girl explained that most likely he was still accompanying Milady and they should return soon. After that, she handed the body to another subordinate and asked to get rid of it, and then returned to the conversation with Asher and asked why the lady was learning magic from the priest. She knew that she had talent, but could not understand the ultimate goal. Asher, looking up at her with an irritated look, asked again about the purpose. Then Melissa explained that she could well understand that Larietta would need some other magic, but the girl could not understand why she needed the stealth skill. Recalling Hellstein's words that the main character would become a duchess, she said that in any case they would continue to protect her, so she was wondering why and from what Larietta would hide. Asher, heading towards the exit, told his subordinate that she should not have such a question. She bowed and asked her master for forgiveness, after which they left the room together. The Duke, as if noticing something in the corner, turned his head and looked intently there, trying to see at least something there. Melissa immediately asked if there was something there. Continuing his way, Asher began to climb the stairs and said that, apparently it was just his imagination. Then the girl replied that at this rate, the Duke would soon become paranoid. When they left, in the very place where the man was looking, Lariette suddenly revealed herself. She covered her mouth with her hands so as not to give herself away, thinking that she came here without any reason and did it secretly. Remembering the words that Asher does not like lies, the girl tried to prove to herself that she had never lied to him. Besides, she often saw such things in the Blanchette estate and got used to them. The reason for Gerard's persecution of her also became clear to her. He simply accompanied her. Larietta understood perfectly well that all these were just minor problems, but she couldn't understand one thing now. Why then her whole body was trembling so much? A second later, she remembered Melissa's words that they would continue to protect her, and she felt a little sick, because until the end of the contract there was nothing. Why should they continue to do all this? It seemed to her that she was missing something. The main character was afraid to ask, because the relationship between her and Asher could deteriorate, and she had absolutely no desire to delve into this. So she decided to pretend that she knew nothing. Not about Gerard and the Duke's strange obsession, nor about this incident. She wanted to leave everything as it is. Sitting at dinner that evening, Duke Candle suddenly called out to Larietta, which made her look at him with alarm and was afraid that somehow he could find out that she was in that place today. But the man suddenly asked if the girl had heard that relations between the Empire and the Danube Kingdom had deteriorated greatly. The main character replied that Madame Charbet told her about this, adding that due to the deterioration of relations, trade routes were blocked and prices for precious stones mined only in the kingdom skyrocketed. After thinking for a couple of seconds about why Asher suddenly started talking about this, the girl understood everything. It became clear to her why the man started this conversation. She opened her shocked eyes at him and could not believe it. Sadly lowering his eyes to the floor, the man explained to the girl that he was forced to participate in this war. After this phrase, a knife fell from her hands onto the floor with a ringing sound, which fell out of her trembling hands. Squeezing the tablecloth on the table, Larietta called those people scum, because who are they to force a person to go to war against his will? Someone who began to rest normally. The heroine's whole body was literally trembling, and she could not cope with it. The girl also added that the emperor himself was to blame for the deterioration of relations. She could not understand why they were shifting the blame onto innocent people. While Larry was talking about this, Asher looked at her in surprise, and then he suddenly laughed quietly. The main character raised her eyes to him and looked alarmed, asking what was funny about this. The Duke covered his mouth with his hand, asking her for forgiveness. He explained that this was the first time that someone cared so much about him, and it was quite a pleasant feeling for him. He even blushed admitting it. And Larietta suddenly mentally began to ask questions to herself. When would he need to get ready, and would he leave before she left? The girl was worried that the Duke might suffer there and might not even return. She just wanted Escher was not involved in this. Noticing the worried look of the main character, the man gently touched her cheek, saying that this was a very insignificant war, adding that it could not even be compared with the wars that he had already gone through. In addition, Escher had been on the battlefield since his youth. Then he had no reason to live, no one was waiting for him. He had no family to whom he could return. And the curse itself ate away at his skin, and every day he lived surrounded by a sea of blood was simply terrible. So much so that Duke Candle was ready to die there, then he simply survived. Now, standing in front of Larietta on one knee and holding her hand, he admitted that at the moment he has something to regret, and he has a meaning in life, a reason for regret and the meaning of his life. And all this for Escher was the main character. She replaced everything and everyone for him. She was like the sun among the black clouds, his life. Having hugged the girl, the man gently whispered in her ear that he would definitely return to her, no matter what it cost him. Candle was ready to sacrifice everything for this meeting. One day, the ladies all gathered together again for tea. Larietta was a little more silent than usual. Lady Shariah looked at her slightly annoyed, or even offended. Perhaps after her previous act she had suffered greatly. The princess, looking at her, seemed to make it clear that now was the time to say something. Therefore, she suddenly turned to Larietta, saying that last time her request was somewhat inappropriate, and even asked for forgiveness for this, but it was clear that she did it reluctantly. The main character nodded to her, saying that she forgives her, although she herself understood that Sheria was asking her for forgiveness only because Eliza told her so. These words were absolutely not sincere. Noticing how Larietta reacted to her apology, the girl mentally became very indignant, thinking that it was only